sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Network. It is the 4th of July. That means, of course, there'll be celebrations in the USA. Americans around the world will be celebrating. I'm sure there'll be some fireworks scheduled for later. Speaking of fireworks, there'll be some fireworks here today on Peacock Friday. It's day 5 of our tour of Bulgaria. Dobry utro and welcome. 5 more matches coming to you today from Bulgaria and this Vasil Levski cricket ground. And we start off with a very important match for the 2 teams that are involved. 2 teams who at the moment are outside of the top 4. And if you don't finish in the top 4, you won't be coming back on finals day. Trakia, they're a team who have lost 5 of their matches. The thing is about them, they've been close, it has to be said. They have played some good cricket. They've been to good individual performances, but they haven't been able to perform well as a team. One batter normally gets going, but they need more than one to get a good score on the board. Their bowling's been pretty good as well, but they are missing that one bowler. But the good news for them is they do have Fahad coming into the side who can hopefully make the difference for them. They're up against the All-Stars. Now, the All-Stars were in a similar boat until they got a win yesterday against Plovdiv. And the All-Stars will know that this is a key match for them. If they can win this match, they're level on the points with Plovdiv, who at the moment are in that 4th spot. So everything to play for in this one, though I do feel that Trakia know that if they are to stay in this series, then it has to start with a win right here. We'll talk a little bit about these 2 teams. Now let's talk first about Trakia. I've talked about the fact that they're missing that one bowler. Fahad coming into the side can make the difference there. But with the bat, their captain, I think Walid Khan, has been going well. He's been scoring good runs, but he needs a partner there to do the same with him. Zaid Salat certainly could be that guy. And then also somebody like Abbas Zahidi could be pretty key when it comes to thumping the ball all over the place. He certainly can provide his team with some of those fireworks. Now let's talk about the All-Stars yesterday. A huge victory for them against Plovdiv. But of course, they too need other players to step up. They've been relying on their captain a lot, and that's Akshay Harikuma. He certainly is batting well and bowling well. And of course, there's been good performances yesterday, particularly from Sebin Ibrahim. He got the player of the match performance with that win against Plovdiv when he scored 40 runs and picked up those 3 wickets. And even though they didn't beat the Spartans in their final match, there was another good performance from them as a team. And once again, Sebin was in the run. So I think a very important and very tight match coming up for the start of this match day 5. Let's go straight over to Tyrone Peters for the all-important coin toss. Then join me back in the commentary igloo and I'll give you some details of what happened yesterday, and then we'll talk more about these 2 teams.
The Trakia Titans to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head, buddy.
We're going to bat first.
Nice. They're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much to Tyrone Peters. Dobry utro. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, world, and good morning and welcome to Bulgaria. It's a beautiful cricket ground here, nestled in the National Sports Academy, the Vasil Levski. Before we talk about what's coming up today, let's take a look at what happened yesterday. Thank you to Vinny Sandu, who covered the reins while I wandered around the beautiful city of Sofia. And of course, more about that a little bit later on. But well, Vinny Sandu was in the house. We didn't get the golden ball I thought he might get, but we did get a Centurion. It didn't come in the first match. The All-Stars were up in action against the Sofia Stars, and the Sofia Stars continued their dominant stance in this series with a thumping win over the All-Stars. 73, the All-Stars managed to get. Gangdeep Singh was the player of the match with 2 for 9. And the Sofia Stars got there quite easy, winning with 10 wickets to go. Then we saw the Spartans in action against Plovdiv. Spartans, 144. Jacob Gul, top scorer, player of the match, 49. And Chris Lakov did get 52 in there, but Jacob bowled very well. Plovdiv going down by 15 runs, despite a good 78 from Sufyan. Sofia Stars then beat the Spartans 137 to 119. Murad Khan once again in the runs with Suragnegi. That's turning out to be a good opening partnership. And it was Nankov, though, player of the match with 3 for 18. Sofia Stars winning by 18 runs. All Stars then were in action against Plovdiv. Plovdiv would have been disappointed that he didn't get this win. That meant that the All Stars keep their hopes alive to make it in the top 4. Shibin Abraham was in good form, fine 43 and 3 for 16 in that player of the match performance. And the very last match was when we did see that century. Raghav Grover scoring 105, not out. What a knot that was. 14 sixes in that knot. Lakov gave him good support. That partnership was a very good one, worth 146 runs. And the Spartans winning by 34. Good effort, though, from the All-Stars. 35. They went down by 34 runs. And Junipalus scored a fine 68. So that takes us to where we are today. And we're ready for this match. I'm waiting for Rado, our official timekeeper, to give us the heads up. We'll have a look at the standings a little bit later. We used to get them popping up after round over 2. Here's the first. And it's a good start from the bowler. This is Jimin Hose. Full and straight. And the big wild swing there from Fahad Saeed, who's comes into the side as Fahad. I know that when I was speaking to David Patel, he was saying that they've got another bowler in Fahad. That could make a difference to them. It allows this one to go down the leg side. Yeah, happy 4th of July. I know that Americans around the globe will be celebrating. Enjoy your celebrations on the 4th of July, when Americans come together to celebrate the nation's birthday and its Independence Day. All Americans enjoy their grills in the backyards, beaches and parks. That's been played away quite nicely. It'll be the first boundary of the day. Cuatro carreras is a little bit too short and just whipped away. Yeah, so Americans in the backyards or in the beaches or parks, they'll partake in parades and marches and enjoy the fireworks that are launched at dusk. And enjoy your celebrations. Jiren comes in again. Bit fuller, better delivery, better areas. It's another bowler, Jiren, who just comes to a stop. When he does bowl, you see, he comes in, he delivers, but he sort of stands still. He never really follows through. Good areas again. Keep it in good areas. That one's just a little bit outside the off. Then comes Hose again, and once again, good areas high up in the air. Is not going to be stopped by anybody. That one's going to go probably all the way, I think, here. Yep, manos arriba from the umpire. Umpire Satish puts them up in the air. That one not quite where the batter wanted this to go, but this gets thumped away. Good, solid swing. And, well, Fahad has made a good impression first up here. So 9 off the first 5 balls so far. Big match this for Trakia. Trakia know it as well. It's played. Oh, fingertips to this. Have a look at this at camera 4 again if we could. I know that we've got a new man in production. It's Indolis is with us. Let's have a look here. That's this. Does he hit this into the ground? I suspect he does. Yeah, into the ground. Bump ball. It will be a dot ball as well. First over. 9 off it. Yeah, Trakia, when I was speaking to, as I said to David Patel, he did say to me that getting Fahad into the side is huge. Because he's absolutely right. If you think about the bowling, remember how they've gone so many times. They've bowled the openers out straight away, then they bowl the spinners out, and then they've got to find someone to bowl 2 overs. And they haven't been able to find that player. Looking pretty good here. Look at the maximum rate after yesterday, 8.3. That's good. That's above average. The 4.810, that's way above average. And wickets about the same. Have a look at the scores. Batting first, the average 122. So as I suspected from day one, that 120 is that sort of par score. Highest we've seen is 169 batting first. The lowest, 73. 11 to 9 wins batting first. And that's what Trakia will be hoping works in their favour. We'll go back to those graphics a little bit later in a moment. That one gets played away. No run this time. You don't want to be taking on the devil first thing in the morning, do you? Good morning to Mudun Devasi. And this is Joy John with the ball. Good area, just keeping that ball outside the off stump. Yeah, just stepping away, you see, stepping towards the leg side is Abbas Zahidi. And the same again, it's a swing and a miss. This was the last graphic. It just shows you the runs by day. See how they've gone up from around the 11 per innings now to about 12.7. Yesterday, the day before yesterday was a 13 day, as that one's going to go into the vortex. Sucked in 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. 4 more. So that one, Abazidi is just going to swing. I mean, if he gets it out the middle, it flies. He can really crunch the ball. He's got a good eye. Does Zaidi. So I think he's the ideal batter to be out there in the power play. And then, of course, you get some of the more technical batters to come out when the next wicket goes, which I feel would be Zaid Salat, who has threatened. We did see him score a half century the other day, so he's in good form. He's getting good at the right time for his team. And the captain himself, Walid Khan, is key. But then after that is when they struggle. I suppose, well, that's an interesting looking shot. It was on his pads. He doesn't really hit it. Let the ball hit him. Yeah, Bhav Patel and Diplesh Patel, always the 2 guys that come in and can give it a good whack. So the one thing for Tracker here is just play your shots. Don't get bogged down. Keep the run rate healthy, because batters can come out and hit boundaries for them. We know that. They need to still, I think here against the All-Stars, they'll be feeling that they need to try and push on that 120. They need to get that par score that we know after yesterday, after those 20 matches of play we've had, has been about that 122. It's another wild swing. Every time this ball is short of a length, either straight on the stumps or outside the stumps, is a big swing and a miss. So what a good over that is from Jitoi John. And only the 5 runs will come from that. And 9 came off the first, with the score on 14 without loss. That's the standings we were having a look at. Sophia Stars unbeaten in 8, 28 to them. Spartans on 17. But you can see it's going to be close between which team finishes 4th. Plovdiv there at the moment. But the All-Stars, after beating them yesterday, have given themselves a chance to, if they get a win here, level up with them. And then Plovdiv, they've really got to step up. Plovdiv will be playing Trakia in match number 22. That's the second one that we have here today. They will also then play the Spartans. So Plovdiv really know that they've got to try and get a victory against Trakia. Trakia themselves know this is really where it starts for them. They get a win here. They get a chance. They've still got 5 matches to go. At the moment, Trakia, who did elect to bat first, they are swinging and missing. As Jerin Jose comes back onto bowl. Good start. Just keeping it simple. The bowlers, I like it from them so far. They're not trying to do too much. Standard field being set. They are making a bit of a change here to the field there. They're bringing up the long on. And that's because they've pushed back the mid-wicket. And I think this is going to be leg byes, actually. Let's see what the umpire gives. No, giving it off the bat, 4 runs. And you can see there that it should be easier, a little bit easier for the fielders to find the ball. Yeah, there it is there. There is a bit of bat onto that, works it away. The long grass over there has been cut. You probably heard the strimmer going when Tyrone was conducting the coin toss this morning. So well done to that man. And that will make it a little bit easier for us to find these grizzlies that end up going into that area. Well, that's the first one that comes out of the middle, and it will go all the way. Volley. As Midun Devasi can't do much about that. That's been crunched, so Fahad Saeed gets that one out of the middle. Yeah, they just got to have a good over here to track here. You probably want to be around about the 35 mark here. That's been, if you're looking at that one, 22, 35 to 40. Goes down the ground again. Watch the bounce on this. It was always going to be a tricky one. Gets away from Hashir. That's going to be 4 more. Back to back. That's a bit more like it. So back to back boundaries here coming up. 4, 6, and now another 4. 3 in a row. So it takes them now close up to that 30 score, which is what you're looking at here. So good hitting this from Fahad Saeed. What a good start from him. And then it's that shorter delivery, which is swinging and missing. That's been the problem here. Too many dot balls. 29 it will be at the end of the power play. That over slightly better goes for 15. I want to say some good mornings on this Peacock Friday. Yes, it is Peacock Friday. Hello to John Hesham. I know John is going to be definitely wearing a nice Peacock Friday shirt. Hello to Chris Ward. I did see Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson was talking about some flooding around where he is. I hope you're all right there, Rob, and I hope that water stays away from the house. And who else do we have in the chat there quite early on? There's a few people that were asking about some of the batters, who's going to be batting first. Well, you got your answers there now, Harrison Nirali. Good morning to you. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, Abawan. Welcome to all of our viewers that are tuning in via fan code. And I think we're going to have a very good day of cricket here. Match day 5. And good morning to Jules. Jules, hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying yourselves wherever you are. Oh, that's pretty high. I think the umpire is called as a no ball straight away. I think that's a good call. I don't think this ball is coming down. This is Elbin Jacob. He doesn't get this one right to start, does he? Does Elbin? Bit surprised actually that the game. I mean, Elbin Jacob coming on the ball here. What about Shibin Abraham? Why are they holding him back? He had a great day yesterday. Definitely player of the day for the All-Stars. Oh, another big swing. It's got to be taken. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. What are they doing? Was somebody wakey. Abba Zahidi. That's definitely a single, but he doesn't want to take it. He was snoozing. I mean, they've left that one. That could make a difference. The next ball is a dot ball, so there you go. They don't take a single. The next one, he gets dotted up. Better delivery from Jacob. Yeah, I don't know what Abba Zahidi was thinking there. It's easy single. And he doesn't move. Stays rooted where he is. And it's another swing and a miss. So the dot ball count just keeps on going up, and now it's Fahad Saeed. I mean, he's got 22, but you see here, he's just, this time round, he likes to move the wrong way. So he moves again towards the leg side and ends up turning that into kind of a leg stick Yorker. He's better off going the other way, really. See if he makes any changes to this delivery. It's Fuller again. It's exactly the same result. So dotting up. Jacob, what a good over this is so far. Just a 2 run from it. I think he's retiring himself out. He starts to go, then he goes back. I mean, he's saying, I've had enough. This is going to be it. I think he's saying, yeah, I'm done with. Well, he's doing the okey-cokey. In, out, shake it all about. He ain't going anywhere at the moment. Well, in the moment, they're saying, go on, have one more. All right, he's going to have one more. Let's see what he does. And he misses. Go on, get out of here. Well, he's got to go. This is not good, is it? He's just dotting up. And I don't know what Tracky are doing here. They've got to realise this is a huge match for them. If they don't win this match, I don't think they're going to make it through to the top 4. This is where it starts for them. And this is just a disaster. Dot after dot after dot. And this one should only be just a single. And, a little wobble. And that all starts with them not taking that single. Remember that should have been a single. They don't take the single. And it could have been that you get Zaidi on strike. And he will finally go. Well, it's probably 4 balls too late. But he's not just got himself to blame. Abba Zahidi doesn't take a single. Should have been on strike. Who knows what could have happened. But let's focus on the over from Elbin Jacob. What an over that is. there was a no ball 2 right in the beginning, and then he came back with dot, 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 joining up the dots. And those dots, when you join them up, it comes up with RT, retired out for the batter. And 32 for 1 at the end of 4. So that's going to be Farhad, who's going to go early. Zahid's salute does come out. Farhad goes for 23 of 18 deliveries. Not good. All right. What can they do here now? The man who's got the ball is Shabin Abraham. Now, he was sensational yesterday. What a good day he had with bat and with ball. Can he do the same here again today? Just a slight delay here. You can see the umpires looking at the scorers about trying to sort something out here. Not sure what the issue could be. Probably just, sometimes you have these issues when you have a batter retired out. Just takes the system a bit of a while to get things sorted, but that gives me an opportunity just to say a few more hellos to people. Hiraday Khan was in the chat, and as was Senator Black and Umair Imran. Hello to you all. Good morning to everybody. And Peacock Friday on the 4th of July. I hope you got your Peacock Friday shirts. And I'm feeling pretty sweet today. So I've got the ice creams and cakes and all sorts on my shirt. Probably a reminder of me of what I did yesterday. I was naughty. Naughty and nice, maybe, or not so. But yeah, I took a nice stroll. I went down to the Paradise Shopping Centre, which is the biggest shopping mall here in Bulgaria, in Sofia. I took a nice walk there. It was warm, you know. And that's why I had a few ice creams, because when I got there, I needed one. I was gasping for an ice cream, a milkshake. Yeah, it went down great. I did a bit of shopping as well. I found a few bargains and then walked back. And then the evening, I had a nice meal in a kind of a typical Bulgarian restaurant. It was very nice. I had some chicken and mash. It was. I couldn't tell you the exact wording of the dish because it was a Bulgarian dish, but it was very nice. And no dessert. That was good. But it was a good day off. Thanks, of course, to Vinny Sandhu for that. So a few people saying they like my shirt. Well, I've removed the jacket because it's very warm, and you can have a look at it now. So here it is. There it is. That's my my Peacock Friday number. So a little bit of, like I said, I'm feeling pretty sweet here today. And well, it is the 4th of July, and being the 4th of July, I've got the old. They've got the old pancakes on there. Pancakes, got the ice cream. Pancakes is on this side. What else? Look, there's some fruit there as well. So I am being a little bit healthy. Got the cupcakes and the ice cream with the syrup. So yeah, what's your favourite dessert? Might as well get people involved in the chat already. So yeah, once again, I want to welcome everybody to Bulgaria and a beautiful country. And I certainly sampled some of the beautiful and the tasty delights it has in food. One thing they say about Bulgaria is the food scene is quite magnificent, and I'm certainly not going to argue with that. And a good day yesterday walking around, and one thing you quickly notice is how difficult the language is here. Some places you go to, and I can get away with the language barriers in a lot of places. If English is not the big thing there, I talk a bit of Spanish and I get away with the Spanish, but here it's very different. But the people are ever so nice. I've got to say, lovely people. If you've never been here before, you've got to come. So many good reasons to come to Bulgaria. Not just is it very good value for money. I know that's what all of our crew have been saying, that it's just been absolutely, you know, you go places and you sort of can't believe. Is cheap the right word to use? I suppose I don't want to make it sound like it's cheap, but value for money, that's the one. Very good value for money. The food is fantastic. People are absolutely nice. Plenty of things to do as well. I know I mentioned before that Plovdiv is a really nice city to go to. Sofia, though, many things, Sofia, and you'll see some of those, of course, when you see the video before we start. Anyway, talking about starting, let's go back to the middle. And it's more of the same. Dot balls to start from Ibrahim. So we have got Salat that has gone out there now. So there was that retirement. So it's another swing and a miss. Okay, that's going towards the fielder who doesn't take the catch, but he has stopped the ball going to the boundary. So swing and a miss. Now, what are we seeing here? I just saw that graphic come up. Maybe the graphic just hasn't been updated. I don't think it was updated. I'm pretty sure that Fahad is not out there. That was Salute who hit that one. That's a good delivery, Yorker length. And Abbas Zahidi, this time he does run. And didn't want to, though. All right, so it is. Pretty sure that is Zaid Salat, who's now on strike. He's caught the number on his back. He plays that away, bobbles away towards the fielder who gets the body down. This is a good use of the long barrier. Can we see this fielding again from Albin Jacob? The ball's bobbling towards him and he just puts the long barrier down. We'll have to go, probably have to go back to the action actually here. There's not too much time between balls. There's another dot ball there. A swing and a miss from Shibin. So after that single, you'll see that dot. Track here. Oh, that's thumped, but good stop, good pickup. And going to be a run out here. That is going to be the end of Abbas Zaidi. He will go. I mean, there's got to be a run there, actually. This time you can't fault Zahidi. He's right. I know he was guilty of not running earlier in that last over, Albin Jacob. And then that over just went dot, 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 and a single right at the end. Hits this well. It's to the fielder. The fielder makes a really good stop. There's no doubt about that. But the single is definitely there. The two batters caught in the middle, and it is going to be Zahidi that's going to have to go. Well, this was not the one we're talking about. This was the single earlier. This is what got Zahidi on strike. And then he hits it hard to the fielder. This is it here. Fielder makes a stop, and look at the, it's terrible actually. Oh, yaar ki kar dita? कहना एक तू है एक मैं है जैसे ना एक दूसरे की गाल ना सुनिए एक ने सर जाना देखिए एक सर गया it's gone, it's been burnt. Another one goes. Zaidi is going to go for 8 of 10 run out. Good bit of fielding though. That ball was struck hard but straight at the fielder, no mistakes there at all. And from Big Jacob, a new bat now comes out. It's got to be the captain, I'm guessing. It's good delivery. They bowled well, actually. We're into this, the fifth over. The bowling has been good. Keeping it right where it needs to be. Once again, pretty full and straight, bobbles away, fielder does well, it's well backed up though, that's nice. You see Shibin Abraham doing the stop, but you got the captain Akshay Harikuma right behind him. Harikuma's going to be pretty happy with this at the moment. It's a splendid start for the All-Stars. That's it, well that will be a boundary. It's the one that just strays. There haven't been too many loose deliveries from the All-Stars. Well, that one was, it's on the legs and it's been put away nicely by Salat. I've been saying all the way through this series, I know that you've heard me say it, that Zaid Salat has to be opening the batting. He doesn't open the batting and he comes in when the team are in a bit of trouble. They haven't got enough runs on the board and he needs to get the acceleration in. And once again, he finds himself coming in, or he came in because of that retired out of Saeed, but he needs to open the batting. He's a good batter. We saw the other day when he scored a half century, he just thought, well, if he came in earlier, who knows, the 50 could have been an 80 score, and that would have made a huge difference to the outcome of the match. That's where I think that Waleed Khan is getting it wrong. You can understand Zaidi coming out there. I mean, if he gets going, he can't crunch it. They tried hard, Saeed today. First time he's played, and they put him in as the opener. And though he scored some runs, he hit a couple of boundaries, but he chewed up so many deliveries. Oh, a bit of a misfield here from the Vasi. They will come back for the second. Oh, there he is, the devil himself. We call him the devil because Devasi has got all the sixes on his back. And a little of a misfield. And the batters, they make the most of it. They'll come back and make it 2. And well bowled. This has been the issue with the batting. Every time the ball has been in this area, watch the shot being played, feet are not moving, going the wrong way, and every time that ball has been inside that wide line on the offside, the batters have missed it. They just haven't been able to play that kind of delivery. That's what Fahad Zahid was swinging and missing at. We saw Zahidi doing the same, and now we're seeing it once again from the 2 batters that are out there as well in the middle. So it's just not happening as we get to the 5-over stage here, halfway point in the match. The score 44 for 2. So at the moment, score, see there, yeah, of course it's after the 5 overs. So after the 5 overs, the score was 32. So 6 overs now completed, 44 for 2. Short delivery. That's been hit well. A bit of pressure on the fielder. Deals with it. No issues at all. Well fielded by El Capitan, Akshay Harikuma. And well said there to Jules, and same to everybody. Look, we often say this, up in the air, just lobs it over the bowler. We'll take the single. It's a few people, we often get some people who are a bit negative on our chat, and they know, and everybody will tell them, and I'll tell them, we are a family, the European cricket. We are a family, and what we are about is encouraging and watching cricket grow across Europe. And sometimes, that one is again going to be a great bit of fielding. Sometimes we're going to see stuff like this. Great cricket, great work. Other times, there'll be batters and bowlers and fielders that'll have a bit of a hard time. But they're trying, and they're trying hard. What they don't need is negative people. And what we don't need and what we don't want is negative people in the chat. And of course, nobody is twisting your arm to watch. So, yeah, as Jules says, if you don't like what you see, go away. Please, go away. Watch something else. Do something else. In the air, watch the ball. Oh, that's a real cruel bounce there for Elvin John. And a little bit of luck that's required, perhaps, for Trakia Zaid. This one just doesn't bounce. It's a real awkward one here for Elvin Jacob. You see Jacob is coming in. He's getting ready to take the ball on the bounce, and it just doesn't bounce. Wrong foots him. Goes to the boundary. 4 runs. Oh, that's hit pretty well. That's going to be another boundary. Runs starting to come. Zaid Sulat got to listen to me. And Walid Khan, he's got to be batting higher up the order. Of course, both of them are out there now, Walid and Zaid Sulat. Both can and do bat well. Can they both bat well together here for the remainder of this innings? Not much of it left, though. Gets tucked up. Dot ball to finish. That will be the end of the 7th. So 7 overs now completed. 56 on the board. And 18 balls to come. What can they get of the remainder? So, yeah, to everybody, keep it clean, keep it positive, keep it fun. Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's have a great 4th of July. Let's have a happy Peacock Friday. And if you can't do that, goodbye. And have a good weekend. Goodbye. And we don't need you. We don't want you. We only want people that are positive and people that are encouraging and people that want to help and see the cricket go here. Keep your negative, certainly your nasty negative comments to yourself. I mean, you can be constructive in what you say. Nobody minds a little bit of constructive criticism, but we don't want you being negative. Right, that's the last on it. Up in the air. It's a catching opportunity, maybe. No, it's not. And it's going to hit right the side of the igloo and goes back to Akshay Harikuma. So manos arriba from the arbitro as Walid Khan hits his first Maximo. 6 runs. Good hit off the bowling of Shibin. And now a big appeal. Asking the question, Ivan saying not out. Let's have a look at this again. Here's the... always probably just going to go on and miss that leg stick. The ball's doing a little bit too much. It's probably hurt the batter a little bit right on the foot of Waleed. It's played, bobbles away down the ground. That will be stopped. Abraham again. That's gone. This time it's been dispatched. It's in the slot. And Zad Salute has got that out of the middle. Lovely jubbly. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Eso golpe es muy genial. Este golpe es muy dulce. That is a biggie. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. That gets absolutely smashed away. Big six. And that ball will come back, but it will take some time to come back as well. Absolutely crunches it. Oh, still hobbling around there at the other end is Waleed. He's in some trouble. I think the medic, look at him, he can hardly stand on his feet. He's struggling. And that's going to go up and over. And at the moment, he's going to be thankful that he's not having to run there. Just have a look at him hobbling around there. It's going to be another boundary. This time it's 4, 6 and 4. Hungry for more. Zad Salute. Oh, boy. How many times a track you're going to make this mistake? A batter like him coming in too late after that. I've got to say, poor start. 29 at the power play. There he goes again. And it's going to be 6 more. Shaba. This time the ball going over the banner of the Federation here of Bulgaria. And now I think the medic will come on. And he is really struggling with it. Look at this. 6 first. And now you can see there, look, he's taking his shoe off pretty gingerly. He is in a lot of pain. Now remember, you're wanting him to bowl as well, the captain. And that was that LBW appeal early in the over that cracked him right on the foot. So this is Moody going out there. Moody the medic, lovely guy. And Dobry Utro the Moody, who's out there with his spray. He's going to give that, there's the magic spray. Moody doing his job. And he's never moody though, it's Moody. He's a very nice guy. Well, look at that. He's giving it some with the spray. Let's see how that works for Khan. So we'll just have to wait a little bit for Moody to take himself off. So 79 for 2. Again, it's tricky. I've done this so many times as well. That's really, I think, what's been the most frustrating part of their series, of their campaign. In all those 5 matches, they haven't, it's very, very rare they've been bowled out. They've started with the wrong batters opening up, and then batters get going. Like here, you can see Salute going, he's 36, 35 or 14. Well, he's not doing bad himself, but they're going to run out of time, and they just haven't been between them. They just haven't been able to say, you know what, this is where we're going wrong. Let's just change things up at the top of the order. I know that Zaid Salute is probably one of those guys who says, no, I can't open. I'll come in at 3, I'll come in at 4. But I think you as a captain are going to say, well, no, I want you to open. You're going to open for me because your team needs you to open. Big day for them today. They've got 3 matches in the day, and it's make or break. Starts with this match. Doesn't get out the middle. The Devil just can't get there. And in the end, oh, well. There's always something happening when there's a Devil around. And that's Midden Devasi. Have a look at this. I wonder if we can see all of this. So he comes in to make the stop. The ball bounces before him. He gets a knee on it first. And then, I don't think we're going to see all of it. Can we just save that for later? Save it for later. We'd have to go back live. Maybe you can show it after this one. That's a big 6. Shaba, whacked away. But Waleed Khan, he might be hurt. But beware of the wounded as he smashes this one for a big 6. Let's have a look at that fielding again. Perhaps here it is. So, look, he gets a knee on it. And then when he goes to pick it up again, he boots it away. And the batters will take another. They take 2. And then Waleed blast the next one for a big 6. That scored I think that's gone into the, I call it the activity part of the ground, the activity park, where we've got all sorts of swings and climbing frames and everything. That ball is coming back. It's taken a while, but it is here. And the ball comes back, and now we need to wait for the fielder to get back on the field to play as well. Let's play it out, this time over the offside, another boundary. So boundary starting to come into the 90s now. So they're looking here. I mean, keep going at this pace. Maybe they will get to that 110. You don't know. At the moment, expected 105. I said they wanted 120 minimum. So let's see if they can get there. Tracky, of course, had the day off yesterday. We didn't see him play yesterday. When we saw them the day before, they chasing the Spartans 142. They got to 127. And Abbas Zahidi and Zahid Salut were the main contributors. Then they put 120 on against the Sophia Stars. Sophia Stars got the easy, though, getting all the points. And that was Waleed Khan and Bab Patel scored some runs. And then they made 119. Now, in that match, just have a listen to this, as this is a catching chance. And it will be dropped completely. Completely dropped. Again, that's 2 runs there. You've got to take 2 there. He thought he's getting out, does Waleed. So he doesn't really run the first one at all. He just walks. And what's the point of that? Just run. So Akshay Harikumar probably should have had another wicket. He doesn't. Only gives himself the 1 over. That's all he's going to get, really. He'll go for 12. So 92 for 2. Yeah, last time when we saw him play, they made 119 and lost to the Ravens. 12 balls ago, the Ravens knocked them off. After 5 overs, they were 25 for 1 in that match. In this match, after 5, they were, what were they, 32, something like that. So same issues. So when I'm saying they just haven't learnt, you can understand why I'm talking a lot about it. Because it's a fact. They haven't learnt. They haven't got the batting order right at the top. Timber! As the stumps get knocked over, Waleed gets done with the first delivery here from John. John gives them a little bit of joy as he knocks the stumps over of Waleed. So Waleed goes off, but of course the big concern will be, and I know a few people have mentioned this in the chat, I think Paul was saying it, is he going to be able to bowl with that busted foot, which got whacked with the Yorker length delivery? It's not the foot that gets whacked, there's the stumps, and a nice little celebration there from John. Okay. Joji John to the new batter, Bab Patel. Patel hits that nicely. Nice looking shot from Bab Patel. He's another one, you know, Bab Patel. He's a good batter, and he tends to come in when there's not a lot of time left in the game. And a little bit sloppy. They will come back for 2. So Patel in after Waleed had his pegs knocked over. It's another swing and a miss as the sun starts to come through now. This time of day, we start off with a bit of a respite. But now this time is when we start to close things down and keep that sun out, otherwise it fries all the equipment. That's up in the air. Does he get enough of this? And almost ends up being a good catch by the captain, Akshay Harikumar. But what he does do, he stops the boundary. Yeah, that's a good, I mean, all right. He doesn't get the wicket. He gives up a run, but he saves 5 for me. It wasn't an easy catch, but he saves the boundary. 2 balls left in the innings. Will they get to the 100 here? And watch the bounce on this. Akshay watches it. Only a single. So strike goes back now to Bhav. Score moves to 96. Bhav Patel wants a boundary to get the 100 on the board. And he's not going to get it. The innings ends more or less the way it started, with a dot. There's too many dots in the innings. That's been the problem. 96 it will be. So a massive match with both these sides, it has to be said. Trakia know that for them to get on track, they've got to win this match, playing their 6th match with 5 losses behind them. Whereas the All-Stars, they got a big win against Plovdiv yesterday. That win put them 3 points behind Plovdiv, who are in that all-important 4th spot. Getting a win here against Trakia, well, if it's a 3-point win, it'll have them and Plovdiv level. But if they could take all 4 points here by winning this match inside 7 overs, they could leapfrog Plovdiv into 4th. That is big. So big reply coming up here. But Trakia just really never managed to get going. It was a kind of an okay start, wasn't it, from Fahad? I mean, Fahad Zahid was given the opportunity to open the batting, and the first over went for 9. But it's the number of dots that is the concern. That was just a shambolic piece of running and a very easy run out, as Zahidi would get run out. You got to say though, all the fault there of Salut, but that was after Zahidi himself made some issues. Some excellent bit of fielding from the All-Stars. I mean, Akshay Harikuma was splendid in the field. That was one you couldn't do too much about. Poor Albin got that ball to bounce away like that. You couldn't do anything about that. But I mean, let's just have a look at these highlights. I'll go through some of the dots. So in the first over, there's 4 dots. Second over, 4 dots. Third over, 2 dots. Over number 4, there was 5 dots. Over number 5, 2 dots. Over number 6, the 1 dot, but only the 1 boundary. Over number 7, the 1 dot. 1 dot in over number 8. That was the best over so far. That went for 23. Over number 9, 2 dots. And then over number 10, 2 dots. Too many dot balls. And if you get too many dot balls, then you're not going to score too many runs, are you? And that's the story there. 96 says below par. And it will be the All-Stars that will favour themselves to knock these runs off. 96 then for 3. 23 from Fahad Zahid, who rightly so gets retired out. But the thing is, he should have got retired out on about 15 deliveries. That's when they wanted to retire him out. He came, he went, he came, he went. And in the end, when they did get rid of him, he only added 1 run, I think, in 5 balls in that over. On the bowling front, all the bowlers, I think, bowled very, very well. Have a look at that as well. Only 1 wicket taken by a bowler, and that was Jojoy John, who takes the wicket. But that's the issue there. Only 3 wickets fell and you got 96 on the board. That's not good. And once again, Zahid Salut ends up 36 not out of 15 deliveries. Why he's not opening the batting, I'll tell you now, Trakia. The reason you guys are 5-0 and could go 6-0 and out of this tournament is because you got your batting all wrong. Zahid Salut and Waleed Khan need to be batting higher up the order. Still though, strange things can happen. We can have a good run chase to start this match day 5. Can they defend 96 and get their first win on the board? If they can't, I think that's done and dusted. I don't think we'll see them coming back on finals day on Sunday. We'll take a short break here now. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time. Hello viewers and welcome back to, as you saw there from the beautiful pictures, we are in Bulgaria and certainly some of the sites that I did enjoy on my travels yesterday, as well as too much of the naughty stuff, the naughty food, the ice creams, the milkshakes. But hey, it has to be done. It was a hot day and I walked a lot. And not as much as I thought. I think my phone is telling me lies. My phone tells me I did about 12,000 steps. It felt like I did 20. But anyway, we are ready to go here. The bonus point equation on the score of 96 is 67 or less to get all 4 points here. Let's see if that can be achieved by Trachea. That'll be something. But I think more likely is that the 97 can be scored inside the 7 overs for the All-Stars. I don't think they're going to make the mistake of getting their batting lineup all wrong. It looks like the captain who, well, the magic spray looks like it's done its job for Waleed. Waleed Khan will lead the bowling attack, and he needs wickets, and he needs them quickly. Nitin Sunil, now, this is a guy who's finally, I think, where he should be batting. We've seen him coming in at 6, 8, 9. I'm not really sure what's been going on with Nitin, but let's see if he's got his confidence back. He starts with it's a terrible, disastrous start this for Trachea. It's going to be 5 wides, a minimo to start off with. It's a Gandhi delivery from the captain, and it couldn't be stopped there by the wicketkeepers. Trying to make the stop was Zaid Salut. He can't stop it. Oh dear, that's a poor start. 5 on the board straight away. The All-Stars, they know what they're playing for here. They know what's important. The All-Stars are in 5th spot at the moment. They're going to, after this match, they would have played 1 more than Plovdiv, but they're looking to be level on points with them. Not a good delivery, but doesn't get this out the middle. In fact, he doesn't hardly make any contact at all. It ends up going straight to the fielder. It's another loose ball. It doesn't capitalise on. And Trachea, I mentioned that they had 5 matches to play to end their campaign. 3 of them they'll play today. They're 2 points behind the All-Stars, but the All-Stars have played the game more. And that's why I think this was their big match. Has been played away. Now, there was one for the over, the ball before, so that's 4 runs. I'd like to see this side on, because he was given 1 for the over. I'm pretty sure I saw that signal from the umpire. So let's have a look at side on this. How high is this? And you make up your own mind. Is that over the shoulder or not? If that's over the shoulder, that could be a no ball. Well, the umpires, the third umpire. Yeah, there it is. There's a call. It has been called. So no ball called. It's the second one that's over the shoulder. Good work from 2 circles and also from the third umpire. In comes Waleed. It's not been a good over. That's 10 off 1 ball. Well, 10 and whatever comes off this ball. In comes Waleed. Oh, well, it'll get a dot ball here, so they're not able to add any more. So 10 off 1 after the 5 wides. And then also the second ball over the shoulder, been called the no ball. 87 runs in 58. 9 and over, but of course they want to do it in 7. And it's going to be played away. It's going to be fielder out there, comes across, will make the stop. The batters will settle for just a single as Ginopoulos gets set to face his first. He was good yesterday at the end of the day, chasing that unlikely 170 against the Spartans. Scored 68 of 28. It was him and Shibin Abraham that put a good fight in. Fell 34 runs short. That was after, of course, Raghav Grover scored the first and only century of this series so far. We had some scores in the 90s, of course. A 90, a 95, a 97. But that was the first century for a man playing the first time on the European Cricket Network. He played first time on day 3 and came back yesterday and scored that wonderful century. Great partnership between him and Chris Lakov. That is going to go all the way. Lovely jubbly over cow corner. Captain Caveman style from Ginu. One thing about Ginu, if you ever look at him, he's a big lad, isn't he, Ginu Paulus? He's got that clean out of the middle. Boom! Shakalagya. Kinna sona. Seis carreras. And body language says it all. Track here. Defeat here surely means curtains for them, unless they just do something spectacular in the 4 matches that they still have to play, 2 of them today. They'll also be relying on hiccups from the other teams along the way. That is going to be a no ball called here. And that's his 3rd, actually, because it's over the shoulder. Have a look at this. And, yeah, okay. He knows better, will he? So another free hit coming up. And I think he bowls another short one. Then the umpires might even say to him, right, you know what, you're out of here. Well, this will be a wide, so the free hit stays in place. No. 19 now off the over. It could be a magical start this for the All-Stars. I tell you, the way this over's gone, the All-Stars now know that the 4 points is there for the taking. Get 4 and get a point ahead of Plovdiv. Plovdiv will be playing the next match, by the way. And slower delivery, asking the question. Can't be out. It's a free hit. It's a free hit, everybody. Calm down. Thank you very much. Now the umpire, Zohid, gets the message. Oh, dear. A lot of excitement, a lot of appealing. Now, I don't know whether he does touches or not. We'll see here. Nothing conclusive there, but he can't be out. Look at the celebrations there. He's bagging, and then in the end, he probably hears me saying it's a free hit, calm down, and then he holds his head in shame. 19 of the first over. It's not a good one from the captain. It had to be. Yeah, Plovdiv take on track here in the next match. So Plovdiv do have the right to reply. Remember, they will have that game in hand over the All-Stars. Plovdiv, of course, they would have hoped that Tracky could have done them a bit of a favour this morning. Plovdiv, Sufyan has been in good form, scored a fine 78 yesterday against the Spartans. A match that went down in, but it was a good performance from them, as is this. Is a good shot from Nitin Sunil, who just guides this away. Once again, it's the shorter length delivery, this time from Sanchit Sani. And he just guides this away into the vortex for 4 runs. Yeah, Sufyan, 78. Yes, Sangani was batting well yesterday. Good bowling from Kanish Mahari. But they did go down, of course, to the All-Stars, and that was when they didn't perform well. Needed 116, or 116 was the score that was put on the board, so 117 required for victory, and they were 100 and fell short. And they need Mani Parigi to find his form today. Mani Parigi started the series well. He's a good player, good batter. Can he be good for them today? Wants the single, not going to get it. Just needed to actually, he played it very straight. Just needed to angle the bat to get the wrist into play here. If he tucked it away on the leg side, there probably was a single on. It's going to be gone. Waleed Khan holds on to the catch. That's the first wicket to go. Nitin Sanil is going to be on his way for 9 off 7 deliveries. Just doesn't get that cleanly out the middle of the bat. So Waleed holds on to 1. So things about to get better for the captain of Trakia. And just comes right at the toe end off the bat. Probably would have been a wide ball, actually. Nitin Sanil goes for the shot. Wants to clear Waleed, who is in that short mid-off position, but doesn't get it out the middle. So the first wicket will depart, and it will be that of Nitin. Get a chance at the top of the order. He'll go for 9. 9 off 7. 2 fours in that knock. New bat makes his way out, and it's the man who was in form yesterday, Shibin Abraham. Get this wicket early. Maybe another 1 or 2, and who knows? Slower ball down the leg side, and does he get a bit of something on this? No, he doesn't. Umpire Ivan calls the wide. And now, well, he's gone too much to the right. Now he's gone too much to the left, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left. No good. Let's see if you can go right down the middle and get a good comeback here. Shahzad Khan was saying hello to me earlier. Hello to you, Shahzad. Hope you're well. That one's a dot ball. Hello to Jagdish Bohara. Nice to have you with us. And Arif in there as well. Shah Ali Raza saying, yeah, he didn't think it was going to be more than 110, under a 110 score. Yeah, you were right there. It wasn't the best of starts. Another ball down the leg side is another wide. Of course, we celebrate Peacock Friday today on the 4th of July. A day of celebrations there in the United States and by Americans all over the world. And wicket. And the big wicket as well. Shibin Abraham goes without scoring. So yesterday's hero will go for a 2-ball duck. So Shibin is a little bit of the old from him. So after a disastrous first over, I mean, this over, what? Because of the wides, really, 8 have come from it. There's been 4 wides in it. But there is a wicket. So 2 wickets in the over. The first was Nitin Sunil to go for 9. And now, well, Shibin Abraham departs without scoring. A new batter makes his way out there is Albin Jacob. So just like that, in this over, a little bit of hope for Trakia. And here it is again. It's not a good shot from Shibin. Look where he ends up. He ends up yorking himself, actually. By coming out so much, he turns it into a yorker, and the ball hits the top of the stumps. So Saini gets one. 2 for 8 in the over. And it gets a defensive response first up from Albin. Need to just G themselves up a little bit here, Trakia. That over does come to an end. It's a long one. And with all those wides in there, but 8 runs only from it, picks up 2 wickets, 27 for 2, and with the wicket of Shibin, who knows, maybe giving himself a little bit of hope. Still got batting to come though, have the All-Stars, including the captain, Akshay Harikumar. Don't know why Akshay is reluctant to be out there already. I think in this game, in this format, it's your best bowlers bowl first and your best batters bat first. Simple as that. And you've heard me say that that's one thing that Trakia haven't been able to do, and that's why they're in the position that they're in. But they're fighting. They're fighting for survival. They're fighting for a win that gets them on track to maybe come back here on the Sunday. That's going to be a big wide to start off with, though. So this is Fahad Saeed, who comes into the side today. I know that David Patel was saying to me that they've got another bowler and they needed another bowler, so having Fahad Saeed could be the key. Well, they used him as the opening batter. That didn't quite work for them. Let's see if he can with the ball. And that one might not work for them as well. I think this one is going to end up in the athletics field. It is. It's going to go all the way. It's a biggie. Boom! Shaka lagia que guay, que genial, que grandissimo. Adios, pelota. That has gone a long way. Oh, he's crunched that. That has come clean out the middle. Look at umpire Ivan there. I loved Ivan. He just gives that the signal. Says, new balls, please. That gets smashed away big down the ground. So, well, Fahad Zahid, on paper, he was the man they needed. Oh, swing and a miss. He comes back with a dot ball. It's a good comeback. But in reality, at the moment, he's sort of hurt their cause. First, of course, with all those dot balls with the bat. 23, I think it was, of 18 deliveries. Not good enough. And the thing was, though, he knew it. He was ready to walk away off 14 deliveries, and they just weren't ready. Right, in the air. Catching opportunity. Fielder gets underneath it. Massive moment, and he's put it down. And, well, the batters rightly so decide not to go for the second, but that's a big moment in the match. It could be the match. As Jinu gets put down on 12. That could be huge. It really could. Back to the action. Swing and miss. Dot ball. Let's see this ball again one more time when we were looking at the catch that went down from the fielder. So it's a similar delivery that's worked well here today. Outside the off stump, it's a swing and a miss. So dot ball follows the catching chance. It's a slightly slower delivery, scuffs at it, does the batter. And the man who puts the catch down does the fielding. There he is there. A huge moment it was, wasn't it? Just overran it. I think he got excited. The moment got the better of him. It's played away, a light shot, carved away through the offside in that backward point area. And 4 runs, 4 más. It's the end of the over. An over that promised so much. Could have been a wicket, could have been the one they wanted, could have been 3 down in the end of the 3 overs, but it won't be. 40 on the board, 40 for 2. 3 overs completed, and they're way ahead of where their opponents were at this moment of time. Hadn't lost any wickets, had track yet, but they won 29, and that's the difference. Don't worry about those wickets. Play your shots. Worry about the dot balls. So in a good place, just needing another 57 or 42 to do it in the 7 overs that remain. You've got to go around 8, but they want to do it quicker than that. They want to do it inside the 7. And you can see that they need to go about 14s if they're to do it in the 7, if they're to get the 4 points. So we're going to miss first up. This is now the bit of spin. It is Patel who had the chance to take the catch. And he starts at 2 dots. Uday Patel put the catch down. Now looking to make up for it. He's bowling to Albin Jacob at the moment. It's another dot. So 3 balls, 3 dots. Albin. Oh, this one's gone straight through him as well. Now 4 dots. Well. What a change round. David Patel. Bat on this one, bobbles away and goes to the fielder. Don't think it was Dave actually. I think I have to offer Dave an apology. I think it was Param Gandhi who put the catch down now that I'm having a look at Param on the boundary. It's in the air, but nobody there because they pushed 2 men back on the offside. There's nobody in that catching position. I mean, that's the only thing I don't like about that field. But having said that, it's a fantastic over from Dev Patel. If you blink, you missed it. You bowled it quickly. You only gave 2 runs away from it. That's an excellent comeback. And that's what they need. So to score 42 for 2 at the end of 4. Yeah, with that field there, I think you need, if you're going to win this match, you're going to need wickets. And I think you're going to have at least 1 more in the cover. So what I would like to see is a point and a cover and a sweeper in between. And if you have that field, there's catching chances there. And they're going to go straight. 1 change, 1 spinner to another. Looks like Karan Patel starts with a short one, and that's not a good delivery. It's too short. It gets pounded away. Now, whether he has a square leg back there or not, that ball would not have made a difference. But again, I think to the spin here, you've got to take a bit of a gamble. And I think you've got to be looking at maybe having a mid-wicket inside the circle for a catching chance, and then maybe have your square leg and a wide, a long on. You've got to have somebody in a catching position on that leg side. They're bringing the square, keeping the square leg up. Better areas, but that's going to be worked away as well. It's going to be quick and smooth across this outfield, like the Microlino, meep meep, as that goes all the way to the boundary. Microlino, of course, our mobility partner, and silky smooth the Microlino is, and so was that, as that Grizzly races under the Iba style to the boundary. 4 more runs after a quiet over. Karan Patel, he's gone for 2 4s, or 6 and a 4, beg your pardon, off the first 2 deliveries. And now this could be out, it will be out. He gets his man, Plum, LBW, Jinu Palouse will go. And Karan Patel gets the wicket of the dangerous Jinu. And with the score on 52, the 3rd wicket goes down. Now this one could be interesting. That is absolutely plum. There is no doubt about it. No doubt. Jinu gone. Big wicket. He goes for 28. Surely now the captain, Akshay Harikuma, will come in. Plum in front. So Karan Patel, after being hit for 6 and 4. Well, the batter was hungry for more. But Karan puts an end to him with a fuller delivery. That's where you've got to be. Fuller and a little bit quicker. And they're not going with, this is a mistake for me. Akshay Patel, beg your pardon, Akshay Harikuma. I'm getting confused now with Trakia, who've got all the Patels on their side. There's no Patels left anywhere else. But anyway, yeah, Harikuma needs to be coming in here now. The captain, I know what he's thinking. He's thinking, I'll stay in case we lose some more wickets. Oh, well, you might lose another wicket here. Fielder comes in. He's bottled it. He's bottled the catch. He's bottled it because he's put one down earlier. Param Gandhi, a bit of Gandhi fielding from Gandhi. He's got to be looking to take this catch. I don't know what Param's thinking about. That is a big moment in the match. And Rafi should have been gone first ball here. And it's the same fielder who didn't take the catch to remove Jinu at the time when Jinu was on 12. Jinu ends up on 28, but bottles up big time, does Gandhi. Oh, that was not good. He just didn't want it. One might be a wide. It will be a wide. Rafi being dropped on 0. Trakia, their own worst enemy sometimes. Pitched up, hit down the ground. That's going to go all the way. Bolle. Ginna Sona Shakka Lagya. Albin Jacob gets his first boundary. Remember, he's on strike because of catch evasion from the fielder. And yeah, well, Param Gandhi doesn't want to take the catch. Allows Rafi to get off the mark. We'll keep an eye on how many Rafi ends up making. And then Albin Jacob smashes the ball for 6. 5 overs complete. 60 for 3, needing just 37. And this is our tour of Bulgaria so far. So Sunday is finals day of the European Cricket Series. And then we've got some international action featuring the women when Bulgaria hosts Turkey, Greece and Serbia. And then also the men come into play on the 10th of July through to the 13th when we'll see Turkey and Gibraltar coming through. That's hit hard, not going to be stopped. There's going to be 4 runs. That ball was hit hard by Rafi, who was dropped on 0 off his first ball. And now he's beaten Waleed, the captain. The captain goes down, and as he goes down, maybe Trakia are going down here as well. And when they go down, they've got a mountain to climb. It is not impossible, it has to be said, especially if they can get a point from this contest. That we'll have to wait and see as well. But the last 4 matches they've got to win them. And that starts with 2 of them here today. The next time we see them will be in the very next match against Plovdiv. But of course, if they go down in this one, especially if they get no points, they'll be going into that match with their heads down. And will they be able to pick themselves up in time? Plovdiv themselves, remember, they had 2 defeats yesterday to the Spartans, and they also lost to the All-Stars. Well, they'll be looking to bounce back, but this result is not going the way they would have liked. All right, David Patel gets smashed for 4. after his first over, he went for 2. Right in the air, but too high for the fielder. And I believe this is probably going to bounce into the athletics field as well. It's hit the top of the hill over the head of Sani. That was a solid strike from Rafi. And every time this ball is hit to the boundary and the run's coming off the bat of Rafi, everybody will be looking at Param Gandhi and saying, you should have had him. Why, oh, why didn't you go for the catch? And I think that's the thing. Catches will get dropped, but you want to see players at least try to take them. But of course, Gandhi just didn't want to know. So smashed away. 27 of 10 balls for the point. 3 wickets down, the All-Stars. Rafi hitting it big. I mean, Jacob, we know, can hit it big. Patel, Dave, again. Flights it up, full toss. It's going to go all the way, you know. It's not a good delivery. I think it probably just bounces just before the rope here. I think they're doing the boundary check. I feel it just doesn't have the legs to go all the way. Let's have a look. Let's have a boundary check. It's a boundary either way. Is it 4? Is it 6? Down it comes. And, well, this is a proper slow-mo, isn't it? And it is going to be, oh, I think that's 6. It just makes it. 6 runs. Yep, put them up in the air like you just don't care. That's what Ivan does. So, say smash. And that is another one. Balle, balle, balle. Hun dekh lo changiya juttiyan pairiyan, good pairiyan. David Patel, who bowled a sensational first over, only went for 2 when he comes back, and now he's been pasted to the boundary. And dekhiya, patake chal pe. Well, I told you we'll have fireworks of our own here on the 4th of July, and they've started. Is Rafi. Just remember, where's Param Gandhi? Hope he's not too close to me. Param Gandhi, you put him down. You put him down because you didn't even go for the catch. That's the big issue. By not going for the catch, if the catch went down, you don't mind, but not going for it, that's cost you big time. Rafi was dropped off his first ball on 0. 4 balls later, he's on 23. And, no, is the call. He does get back. Pitched up again, and that's going to be smashed away. It's going to be 4 more. It smashes. Well, I think this one goes to where the umpires are. And I think that's umpire Narayan who's in there taking evasive action, and Tyrone Peters. Solid strike. End of the over, and it will be a magical over as well. 26 coming from it. 4, 6, 6, 6, 0, 4. Thank you very much. 86 on the board. They're needing 11 runs off their 7th over to take all the points and go into that all-important 4th spot, which Plovdiv are holding at the moment. Plovdiv will be playing track here in the next match. Sliced over 4, forget it, in the vortex. There it goes. They're going to do this, you know, you feel. They don't make a change, and I don't like that, actually. They go back to Karan, which doesn't make too much sense to me. Karan Patel went for 18 in the last over. You have Fahad Saeed, who comes into the side because he's your bowler. You don't use him. I can understand why Waleed Khan doesn't come back, but why don't you go back to Saini? Well, that's your dot ball. Yeah, why don't you go back to Saini? He only went for 8, picked up 2 wickets, and they haven't brought him back. Track here. Too many mistakes, too many errors. Not thinking about what they're doing here. And should be a single, will be a single. So, 6 required. They want to do it of the 3 balls remaining here. Single gets taken. Strike changes over. Rafi comes back on strike, who is pinging the ball to the boundary. The quicker one, but is it too wide? Yes, it is. Will have to be bowled again. 2 required for all the points here. Lobbed up, and that is going to go all the way. That is it. It is done. It is dusted. The All-Stars win their 2nd match. It's the biggest one off the lot so far. They take 4 points away. They take all the points. Trakia get nothing. All-Stars get 4. They will go into the all-important fourth spot, pick up 4 and go fourth. They've done that. They've gone above Plovdiv. Yes, they have played that one game more, but mentally, that is a big, big boost for them. But with Trachea picking up nothing, I think you might as well already say and start saying your goodbyes to Trachea. But they've got themselves to blame. You know, I don't like to sound harsh, but they have got themselves to blame. They don't get the batting order right. They don't get the bowling order right. You've got to be thinking about this over. You've got to be putting your best bowler on to try and salvage a point. They could have gone to Saini. You could have gone back to Fahad Saeed. And in fact, you go to Kiran Patel, who got hit for 18 in the last over. It's, I suppose, the only way to put it is not good enough. And well done to the All-Stars. They get the very important victory. And the All-Stars, now having played 7, still got 3 to play. They have leapfrogged Plovdiv into that all-important 4th spot. And this is the highlights. It would be a wicket which would go early. And that was the one of Nitin Sunil. He would get done. This one, that one was the catching opportunity. You saw it was Param Gandhi. Well, at least he went for the catch. And that was when Jinu was put down. But of course, then you had the catch evasion, which was crucial. That was plum. There's no doubt about that. That was the end of Jinu. LBW on 28. So he was dropped on 12. He goes and makes 28. But then Rafi came out and smashed it all over the place. But not after he did give the chance. And after that chance, it was just boundary after boundary. That one only just made its way to the boundary. But they just couldn't get the ball in the right place, could they? And once again, Trachea, the same way that it's worth saying that they didn't get the batting lineup right, I don't think they get the bowlers right as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how they go about the remainder of the day. They played Plovdiv in the next match. Plovdiv will be looking to take all the points away from Trachea. That's what they need to keep themselves into the top 4 and try to create a bit of a margin between them and the All-Stars. And then Trachea will play the last match of the day against the All-Stars. So that's going to be a repeat of the match that we've just seen. And of course, for Trachea, it hasn't gone well. Quick look at the scorecard. Nitin Sunil, I'm pleased to see him at the top of the order. I think that's where he should be, though he does get out for 9 this time round. Jinu Palu's got LBW, Karan Patel. Good ball. That was from Karan to get him. Shubin Abraham, it didn't work for him in this match. He was their player of the day yesterday. But then, Ruff comes out and smashes 33 of just 8 deliveries, having been dropped off the very first ball. On the bowling front, there's not a lot you can say. Sachit Saini, why doesn't he come back to bowl? I have no idea, especially that over where if you get a good over in there, you salvage a point. David Patel, a mixed one, a very good first over. That only went for 2, but his second goes for 26. So we're going to have a bit of a break then before this match and the start of the next. It's a break that Trachea really do need. Take a break, and they've got to come back strong against Plovdiv and try and get a point. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network. We'll be back in about 25 minutes' time to talk you through match number 22nd. That's the second match in this match day 5. Hasta pronto.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back and happy Peacock Friday to you wherever you are on this 4th of July, a day of celebration around the globe. Of course, as all the Americans will be celebrating Independence Day, but we celebrate Peacock Friday, and as I said to you at the beginning of the day, we're going to see some of our own fireworks. We certainly saw some from the All-Stars in that last match. Next match is Trakia taking on Plovdiv. So Trakia, look, I said at the beginning of the day that if they were going to come back and make it through to finals day on Sunday, that they had to start with the win in that last match. It didn't go well. They didn't get any points at all. So really now I think the only way that they can do it with the 4 matches they've got coming up is to win every one of those matches. If they slip up again, that is it. They're done and dusted. Plovdiv, they started this morning being in that all-important 4th spot, but with the All-Stars winning and taking 4 points, Plovdiv now are in 5th. So they've got to bounce back strong. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains with him. Let's go to the coin toss.
The Trakia Titans to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a head. Plovdiv are going to have a bowl.
Plovdiv winning the toss, and Mohammad Sufyan wants to put Trakia straight into bat. He knows that his bowling attack can restrict Trakia to a score maybe less than 100, and then his batters can go out there and do the job. Though they didn't have the best of days themselves yesterday, I think the captain, Mohammad Sufyan, would have been pleased with the team's performance overall in that loss to the Spartans. He himself made 78 runs, and I think there was good partnerships there with Yash. He played really well. But one thing that he's hoping is that Mani Paragi comes back into form. The bowling of Kanesh Mahari has been sensational. I think Kanesh would cause problems here again today, but he would have been disappointed with the way they played against the All-Stars when they lost, when they had that 117 chase. So there's some improvements that he knows his team can make, but he will feel that if they all come together, that they should get a victory here against Trakia. Trakia themselves, they're going to be down after that loss. They just got too many things wrong. The batting order is not right. Zaid Salut has to open the batting. All right, you can go with Zahidi out there with him, but something like Waleed Khan, he's too good a player, the captain himself, not to come up there a little bit earlier. They've got to score quicker runs in the first 5 overs. If you look back at most of their matches, the first 5 overs, they don't score many. Then they do catch up a little bit in the second 5, but they've got to go at a good pace all the way along. So in this match, I think batting first here, they've got to try and get past that 120 to give them a chance to get a win. Plovdiv are the favourites. They know they've got to win. They want to go back into 4th spot. Let's see how this goes. Join me back in the commentary position in a few moments' time, and I'll tell you a little bit about the 2 teams. Hello viewers, and good to have you back. And let's show you some of the views around this lovely ground first. Of course, this is the Vasyl Levesky ground. This is the National Sports Academy, and we're getting set for match number 22, whereas the MUS Plovdiv side are going to be taking on Trakia, who are probably going to be a bit down in the dumps maybe, after losing yet again. That's 6 defeats on the spin for them. 4th of July, of course, that means that Americans come together to celebrate the nation's birthday and Independence Day. Also on this day, we saw many years ago, the Statue of Liberty was presented to United States by the French in Paris. And some of the things that happened on this day in history, and that of course happened in 1884. So 1884, the Statue of Liberty was presented to the United States by the French in Paris, and that's one of several things that have happened on this day in the past. Also, for those of you music lovers, I know that I saw a little bit of a jamming session there from Dave. I don't think Dave's with us quite yet, but it was on one of the Facebook groups. And I know that Dave likes his music, as do one or two of you on the chat as well. And in 1976, British punk rock band The Clash gave their first public performance, opening for the Sex Pistols in a pub in Sheffield in England. And that's some of the things on this day. We'll talk about a few more of those as well as we get ready for the start of this match. So let's have a look at the two teams. So Plovdiv, they're unchanged from the team that we saw yesterday. What's key for them, I think, and I touched on this in that intro, is that Mani Parigi does come back strong. He's a good player. You can see that from the number of fantasy points he has. I think him and Sufyan and Yash Sangani did start to perform yesterday. They're key. Somebody like Dhruv Apadaya, he can also come in with some runs. And Faizan Rahman has been, for me at the moment, him and Amadel have been the most kind of disappointing players for Plovdiv in this 2025 series so far. Both are good players, but haven't quite met their best performances so far. But that could be a good thing, because it could be that they come good at the right time for Plovdiv. But as I mentioned, that Kanish Mahari is good. With Trakia, what can you say? They're a team that, well, Trakia is a name, but off track is what they've been. Couldn't believe that Sanchit Saini didn't come back to bowl that. He's second over after taking 2 for 8. They didn't take a point, and I think that could be a big result of that, him not bowling his second. Zadsalut has to bat at the top of the order. I wouldn't, if he's saying I don't bat, I'm not an opener, then I would say, all right, never mind. Bat Patel, and you could go with Diplesh Patel, top of the order. Open with those two, the hard hitters of the ball. Try and get something happening in the power play. That's what they've got to try and do here. And they have been put into bat. You've got to say, look, what we've been scoring in the power play, scores of, well, anything from they scored 8. Was it 8 yesterday or 12, something like in the power play? Was it yesterday? It was the other day when I was here. They've just got to improve on that. They've got to be able to improve on it. Yeah, they scored 25 for 1 after 5 overs against the Ravens in match number 14. So they've got to improve on it. 56% to 44. So I think the win predictor has been a little bit kind to them based on some of the performances that they've had. But then having said that, Plovdiv did lose both their matches yesterday. So yeah, there needs to be some changes here. Can they come? I think Fahid Saeed only plays his first match, so I think he'll get better as well. But the players that that you got that can make a difference, Diplesh Patel, Bar Patel, and then the likes of Waleed Khan, the captain himself, and you've got to go with, of course, Zaid Sulut. Those 4 have to go manic in the power play. And if you lose wickets early, doesn't matter. Just concentrate. I think their approach should be what I think Waleed Khan should be saying to his players. Right, every one of you going out there, I want you to hit 6s. Just hit 6s. If you miss a ball and get out, doesn't matter. Somebody else will come in and do the job. You've got to be able to take that approach. And as the players make their way out, being led out there by Narayan and Sadish are the 2 umpires for this one. I want to say hello to some people in the chat. Getting ready for this match. John Heesham is there, Jules. Hello, Jules. Paul Kempim, Ghulam Mustafa, who's saying hello, gents, to everybody. Hello back to you. And Ronnie Spottogan just joining us here as well. Happy Peacock Friday to you all. I hope you're all wearing your Peacock Friday numbers. I hope so. If you're not, you need to do a quick wardrobe change. Come on, get those Peacock Friday shirts out. And now that the weather is warming up in most places, it's a good time to get those funky shirts on. So it looks like we are ready to go. No surprise that Kanish Mahari will be starting with the ball. Last time I saw him bowl, he bowled very well indeed. And it's got better and better as this tournament's gone along. So he's going to start. I took 2 for 13 against the All-Stars yesterday. The bowlers did their job, restricting the All-Stars to 116, but the batting just didn't click. And they also then went down to the Spartans. Tell you about that in a moment. Here's the first. It's up in the air. Is a fielder there? And just can't get there. But he will save the boundary. That's a good bit of fielding. Oh, there could be buzzers here. Nobody's watching. Wakey, wakey. It's not the first time I'm saying this about Trakia batters. Goes for the big shot. Zaisalut is opening. So finally the word has got out. The fielder's done well here. But he gets a throw in, nobody bats it up. The 2 batters, they just stand and watch rather than take the second. Abbas Zahidi. Face it, he's first. And swings and misses. It's good delivery. A little bit of, oh, as that was pretty close. Full of energy, full of noise at the moment. Plovdiv wanting to get inside the heads perhaps of Trachea. Yeah, Plovdiv against Spartans. Spartans 144 for 3. Jacob Gul 49 of 14. And Mohammed Sufyan 78 runs he scored. Yes, Sangani 28. And it was a positive, you know, they went down, I mean, they did get a point there, which the odds probably could have been against them against the Spartans team. But gave them a good fight, ended up just 15 runs short. And at one point, the way Sufyan was going, they were actually on top, weren't they? It looked like that it might cause a bit of an upset. Right. Single off the first, couple of dots. Mahari comes in again. That's up in the air, should be out, and it will be out. It's going to be the first wicket. Zahidi goes. But again, I don't mind it. I don't mind this from Trachea. Sometimes they go 3, sometimes 5 overs and don't lose a wicket, but they ain't got many runs on the board. You might as well have a go. Abba Zahidi tries to hit a 6. He doesn't. He gets out. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for him. But doesn't matter. It's all about going out there. Somebody will click. And let's see if a new change of attitude or approach will work for them. He's on his way off. Catch gets taken there, an easy catch taken by Parigi. Well, I said that Parigi, they'll want him to come back well. Well, does take the catch, and he rewards Mahari with a wicket. Let's have a look perhaps at some of the top performers in this series so far. As Mahari, well, his name certainly, I'd be surprised if he's not up there somewhere as he gets another dot ball in. So top wicket takers, Gagandeep Singh with 10, Prakash Mishra with 9. So 2 men from the Sophia Stars. Rehan Hussain from the Ravens with 9. Ravens only played 7 matches, so we'll see more of him. Murad Khan from Sophia Stars with 8. So 3 from the Sophia Stars in the top 5. That is gone. Well, never mind 5. That's 6. That goes all the way. And, well, frightens a lady that's walking by with baby in pushchair. Well, we have got signs up there, folks, and we try and cordon off this area, but if people want to take, well, they want to take their lives in their own hands walking behind there, it is dangerous. And that was a big strike from Zaid Salat, who is opening the batting. Finally, hurrah, hurrah. The word, the message, the memo has got out. Mahari gets smashed for a biggie. First over comes to an end. 7 from it, 7 for 1. The wicket that's gone is that of Zaidi. And rise and shine, the launching ground for tomorrow's champions, of course. Reminding you, the Melchior Shield will start on the 15th of September. Swing and a miss. This is now Amani. Parigi coming on to bowl. Dot balls were an issue with Trachea in the last match. Anything that's outside the off, there seems to be a bit of a swing. This time it's Salute that's swinging. Waleed Khan has come out in number 3. So we are starting to see some changes. It's probably going to be too wide. It is this time from Parigi. Finishing off with the bowlers, top 5 in there. Abhinav from Plovdiv is there with 7 wickets. And I'm just trying to look where Mahari is. I said he's got to be up there somewhere. And he's on 4, so around 16th, the same as Jacob Gul, Ali Rasool. Let's see if he can add to that today. It's hit firm and 4. It's down the ground. 2 men that are straight are at that mid-off and mid-on position inside the circle. So he's hit that nice and straight. He's going to get 4 runs. A little bit short this time there from Parigi. On the batting front, let's go straight to the batting. The top batters then. And at the top, no surprise, after a good day from Murad Khan yesterday. He scored 46 against the All-Stars, and he scored 37 against the Spartans. With the highest score of 95, remember, in this tournament is Murad Khan, 319. Just behind him, Shivam Mishra, who scored a higher score of 97. He's on 229. Zaid Salut, would you believe? The man who's out there. He's third. It's going to get over the fielder. He's going to get 4 more to his name. Cuatro más. 2 boundaries after a dot start, a dot, a wide, and now a couple of boundaries here. That one just gets over the fielder. It's firmly hit and just over the fielder once more time. Amadeo couldn't stop this one. Well, position striking at the moment from the batter, Zaid Sulit. That's why he's, well, I would say he's third. I think with those strikes there, he's gone into second spot as the highest run scorers. It just shows, doesn't it, how badly he's been used. You know, he's the third. Well, now I think the second, yeah, he will be now the second highest run scorer. I think that takes him to around about 240. And yet, his team haven't won a match. It just goes to show. Chris Lakov is fourth with 187. And Adrian Dunbar, also from the Spartans, on 187. That's your top batters, and not that far behind Mohamed Sufyan on 175. As we see another boundary there as well. So Parigi, 17 off the over. The ball to go, could be a magical second. So Mani Parigi started with a dot, and at that time I thought, well, maybe he is going to be at his best, especially when he also took the catch. But now Zaid Sulit has taken a liking to him. I know, people, everybody's saying, Rico, just as you were saying, why wasn't this guy, why has he not been opening? I don't know. I've been saying it from the word go. In fact, before Trakia played the first match, I said he's going to be the one to watch for them, Zaid Sulit. And they just, he's been badly managed. Mismanagement is what I call it. Slower in the gap. Amadeo gets it on the knee. They'll take just a single. He'll go back on strike. As that over from Paragi will go for 18. And a much better over. Take that score to 25. So this is better. Remember what I said when that wicket of Zahidi went for 0 off 2. I thought, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'd rather see that another batter's come out and give it a whack and get boundaries than see somebody hanging around and being, you know, 12 deliveries or whatever for 15 runs, or what was it in that last match when we saw Sahid out there? He was out there a long time, wasn't he? 18 balls for 23. You've got to make that change. 8 balls for 10 Zahidi, or the other way around, in fact. It was 10 balls for 8. You don't want that. You want this. That's what you want. That is smashed. And Salut, well, that is gone a long way. It's gone over and beyond the adventure part. There goes Amadeo to fetch it. Sweet out of the middle. Look at that. Cracking shot. So it looks like this could be the best power play that Trakia have had. Finally, they make the change. That makes sense to me. But has it come too late for Trakia? That's the question. Has it come too late? Short, same result. Picks it, sends it. Fetch it, he says. Go fetch it. Zaid Sulit is in the mood. In the mood to party. 4th of July, the fireworks have started here in Bulgaria early. And it's Zaid Sulit that's pinging the ball all over the place. Over before for Mani Paragi went for 18, and it was Sulit that did all the hitting. And now it's Kanish Mahari who's coming back for his second over. And the first 2 deliveries have been whacked. for 2 big sixes. He's got to get that ball full. He's got to get the Yorker in. Plovdiv trying to keep themselves focused. They started the day pretty lively. Goes for the fuller delivery and should be fielded. It will be fielded there. It's a one hand onto it by Money. Hands it on to Amadel, who then gently underarms it back to the bowler. Full is better than short, isn't it? Mahari. And knocks the stumps over, so Waleed Khan will go. It's a bit of an ugly shot, actually. Waleed, it's an issue that we know that number of trackie batters have. He tries to give himself room by walking down the leg side. The ball is a lot fuller this time from Mahari. Mahari knocks the stumps over. Timber! That's his wicket number 5 for Mahari. He'll go up a few places because of this one. But it's an ugly looking shot. Look at him. He walks away from a ball that's on off stump. He stands and watches as he hears the clutter of the stumps behind him. So he'll have to go. But once again, I don't mind it. They're having a go. They're getting out. Fine. That's 6 off 3. He'll take that. So he goes. Another batter comes in. It looks like Bhav Patel is coming up. Now to face the Kanish, who, after being smashed big by Salute, gets a chance to have a bowl at Waleed and knocks the stumps over. So in comes Bhav. So already, let's talk about this. They've lost 2 wickets, but look at the score, 38. Much healthier than when they've lost no wickets and have scores in, you know, double figures, 12, 13, 18, 20. It's much better. Could be running here, should be running here, and they will run here. That's better as well. Take those singles. They'll take the bye. By taking ball to come, and they get Salat back on strike. Striking at 300 at the moment. Get another boundary here, and they get into 40. I'm pretty sure this will be the best power play that they've had. Playing match number 7. 4 to play. They'll play another one today a bit later. And it will be a repeat of match 1 today against the All-Stars. Swings and misses at this one. Oh, corner wide. I'd like to see this again. Didn't look that wide. It looked again. So look, maybe backed away from it. Let's see. I think it's a close call. I have a feeling it's a close call. And, okay. I suppose umpire's call, really. Umpire deciding it's just the wrong side of the line. So Mahari will have to bowl it again to his displeasure. He would have settled for a dot ball against Salat. High in the air. Here's a fielder out there. Massive moment in this match. And the catch gets dropped. Oh, that was a huge moment. And Yash Shangani has shelled it. Zahid gets dropped on 31. And Yash puts the catch down. It's the end of the over. And it will end with the score on 41 for 2, so much better from Trakia. And sometimes you do need a little bit of luck to go with that. And maybe they've deserved a little bit of luck, but Yash puts that down. You don't want to put down Zahid, especially when he's going like this. Huge moment. Board bada moment to catch. Gia thalle. A catch down. A match a bit kafi farak pੈ ਸਕਦਾ. Could be a difference of a number of runs. All right, he does stay back on strike as well, gets a single. And they will bowl out Money as well. Money, he went for plenty. He went for 18 in that last over that he bowled. The last off, that one of Kanish goes for 16. Swing and a miss. He's swinging hard is the batter, Zaid Salut. It's a couple of swung and missed now the last few deliveries. So that strike rate was going at 300s. Let's have a quick check at the field. We've got one man dead straight, long off. You've got long on, a mid-wicket back. Third is on the boundary, on sweeper out the offside. Firmly hit. Now is this going to be stopped? No way. Hits it so hard. And I was just saying there, as I was talking about the outfielders, that Mani Parigi just has a look there. This is Faizan Rahman, by the way, who's bowling. Just had the wrong bowler up on the graphic to start with. So Roman starts. Parigi was the fielder who had the chance to stop it, but he was so straight, he had no chance. So 4 runs. And that's hit this one again. Oh, it's straight through. Straight through, Mani Paragi. Yeah, he puts his hand up, says, yeah, that's my bad. Look, it's not easy to ground field on the outfield on some parts of this ground. The ball bobbles about, but he has time to get that long barrier down. But you can see there, he's just a little bit slow, and he allows that ball to get through him. This is going to be another boundary. Zaid now moves to 40 of just 14 deliveries. And Rahman, I was saying that Rahman is one player that has yet for me to make a mark in his team and in this series. And that gets blasted away. I'm not sure what. There's some discussion here about. What's he talking? It's the batter actually. There's something there on the boundary on the offside. He's not happy about. I think he was asking somebody to move. Oh, wants it. And we'll get it. That's good calling. It's something that they haven't been good at. They've been asleep a lot of the time, take this single. And this time Zaid said, yeah, come on. It crunches off the legs of Rahman. I think he might have got a hand in the way of this to stop it. I don't think he does. That's right on the shin. Rahman is hobbling. Of course he is. And yeah, he said, "Mere changi lagi hai yaar, changi lagi hai." Oh, kehte hai doctor sahab nu bhejo. Mera maar just spray kar dewe. Well, Moody, the doctor, not coming out yet. Maybe he's in a mood. Whipped away, past one, but they got Amadi out there. Amadi? Who's Amadi? Amadel. Sounds a bit better. Makes a stop. There's a lovely butterfly comes in. Hello, butterfly. Nice to see you. Why did the lady throw the butter out the window? Because she wanted to see a butterfly. Nice to see a butterfly. And it's it's making a little home for itself. Sliced away. Amadel gets down, makes the field. So a couple of singles here, but Patel gets a single away. It's the end of the over. And 52. Good over from Rahman. It started with a dot and a couple of boundaries, but he came back well with just 3 singles of the last 3 deliveries. So 11 from it. Takes the score to 52, 52 for 2. And yes, to those that are asking, I am running solo again today. Rico Full in the house or in the igloo. But tomorrow I will be joined by my partner in crime as a jumping spider comes in. No, I don't want to be joined by a spider. Get rid of the spider first. Yeah, Shubham will be here tomorrow. And myself and Shubham will talk through the Saturday and Sunday, finals day here, and then, well, I have to depart and get myself to Belgium, where Phil G will make the start, and I'll join him for day 2 of that series. And Shaban will talk you through the action of the internationals here in Bulgaria. Would love to have been here, of course, especially with the Bulgarian women in action first up. I've got a lot of time for them, seeing them develop and play. Would love to see them playing here in the home ground. I'm sure they'll do well. I know they're practicing most evenings in the hockey field, which is not far from here, just as you come into this complex. So I wish them well. I know I've seen several of the players here. Up in the air, catching chance. Mohamed Sufian is not going to get there. He's too slow. And now he's looking at Amadou and saying, why don't you go for it? Sufian, it's your catch. Behave yourself. He said, but I was there. Yeah, but you should be walking in. Sufian, stop talking. Take the catch next time. Your catch. He's been told that by Mani Parigi as well. It's here catch. You can't expect the bowler to bowl it, turn around and run and take the catch. Sufian should be walking in and taking the catch. He's giving it all the excuses. Played away. So this is okay at the moment. We've had now 6 balls without a boundary. Keep going. One more wicket here. That's what they're saying. That's what they're feeling. They want another wicket. Okay. Salat back on strike. Goes through phases, doesn't he, sometimes? He smashes about 3 or 4 boundaries and sort of nods off for a moment. And he's a wild swing at this one. You know where he likes to hit it. There's no disguising that bat. He likes to hit it either straight or flat back with a flat bat, or he hits it over that mid-wicket cow corner area. That's why the field is being set the way it is. No sweeper out on the offside. You don't need one. Into the ground. And bobbles away to the fielder. They'll just take the single. So it's another single. So good comeback. After that pretty couple of expensive overs. Pariki went for 18. Kanish went for 16. And then it's been 11 from that one for Romar, which started badly with 2 boundaries. No boundary in this one so far. Ahmadel, I did say that he's one of the players that I feel so far hasn't quite shone for his side. Maybe he's going to do it here. Is Agayul Ahmadel. Right, in the air. Is this a catching chance? I believe it is. And he's lost it in the sun. He lost it in the sun. He pulls the shoot at the last moment. But you know what, boys? You're intelligent people. You go to university, come and you should be able to fathom out the fact that when the sun's out, put some shades on and a cap. I got a cap. Dinah, give me your cap. I mean, that's just poor. That is just poor. He says he doesn't see anything. As well, you could join me in the commentary box. You need some shades. That's all you need. You need shades and you need a hat. Look, one of these people. Put a hat on. It doesn't quite go over the headsets. I've got some shades as well. Somebody can throw me some shades on. Look, come on. Be smart about it. It's sunny. Yeah, when the ball goes up in the air, there's a big bright yellow thing up there which is going to blind you if you don't put a hat on. So, yeah, I think that's an opportunity that goes amiss. Hello to everybody. Happy Peacock Friday, by the way. Yeah, come on. Shades and a cap. That's all you need. And, probably going down the leg side, I feel. The umpire, Satish, has a look. Could be a run out, but they get this completely wrong. Oh, dear. It was a chance. Just have a look at this. I think a number of things here. First of all, credit to the batting side for at least running hard here. Look, he says, come on, let's go. Let's take it. Zayed Salute says, look, I don't care. I'll barbecue you to get myself on strike. Bav doesn't quite like that idea. But you do get him back on strike. Only 6, by the way, came off that last over. Wants to run hard. It goes to Sufyan, who just underarms it back. Just a single. So no boundaries coming for the moment. Yeah, very good over. That from Ahmadel, just going for the 4. This is Abby now comes on the ball. Abhinav. It's right at the fielder, but he can't stop it. Well, I say he can't stop it. I think he gets something on this. He's not limping or hobbling around. He must have got something on this, otherwise he would have raced to the boundary. So I guess it's a partial stop. And his batters, it's tiki-taka at the moment. But Falta boom boom. I haven't had a boundary now, I feel, in probably something like 10 deliveries. Well, this one is going to be dropped by Ahmadel. It won't be a boundary, though. So it's another boundary save. Yeah, I think it's about 14 deliveries now since a boundary. The last boundary we had was in over number 4, Faizan Rahman, and it was ball number 3. So they've been starved of boundaries. Bat on ball again. They'll take the single. Bobbles away. Watch the bounce. Well watched this time by Kanishk. There he is. Mahari struggling to get boundaries. 61 for 2. Better start from Trakia, but are they going to slow down towards the end of the innings for a change? In the air, this could be and will be a boundary. They needed that one, and it's Zayed Salute that will get it, and that will bring up his 50. Well batted to Zayed Salute, 50 for him. And it's a very good 50 as well, 50 of 23 deliveries. And it also highlights what certainly I've been saying and calling for a while, and I'm sure a few people in the chat have been thinking the same. And those of you watching around the world, why is this guy not opening? He's got to open. He's got to be the number 1 batter, because with him up there to score runs, just have a look at that scorecard. 50 off the 65 from him, 4 extras, so 54. The other batters have only contributed to just 11 runs. And that's the story so far. They want Want a big finish here, though. 6 overs complete. That over in the end. Still not a bad one. Going for 9. Amadel comes back. Whipped away. Got to run hard here. Got to be thinking 2. Why aren't you thinking 2 here? Probably because, I suppose, Zaid Salut said, I don't want to. I want to stay on strike. Ian Smollett, good morning to you. How are you doing, buddy? Hello to Rocket Khan. Rocket Khan is looks like he's on another planet at the moment. Hello to Majid Ali. That's going to be a wide delivery. And Ronnie in there as well, Anil. And we even got a Neymar Jr. Hello, Neymar Jr. Rob Thompson saying, nice hat. Thank you very much. It looks a lot better when I put it on under the headsets. Smashed, gone, 6. Shaba. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Zamadel, he gets hit for his first boundary, and it's well, no surprise, he's off the bat of Zaid Salut. So crunched away. Still though, they need the other batters to get going here as well. Bar Patel, 6 of 8. You know, is that another example of where you could just retire him? I think so. Oh, he's unlucky here. It goes straight to the fielder. You know, he's 8 balls for 6. You've still got somebody like Patel who can come in there and give it a wallop. I'm talking about Dipesh Patel. Just try it before you run out of time. Try it. You've got to be, as a captain, you've got to be strong. You've got to be brave. Fahad Saeed, give him another go. He did hit a few boundaries in the last one before he went on the go slow. It's up in the air. Is anybody going to get hands to this? No. And it's just going to be a single as this one goes over 1, but drops in from the other. That's actually, that's the power cable territory, isn't it? This goes up in the air, so misses the cables. And for those of you that are wondering what I'm talking about, there you go. There's a nice shot of the power cables. If the ball hits the cables that are going kind of right above the wicketkeeper, then the ball is called dead. We've had that a few times today. That should be another single. It will be. So, yeah, I think here, look, that's where I'm retiring at now about Patel. I'm saying, all right, if you're trying, we're not saying that you're not, but it's not happening for you this time. So you come out and let's get Dipesh Patel out there, see if he can crunch a few boundaries. And then you're not just, it's not all about Zaid Salut, who's the only one who's able to hit boundaries. And it's going to get a wide here. And we've seen a few of these calls. Consistency is what we want the umpires. Let's have a look at this again. I think it's probably a pretty close one. Let's see where this one goes. Let's see this. Here we go. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. It's same as the one that was called earlier. So the umpire's been consistent. Slow ball. Well, it has settled for a single, I'm sure. So look, just to try and stay on strike. So very good spell of bowling there from Amadel. Just goes for the 1 boundary, 1 big 6 in his spell. And you'll take that at the moment. So 12 off that over. The score moves along to walking stick 77 for 2. Let's take a look at our 2025 calendar. As I said, that Subhan will be here to finish off Bulgaria, or Shubu as we like to call him. And then I'll go and join Phil G in Belgium. I'll go from Belgium to Germany, to Krefeld, where Tina will be in the house. And myself and Tina talk you through the action there. Then, there'll be Sweden in Stockholm. We also have England in Wimbledon, Croatia, Germany, Romania, Hungary, Switzerland. And then the graphic that we showed you earlier at the start of the Melto Shield on the 15th of September. Got the Melto Shield, Western Shield. Those two will sort of interlink with each other, allowing for the women and the men to have some time off to explore the beautiful surroundings of Cardamom and Andalusia. That is 6, and it's muscled over the boundary. So look, it's a one-man show at the moment. You get 6 more, move to 64. And then, of course, straight after the Melton and Western Shield will be the start of the Euros of cricket, which will be, of course, the European Cricket Championships, where the top teams of the top nations will come together. Of course, England and Netherlands will already be in the championship group, but who will join them? And we'll have a look at that a bit later on. The countries that will be in those groups, and only the group winners go through from those 4 groups. Rahman coming back, his first over wasn't the worst, went for 11 after he went for a couple of boundaries. He tidied up well. Goes short, clubbed away. It's going to be 4 runs in the gap between square leg and mid wicket, so another boundary. So similar kind of start as he had to his first over. Zaid Salut getting a couple of boundaries away to start off with. This time the shorter delivery doesn't really get the height on it that he wanted, perhaps. Hasn't quite got the power in his bowling to get it to rise. Johnny Johnson saying greedy batter. That's 4 more runs. Give Bab Patel a chance. Well, Johnny, I got to say, if you're watching the same game as I am, Zaid Salut is pinging the ball to the boundary. Bab Patel has had 9 deliveries and scored just 7. I think he's still lucky to be out there. I would have retired him out. I would have retired him out 2 balls ago. If you're not hitting boundaries, you're putting all the pressure on Salut to do it. So, yeah, that's my feeling in this game. If you're not scoring boundaries, you've got to get out of the way. I think Bab Patel is in the way at the moment. That's my thinking. I don't know if people in the chat agree with me or with Johnny. You can always have your say. Okay. 3 balls, 3 boundaries. It's going to be a hard chase, but nobody's going to get there. Make it 4 balls, 4 boundaries. Johnny, you still thinking the same, Johnny? You still thinking the same? Let us know. Ash, hello Ash at Save Derek. He's saying, your shirt is making me hungry. I tell you what, you could order off my shirt. I could order from it. I don't know if anybody would listen, but I wouldn't mind a few of the things on my shirt. I think one of the milkshakes made with a bit of ice cream blended and whisked together would be very nice with an ice cream. The only thing is, I know where the shop is here. By the time the ice creams are bought from the shop and get here, unless you're driving them over, they're going to melt. It's hot. It's going to be hot. They're around 28 degrees already, going to have the highs about 32. Temperature's going up all the time. Works this one away. It's going to be another boundary despite the efforts from Mohamed El. So a good magical over, 22 coming from it. 22 from match number 22 is Mohamed El. The first over doesn't quite go. The first over was a good one. And he then went for, well, not that many more in his second. And with Fazan Rahman, it's very much the same. His first over wasn't the worst, 11 coming from it, but that one goes for 22. It takes the score to 99 with 2 overs to go. They want, I said before, 120. A 120 plus score is what they're looking for to give themselves a hope of getting their first victory. Plovdiv, where they want this win as well. They've dropped down to 5th spot behind the All-Stars now. And see, this is it. He gets a wide here. Oh, I don't know. This is Paragi coming in. Let's have a look at this ball one more time. Okay. Umpire says wide. Money doesn't like it. So Bab Patel, right, Johnny, you were talking about Bab Patel. I told you what I thought about him. I mean, he normally hits the ball pretty well, but it's just not happening in this match. Can he crunch one away here? Short one. And asking a question, I think he's gone here. There's definitely movement. There definitely is something, and there's the decision given in the end. I'm not sure why the 2 umpires were actually looking at each other there. It's clearly carried. I think it's the umpire who's standing there. Umpire, that's Narayan, has to make the call. There's definitely gets the glove or something. There's definitely a snick. The catch is taken. I don't know why Bab Patel is not walking. Well, I would have hooked him off a long time ago. So there he goes. Chewed up too many deliveries. 10 balls for 7. But he's back now. Let's see. Now, this is where the proof is in the pudding here. Okay, this is between me and Johnny. Proof is in the pudding between me and Johnny. He's gone. He's saying my shoulder. Umpire, in the end, says, I think it may have come off the shoulder, but I think this is one Does it come off glove first and shoulder? I don't know. The bowler money likes it. The two umpires, well, they're thinking about it. He thought about it. He ends up giving him. So that's going to be the end. Right, proof is in the pudding. I was saying that Dipesh Patel, you could have tried him. I think when Bhav had faced 6 deliveries, I was calling for this. Let's see. Right, bat on ball straight away. So he doesn't dot up at least. Gets a good delivery actually right into his body there from Parigi. So gets one straight away. 100 has come up in this over. So, yeah, Bhav went for 7. 7 of 10. Caught in the end by Shah. If it did come off the shoulder, I think that ends up being a good shoulder for Trakia. They needed a change. Right, worked away. Shouldn't get a boundary this time. He won't. We'll just get a single. So, Dipesh back on strike. Sulat on 81, but not on strike now. Slower ball, cleverly bowled. Well played actually by Dipesh, and he will take just a single. Right, 2 to come in this over. 81, Zahid Sulat. Can he ping a boundary? Ping a boundary. Or ping a couple of boundaries, and then he's on, isn't he? He's on. I'm not going to say it. I've said it twice in this series, and twice it's gone wrong. And, well, he's on, isn't he? That's 6. That is the shot of the morning so far. Have a look at this. This is your 1x bet. Shot of the day. What a sizzler this is. This is a massive hit. What a shot from Zahid. It sails for a huge 6. That is humongous. Massive hit. Takes him to 87. What's the reply going to be? Slower. Edge. Away from everybody. It's going to be 4 more runs. Into the 90s now. Zaid Salut. And you know what he's going to be saying to Dipesh Patel. He's saying, you know, ran there. Kutni nahi. Boundary tinno nahi chahidi. Tu single le, minnow strike there. That's the way he says, I want this to go. It's the end of the over. The score has moved to 113. Zaid Sulet is on 91. Finally, he opened the batting after me, pleading with Trakia to do this for 6 matches in a row. Well, he's finally done it, and he's on 91. This is what could have been. Trakia, you listening? This is what could have been. The other thing is, though, I mean, 91, but the score was 113. Just the other batters haven't quite really done their job well. We saw an innings like this in Czechia, didn't we? Right, that's the single. So, Dipesh does his job well. We are on century watch, everybody, on match 22, match day number 5. We saw a century yesterday from Raghav Grover, 105, not out of 33, helping his team to 169. Well, it's not going to be a score as high as that, but it should be a 120-something. Apadaya. Dhruv, can he stop Zaid Sulut getting that century? Well, he got an outside edge for a boundary. The previous ball he faced that went for 4 of Mani Paragi, and now from Dhruv, he gets an inside edge that goes for 4, moves to 95. 95. The cricketing gods are shining on Zaid Sulut at the moment. Here comes the next. 6 would do it, you know. And it won't be a 6. It will be just, no, he turns it down. That's, I suppose that's clever. That's clever. He hits it. If there was a misfield, it goes for 4, fine. Misfield, he comes back for 2. But he doesn't want the single. Sends Dipesh back and says, nahi yaar, wapas ja. 3 balls to come. He's on 95. All right, now this time, what does he do? Got to go for two. He runs the first one so slow. They're taking it on. The throw goes to the wrong end. Why would you throw to the bowler's end? And, well, they're not going to take another. Everybody's saying take three. And Zay Salute is saying, you mad? Are you mad? No way. He was always going to run two here, and that's not good fielding. You had to be throwing this. That's Yash. Had to be throwing this to the keeper. Throws it to the bowler. All right. 97. In the air. He's on 97. Big moment. And he loses it. And he's going to go for four. We're going to see a century in the most comical of fashions from the fielder. Yash Sangani should have been looking to take the catch. He doesn't. Backs away from it. The ball goes past him. Goes to the boundary. Meanwhile, Zayed Salute is celebrating. He has scored a century. A magnificent moment for him, but it comes up because of another comical error in the field from the fielding side here, Plovdiv. The fielder just backs away from it, and the ball bounces and goes to the boundary. Have a look at this. It's a comedy of errors. It's a real blooper. He had it, and then he backed it, and he made it, and he goes for four. It's a century. We'll have a look at the celebration, the bat a bit soon, maybe. And this one gets dragged away. Now he will take the single if it's on. If it's a misfield, he'll take more. Just a single. Zayed Salute. Well done indeed to him. Absolutely brilliant. And he gets a century. He gets his team to 125. So they get a 125 score there. And what a knock there from Salute. And, it doesn't take, you don't have to be a brain box to realise that this guy should be opening. He finally does. His highest score was 65 in this series earlier. He scored 63 in 2023, but he's gone past his highest score, and he's got his first century on the network as well. So congratulations to him. It's a fantastic knock. Everybody congratulating Zayed Salute. And Trachea, I'll say it again, this is what you've been missing by not having this guy opening. How many times has he come in at number 3 or 4 with 5 overs already gone and scored scores in 40s and 30s? He scored a half century before as well. And yet the captain's never putting up opening. Now, whether he wanted to or not, you just, as the captain, say you open or you don't play. I don't care. And he does open, and he scores a century. 102 of 41. The second century here in Bulgaria. Well batted to Zayed Salute. And it's one of those weird ones. We saw something like this, I think, in Czechia, where a batter scores a century, and but the score is only in the 120s. It's pretty weird. I said that at the time, but I don't quite remember too many times that's happened. Well, this is another occasion. Zayed Salute scores 102-41. There were some extras in there as well. So with his 102, if you add the extra to it, I think there weren't that many, 7 extras. So that takes it to what? 109 from Salute and extras. And then the other runs coming from the other batters. That's why they finished on 125. But it's better from Trachea. This was the one that I think we looked at several times. The batter sang off the shoulder. I thought maybe it caught a bit of the glove and then went onto the shoulder. There definitely was a sound. The umpire wasn't convinced, but eventually would give it out. But all eyes, that was a shot of the day so far, smashing that into, not into the cables, but into the framework surrounding the cables as it smashes into the pole. But he just kept on going. That was the one where he said, no, we're not taking it. Turns down. And then this was the century. Oh, it was just a calamity of errors. It's Yash again that had the chance to remove him on 97, but it wasn't to be. And the century would be completed. And then it was all hugs and high fives and applause for Zayed Salute. But has he done enough? Has he helped his team get enough runs on the board to help Trachea pick up a win that they desperately need? Plovdiv, remember, they slipped up chasing 116 yesterday against the All-Stars. They can't afford another slip up here. This match is all about Trachea. Trachea coming back to life, or Plovdiv slipping up and giving the All-Stars the chance to extend their lead above them. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. So only one man to talk about with the bat. Zayed Salute, 102-41. With the bowlers, 2 wickets there for Kanish Mahari. Didn't all go to plan. but he did held firm and picked up to 1 wicket there for Maniporogi. Fazal Rahman still hasn't been able to click in this tournament. Good spell there from Ahmadel. No wickets, but only 16 from it, and a good one over there from Abhinav as well. And Upadhyaya, I don't think you can grumble about the 12 coming off his over. So an interesting innings. Player scores a century, but in terms of the score, it's just about par, 125 for 3. So Plopdip will be out there in about 10 minutes' time. Join me, Rika Full, and the rest of the gang when we return.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. The umpires, umpire Narayan and Satish, make their way out into the middle, soon to be followed by the players. And Trakia, they have a few more runs to play with this time round, don't they? Thanks to that century from Zahid Salut. What a very good knock it was from him. Unfortunately, once again, didn't quite get the same sort of hitting power from his partners. That was probably the issue there, though. He went very well. 102 or 41, 5 sixes and 14 fours, and a number of fours. Remember the start of the day, the maximum rate was around 8 per innings. Maximo's in that innings, just a 6. 5 from him. But in terms of fours, how about this? 14, all of them from his bat. So the only one boundary that wasn't from him was from Waleed Khan, the captain, who hit 6 and then got out. There was 3 balls from Zahidi, not scoring. 3 balls for 6 from Waleed Khan. Then 10 balls for 7 from Bab Patel. There was the opportunity where they probably could have made a change. And Dipesh Patel, you can't read too much into his 1-3 because there could have been more there. But of course, Salut was wanting to stay on strike, which made total sense. So question is it enough runs? Plovdiv, they need to make a good start. Mohammad Sufyan, he has been brutal while he's been out there. You saw him score a great 78 yesterday against the Spartans. And him and Yash and Sangani are the 2 openers, and they've done well when they've been together. But Sufyan is the main hard hitter of the ball, the main striker. He's the one who's got to give them a good start, and it's Fahad Saeed who's going to start with the ball. He's going to start with a dirty wide. Well, it looks like we've got somebody else is interested to see the cricket being played here. And it's not an extra fielder. It's not the 12th man. I think it's one of the gardeners. Is he a gardener? What's he holding there? Well, he's got something there. There he is. He's looks like he's got some sort of light there. Maybe that's to help us find some of those deliveries of those balls that will go in that area. This is going to be 4 runs as the fielder is behind the trees there, but the fielder is chasing this hard. He's not going to get there, and Sufyan gets his first boundary. So Fahad Saeed does get given the new ball. And it's a well-timed shot, gets it in the gap, gets the boundary. It's like changing the field. They do push a deep extra cover back. And, well, it's not going to make no difference to this one. Chase is on from the fielder, gives it everything. Majid Ali. Kafi bajia, kafi chase kitti, bachok alag gaya. 4 more. Outfield is quick, it's fast. There's no doubt about that. And he's going to get quicker and faster. As it's played into the deck, gets over and past the keeper. And that is, of course, the Centurion behind there, Zaid Sulat. That will go all the way to the boundary. It's the second boundary of the over. Short, hit me ball, hit me written all over it, and that will be hit. Now, this is going to be interesting whether it stays in the campo or not. The fielder's given up already. You've got to go and check, buddy. Got to go and check. Well, he reckons it's gone into the road. It could have done. I suppose we'll never know. Maybe he could have sent the man who's got the he's got the luminous clothing on to try and find it. Maybe he's heard the crunch already. It's gone through the fence on the other side, so another ball will come out. This is another boundary, so all the legal deliveries in the over have been hit to the boundary. 4, 4 and 6. 15 without loss. And this one is going to be a dot ball as Fahid has a little look there back at the umpire, who says that's okay. Umpire Narayan out there with Satish Ivan, who was out there in the first match, is the third umpire for this one. He'll be keeping an eye on the screens. And Tyron Peters, once again, doing a wonderful job. Keeping an eye on proceedings as the tournament referee. Slow ball. It's well bowled. And no way is it going to be an LBW decision, as the bowler does turn around and ask the umpire. That's just probably going down the leg. It is going down the leg side and probably going to bounce over the stumps as well. It's a bouncy track, this one. It's a beautiful shot. Lovely shot. Creamed through the covers in superb style by Mohammed Sufyan. What a lovely shot this is. The classy stroke. It really is. It's the end of the over. And it's going to be 19 from it. There's a nice comment there from Quacky saying thanks for not cutting the branch off the tree. Obviously a nature lover as well as a duck lover. And hello to all the duck lovers out there as well. Of course, we have started our campaign. And that campaign is about bringing back the derricks. And hopefully they come back soon. We have been promised them pretty soon. And, well, since we're talking about ducks, what did the duck say when it finished its dinner at the hotel? Anybody? Just put it on my bill. That one gets past the... Yeah, I laugh at my own jokes. It's not cool, but I do it. I like that one. I actually, that one popped up the other day on, I think it was yesterday, and it gave me a bit of a giggle, and I thought, yeah, okay, I think James Pond would like that one. So, I think that if you, don't know if you caught it. It's played away, beautiful shot. Lovely swivel on this from Sufyan as Waleed goes a little bit too short. That is going to be 4 runs. Of course, there's the 4 runs, lovely swivel. So what did you think of that joke? I think it was a good joke. Well, James Pond, what did you think? James Pond, he's in the house and he's with me. And of course, is what did the duck say when he finished dinner at the hotel? We'll come back to it maybe after this ball. Played away quite nicely. It's a lovely little nurdle. Is he going to get to the boundary? Yeah, it is. There's a great effort there once again from the fielder as Majid Ali, but can't get there. 4 more. And the captain, Waleed Khan, bowling to the captain of Plovdiv. The 2 captains in battle. It's going to be 4 again. So, what did you think of that? What did the duck say after his dinner at the hotel? Put it on my bill. I don't think Derek likes that. Anyway, good morning from James Pond to everybody. Right, high in the air, miscue. Can anybody get there? No. It's going to drop just short. That's the wicket you need to try and get, Sufyan. Yeah, that was James Pond, who is sometimes with me flying solo for all the derricks that have disappeared. Bring back our derricks, is what we say. We've got a few people that are on that. I like Ash. Ash is at to bring back the derricks as well. Ash is on his mission. And Quacky is on there as well. That's another big hit. The roar of the Plovdiv boys as Yash Sangani opens his account with a biggie. Waleed Khan going for a lot of runs, and Sangani gets this away nicely. And good pickup, good hit. Over it goes. 6 more into the bushes. So that one needs to be found again. Yeah, very good morning to everybody. And, yeah, hello to Quacky. And I know, well, where's Bradley? Bradley, are you still there, Bradley? Where are these signs that have been promised? And I reckon they'll be here tomorrow. I think Saturday's going to be duck day here around the ground. I reckon that Bradley's got something happening. As we know, he'll probably be coming here with the Ravens. The Ravens might Might have a few banners going up around the ground about bringing back our derricks. High, mighty, gone, adios. 6 more, goes over the fence, into the banner, European cricket banner. 6 more runs, Yasangani. Now, he's not going to make the same mistake as perhaps some of the other batters did for Trakia when it was one man doing all the smashing. And the other batters couldn't quite get going, and Yasangani saying, I'm not going to be that man. He's certainly not. He's had 2 balls. He's hit 2 sixes. Here comes the next one lead. It's a big over. Gone magical already. 23 from it. Plovdiv are marching to a victory at the moment. It's an edge, and well, straight in, straight out. Gets palmed away to the boundary. He's Majid Ali, can't do anything about it. I mean, he's come quickly, but he's there for this reason. And it's just can't get it into the palm of his hands. It comes out off the fingers, goes to the boundary. And that's 27 off the over. And that's a biggie. Remember, 19 came off the first from Fahid, 27 of Waleed. To be said that Waleed hasn't really been the most economic of bowlers. Every time I wasn't here yesterday, but when I saw him bowl the other day, he was going for plenty. Of course, Tracky weren't here yesterday either. So, yeah, every time he bowled, he normally opened the bowling. He went for too many, and it's the same here. So now they go to Guy. He only got the 1 over in the last match and couldn't quite understand why he didn't come back. Here he is now. Sanchit Saini needs a good one. And this is going to get over the top. Nobody back there on the boundary. I suppose it's a difficult one to patrol these boundaries when you're in the power play. It's another boundary. There was 4 boundaries in the first over. There was 5 in that second over. And the third starts with the boundary as well. They're racing to, in fact, they've raced to 50. 50 on the board of just 13 deliveries. They're going at some rate here. Sufyan and Yash making it happen for their side. And swinging hard. There's the little bit of luck you need to go with it as well. We know all about that. Zaid Sulut knows all about that. Had the luck. He was dropped, of course, on 31 and 97 on his way to that century. You always do need a little bit of luck. I think there's very few centuries that we see that we can turn around and say afterwards were chanceless. But that one gets played away. Hello to Enrico. And it's a big call of yes as Yash takes himself back on strike, who hit 2 sixes and a 4. Well, hit and run. Good running from Plovdiv. I like this. Something that we certainly didn't see in the earlier match from either from the All-Stars or from Trakia. It's good running. It's not just about, of course, we talk about the boundaries. Boundaries are important. But you've got to take those singles as well. Just keep rotating the strike, and Plovdiv are doing that pretty well at the moment. And it's a chance and taken. This time the catch has been taken. That's the end of Sufyan. He's disappointed with himself. The man who's wearing the bucket hat takes the catch. And Sufyan will go for 36. That's a good breakthrough. It's the lucky ball number 13 that does the damage. Sufyan departs. Straightforward catch taken. And this, once again, Saini who takes the wicket. So he's certainly been by far the better bowler. And it just doesn't get the contact. You see there, he just gets the inside edge part of the bat. Sufyan's disappointed that he's going to have to depart. The catch has been taken there. And that's the end of a big player. So Sufyan goes, catch there taken by Karan Patel. A new batter that comes out is a man who needs to once again refine his form. And he's going to start with a 6 down the ground. And Mani Parigi wasn't quite with it the last time we saw him. Was it yesterday, wasn't it? I didn't see him yesterday, of course, but Vinny Sandhu called those matches, but he just couldn't get going. And probably he was the missing link in them, helping them get a win against the All-Stars when he didn't click. And certainly could have done with a few runs against the Spartans, but he starts with 6 runs, so even they lose the big wicket of Sufyan. And Mani Parigi comes out and he hits a boundary for his first ball, so 3 boundaries of that over, 16 will come off that. And the score moves to 62 for 1. That's the breakdown off the power play, so even though it was a good one, a much better one than normal from Trakia, they've been beaten convincingly by some 21 runs by Plovdiv, who now need 64 for victory at just over 9 and over. But of course, they probably are themselves thinking about doing this in 7. Now, this is going to be interesting to see how Plovdiv go with the spin. So it's going to be Dave Patel to bowl spin. Now, they know that if they can, and all teams will know this, if you can really go after Dave here, let's say you go for him big time and he goes for 20, then do you change their plans? Do they then go to Curran and then change it? If it goes well, then Karan Patel comes on, the other spinner, and you could have 4 overs of spin, and that could really sort of bog you down. So I think you've got to attack him. Yes, Sangani probably is looking to attack. Places one away down the deck. And fielded there by Abbas Zahidi. Single to start. This field got the 3 on the leg side like that. 1 straight and then the sweeper. Once again, well bowled. It's something that the spinners haven't always been given. I say the sweeper, it's more of an extra cover. They haven't really got an offside sweeper. The 2 men in the offside, it's a very straight, long off and extra cover. So they've got 3 in a row there, though, in the covers. They're basically saying, right, you have to get it through us or over us. But at the moment, Patel bowling to his field. It's another good delivery, good length, and can only be just played down the ground. And gets Parigi back. It's down the leg side. Wide ball this time. It's Mani Parigi just trying to get a slog sweep going here. Misses it, but good stop by Zaid. The Centurion behind the stumps. And goes for it and gets it. 6 runs. He hits the ball really well straight. That's gone into the athletics part, so forget about that. That's gone. Don't worry about it. Come back, come back. It's gone, buddy. It's gone. Come back. Somebody else will have to get that. I think Joe Foster jumped over there a bit earlier to get some of the deliveries or the balls that ended up there after the earlier match. So, well, Joe or somebody's going to have to jump over there and get a few more, but plays that shot really well. He was enticed to play it, but Mani Parigi got that right, got it out the middle, sailed straight down the ground for a big 6. Patel. 2 still to come in the over. Bit shorter. Up in the air, over the fielder. And not going to be stopped by the extra cover. He goes down like a sack of spuds. Does the captain, Waleed Khan. Probably would have backed him to stop it. He's in that extra cover area to stop those if they get over the fielder. He makes a desperate lunge at it. There he is. And now flat on his back as he's being wiped out by that one from Parigi. So 4 more, 6 and 4. And Mani Parigi, he is hungry for more here today. 76 for 1. Ball to go. The end of the 4th. And there's going to be 6 more. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And boing, as that hits the tower. And I think that's Mark that's up there. Mark, how are you? Mark is probably saying, I'm fine, Rico, thank you very much, because this is vibrating all the way through his body. As the ball thumps into the tower. Wait for it here. Wait for the camera to move. Bang, right on that pole. And, well, I think Mark is all right there. This is the way it's looking. Leaps and bounds ahead of the opposition. 82. 20 coming off that over as well in the end. So 3 dots. Then the wide ball, which gets punished as well. 6 and 4. And then the wide ball, that has to be Bowled again, also goes for more. 6 of that one, 20 off the over, 82. And let's have a look if we can have the equation up there now for the bonus point. There it is. So go at 14s and you get that. We know that the All-Stars, they were able to do it, weren't they? Trachea once again seemed to be fighting for a point, but that is huge. Humongous from Yash. Now, this is the thing, you see. This is what I was talking about. That over number 4 from David Patel. Remember I said, if it goes well, then you go and stay with spin. If they attack it and get plenty of it, then I think you change your plans. You got to do that as a captain. You can see there that Waleed Khan doesn't. He sticks with whatever he's written down on the bit of paper that he's got shoved in his back pocket. This is who's bowling that. You change it. Now, whether you go back to Saini or you went for 16, or whether you think, right, you know what, I want another bowler, you try somebody else, maybe try Bud Patel, but try something different, or maybe even just go back to Fahid. You don't go back to spin because these two have already shown they're going to attack the spin. They took 20 of Patel with the last 3 balls all going to the boundary, and the first legal delivery of this one from Curran also goes to the boundary. So under pressure here, 37 required. And if they do it at 7 off 17 balls to get the point, they've got to be favourites now to do that. Hit straight down the ground. Got to watch the bounce on this. 2 fielders come together, and in the end, it is Zaidi who does the fielding and gets the throw in. Played away down the leg side. There is a fielder out there, should make the stop. Does do, and gets the throw in. Nice gentle one. So another single. So at the moment, after that wide and the big 6, they've got a couple of dots in here. And, well, that's going to be it. Going to be another single. So 92 off 1. A little bit quiet out here again. Trachea just yeah, not the day that they needed. They were full of confidence, their players, when I saw them this morning, knowing that they had 5 matches. They thought they were going to turn things around here today. Fahad Saeed coming into the side, they thought that would make a difference. Just hasn't done, and that's another hit me ball. It's out of the middle. It's going to go over the boundary rope. And Mani Parigi plays a similar shot that Yash Sangani played earlier. It's just in that slot, isn't it? Look, doesn't have to move. Gets down on one knee, gets right underneath this and pings it out of the middle of the bat. Is another big 6. 16 off the over. The wide ball once again could be the costly one. And it will be. That is muscled over the boundary. 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 104 at the halfway point. It's another over that goes magical. And I just had that worry that if they attack your spin and the first one goes for plenty, then change it. They don't. They stick with spin. They went with Curran to come after Dove, and he goes for 22. And that score has raised to 104 for 1 after 5 overs. Just 22 needed for victory. Remember, you can now follow us also in Hindi, European Cricket Hindi. And I'm sure that a lot of our viewers that are in fan code will be loving that and do enjoy. So, at European Cricket Network Hindi. Back to the action here. And, well, if you go by the last 2 overs, it could be done in this over, couldn't it? They are going to go back to Fahad Saeed. Played just for a single, will it be? Gets past 1. They are going to come back for 2. Yes. Once he gets past the infielder, it's a lot of work to do. There's a couple of runs taken there. And I've got 50-run partnership. They got this down as Oh, that is absolutely mullered. That's a Bizaway Super 6, that is. Oh, that is just awesome. Absolutely whacked. These two, the partnership keeps going bigger. It gets absolutely clobbered. That is a biggie. Muscled big by Yash. Yash has come into his own, hasn't he, Sangani? First few times that we saw him, he was a little bit slow, getting used to the pace of this format. He's picked it up pretty good, hasn't he? Just look at him now, whacking it to all parts of the ground. 35 off 11. Full toss, misses out on this one. Should get a single, and he will get a single. So Money goes back on strike. Money himself. If you thought Sangani was going well, 36 of 12 now. Money Sangani, 36 of 8. Okay, here comes Zahid once again, bowling his second. High in the air. I don't think this has the legs. So any going for it and takes a really good catch. Well taken. For a moment there, I thought that Abba Zahidi was going to end up somersaulting him or something and putting him off, but it's a good catch. Gets himself in a position. He likes to take it low down, and he doesn't like to have those fingers sort of pointing upwards, does he? If you see here, the way he takes his catches, the way you normally see them taken with the ball coming quite high up to you, around about your chest high, but he uses the same technique, but he holds on to it, takes the catch. So that's going to be the end of Money. Now, the next Money will go. Here it is again, high up in the air. And Money Paragi has gone. It's a lovely shot. Good start from Dhruv. Plays that away. Good strike.
It's a leather ball, it's not a tennis ball. Yeah, it's not. You know, it's not gonna see, it's gonna bruise tomorrow. It hurts, innit? Because I'm not practicing, it's fucking soft hand. It's like fucking.
Lovely stroke to start off then from Dhruv.
You're getting it.
A little bit of discussion here from Zahid Salat, just trying to give his opinion on the field here. In comes Zahid. It's not been the start he's wanted. Slower delivery, asking the question. I feel that this is going down on leg side, but it's actually gone onto the stumps here, has it? Yeah, bails it down. So he's asking for the LBW, but it's actually come off. Look, he doesn't realise straight away, and then it comes off almost like the side off the batter. Yeah, so Dhruv will go. He comes in, hits a boundary, then gets out. So he's going to be literally 4 and out for Dhruv. So he will go. It's another wicket. So look, it's unlikely. It's unlikely. Maybe the best thing they can do here is just try and salvage a point. But I think it's got to a point where those are irrelevant. 117 for 6. That over from Zahid. Well, he does pick up 2 wickets, I guess. So I was about to say that's probably not the start that he wanted to the campaign, but he does take 2 wickets, though he does concede 32 runs, 13 off that over. So 2 wickets in the over for Fahad. Still got Yash out there, I suppose, and then Rahman is the batter that has come out. Short delivery, up in the air. There is a fielder out there, and he's dropped it. Palms it up. Does Fahad Zahid. Gets the throw in. The batters will come back for a couple. So Fahad, just what I was saying, well, maybe it's not the worst of starts for him. He then goes and drops the catches. He sort of goes with this with hard hands. Never really got into a stable position. He's moving too much. He just palms it upwards. And the chance goes back in. And drop catch gets played away. Just going to be single. I think they're still trying to, they're trying to get these runs here. I mean, they should get them, shouldn't they? 6 or 4 for the points. I think that's what they've been told to do out there. There's no doubt about it. So, Rahman, left-hander, wanting 6 of the 4 balls in this over. Well, that'll be just one of them. Gandhi, Param Gandhi, who's had a bit of a mare in the field, could still get his team something out of this contest, but they're going to go down again. That's the problem. It's going to be another loss for Trakia. Short, and that will be it. Is over and done with, and Yash Sangani will finish it in style with another emphatic hook shot from him for 6. It's been a good innings from Yash. From the moment he faced his first ball and then his second, he was hitting 6s for fun. Out come Plovdiv. They like it. And they go back to winning ways after 2 losses yesterday. And Yash Sangani, 45 or 15 balls, 5 6s and 1 4 to his name there. They already hit more 6s than what Trakia did. 11 6s in the over in the match and 10 4s. That's kind of why we're seeing those stats going up every day, day by day. So good victory, and it's a strange one, isn't it? It's a win for Plovdiv, but unfortunately in a match where Zaid Sulut scores 100, 102 or 41, he's going to end up on the losing side, and we suspected that might be the case, but I don't think he would have thought he would end up on the losing side and not pick up anything for it, but that is the case at Trakia. Both their matches here today, first against the All-Stars and then now against the Plovdiv, they have picked up no points at all, and I think that's it. They're done with. Plovdiv bounced back, and they needed to bounce back, didn't they? Because remember that they did drop to 5th spot, but they've come back with a win themselves. So the same way that the All-Stars picked up 4 points, they've done the same. They'll pick up 4 points, and they will go above the All-Stars now by 3 points, having played the same number of matches. So that little battle will continue between the All-Stars and Plovdiv. Plovdiv will be playing again. They will play the Spartans in the next match. And this was a really good match yesterday, the Plovdiv and the Spartans. It had a lot happening, 144 to 129, and it was when Nankov was the star for the Spartans in one of those games, but it wasn't in this one. Of course, it was when Gul and Chris Lakov were the stars. Gul was the player of the match with that 49, but with this, the Plovdiv, Mohamed Sufyan did score that very fine 78. So that match is coming up next. Yes, we did see a good catch there taken. Really nicely done actually there by Saini. That ball was a fair way away from him. And with these wickets there, you just thought that maybe Trakia perhaps they've given themselves a chance not to win the match, but to take something from it. But it was not to be, because I tell you what, Yash Sangani, he was in a mood to party. He was in the mood of the 4th of July, firework time. Boom! And that's another biggie. It's another explosive shot. It's another firework. And it's another victory for Plovdiv. So Plovdiv make it a 3rd win for them. 3 wins and 4 losses. But more importantly for them, they go back ahead of the All-Stars in that all-important 4th spot. There's the scorecard. And that's the one thing Trakia need to look at. Look at the number of balls faced. 36 of 13. 45 of 15, 36 of 9, and that's the sort of pace you need to go at, and finishing, getting the runs well inside of the 7 overs. They do it with, in the end, there are 20 balls to go. You can see that, so all the points going to Plovdiv. On the bowling front, there was 2 wickets there for Fahad Saeed, so he's had some joy on his first day on the network. And Sanchit Saini also picks up a wicket there. But I just think that little error there after the first over a spin from David Patel goes for 20. I don't think you go back to spin straight away. They did that, and Karan Patel went for 22. So the 2 overs of spin cost them 42 runs. I'm going to leave you with the end of match summary. Also, we've got some 35 minutes almost to when the next match starts. So you've got a bit of time to maybe put the kettle on, make yourself a little drink, and then come back and join us when we talk you through the next match. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It is Peacock Friday, and well, that's a nice Peacock Friday hat. It's a lucky hat. That's the hat that belongs to Zahid Salute. Well, it may have not won in the match, but it does get him a century. He's definitely on our Hall of Fame. And behind me there, you can also see the track that a lot of the Grizzlies have been racing along here at this National Sports Academy, this beautiful Vasil cricket ground. Next match coming up is an important one, isn't it? It's the Spartans back in action against the Plovdiv, who after having 2 losses yesterday, one of them was against the Spartans, are back in action again. Let's see how this one goes for them this time around. I can tell you that the news from the coin toss is that Plovdiv have won and elected to bat first. Why not indeed? Because they batted very well in that last match. They've got Mohammed Sufyan, who is in very good form. And then I love the knot there from Yash Sangani as well. He's coming good at the right time. And of course, the bowling from Kanish is always going to be difficult for the batters to handle. The Spartans, though, were in great form yesterday. They did win 2 of their 3 matches, but once again, they went down to the Sofia Stars. They're looking to come back with a bang, though, in this one. Good performances from the yesterday were from, of course, from Grover. He scored that century, the first century, but of course, we've had another one here from side today. Chris Lakov was in very good form. And then, a big surprise, there was also a player of a match performance there from Ankov. So, good, exciting match coming up. Join me in the commentary box and I'll tell you a little bit more about the 2 teams. Hang on a minute. Something coming through from HQ. I have got the match off. I'm going to have some lunch. Vinny Sandhu, over to you.
Don't get too excited, Rico. It's not the whole match, just the first half of the match, but I hope you enjoy your lunch break. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Happy Peacock Friday. What about that sombrero? That's a really lucky hat for Zahid Sulat. Who knows, maybe Yash Sangani might have been able to use that hat when he was looking into the sun when he had the opportunity to remove Sulat in that last game. But yeah, the Trakian batter with a century, but it was in vain as Plovdiv took all 4 points out of match 22 and they roll straight into match number 23 against BCC Spartan. Spartan have had a mixed time, and I suppose so have Plovdiv, who are 3 and 4 now. But Spartan 5 and 3. But if you actually look at them, they're pretty close together on the table if you adjust for the fact that Spartans have played an extra game. News from the toss, as you heard, that Plovdiv want to bat. So will they continue their cracking pace from the last game that saw them chase down the target of 126 in 6.4 overs? Top 3 all doing the job there. Parigi was back in form, wasn't he? 36 off 9. He had a bit of an off day yesterday. Sangani made up with 45 not out. Best clapback, I suppose, that you can have for. And Sufyan also in the runs. But as you could see there on the supercomputer graphic, that Plovdiv do go in as pretty big underdogs. 32% chance of winning Spartan with 68%. A little bit heartbroken because no Pavel Florin in the lineup for BCC Spartan. We saw him chip in with a couple of wickets yesterday. They've gone for Anthony Dowling instead of Josh Dowling. Spartans led by Delaric Vinu. But what about Raghav Grover and his century last night? He was in some kind of form. Plovdiv, they kind of put their best foot forward. I think they are more of a batting side than a bowling side, and that's what they're going to go with first up. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves on this Peacock Friday. Hello to Wayne, and hello to John Heesam in there. Hello to Kroom. Hopefully you're well. And Phil G popping in now. Phil, of course, won't be too long before he'll be in Belgium once again. I feel like you almost got residency there in Belgium. You've spent so much time there lately, Phil. At that Stars Arena Hofstad again. That'll be the venue for the European Cricket Series next week, and something a little bit different with kind of franchise draft system, 7 teams. It's what the players asked for, and that should be pretty entertaining as well. It'll run concurrently with the T20s here in Bulgaria. Almost ready to go. And it's Super Mario, Chris Lakov, to get us going. He was in really good form with the bat yesterday. Let's see what he can do with the ball here. Sufyan on strike. Sufyan, solid strike first up, and that's going to get through for 4. He would have had a bit of a play on it, but it was a biting bounce and a very good start for Mohamed Sufyan. I know I had some questions from some of our American viewers about any night cricket coming up, and although there's no night series per se, I did mention that there'll be a night game in Belgium last week because there's a 6-game day, and of course they do have the lights there at the Stars Arena. Also, if you actually look at some of the T20s here in Bulgaria on Monday and Tuesday, they will kind of go into the night, although it still will be light. Sufyan, kind of front foot pull shot here, and that is going to be a testing one for Grover. He'll pass the test. He batted so well last night. First ECN century for him in the hundreds. They have been flowing here, haven't they? It's almost like they've turned on the tap. Sangani batted well in that last game. That's not a pretty shot, but it will be 4. Down the hill into the jungle. Yeah, he went from meme to maestro, didn't he, in that last game? Yash Sangani, who I think he just lost sight of a ball down at deep mid-wicket when Sulat, I think, was on 97 from memory. Let it bounce. It bounced over the line. What a way to bring up 100. Strange ways to bring up 100. I remember Stefan Gooch at the Cardham Oval brought up his 100 with a ball that really went about 1 metre. And then he ran 1. And then the bowler threw it at the stumps and went for 4 overthrows. So he brought it up with a 5. I don't think anyone realised at first. That's probably the strangest way that I can think of. Yeah, Phil G saying the franchise ECS in Belgium next week will be quite something. Certainly will. And my question is, if there's not really a business, can it be a franchise? Franchise is actually, originally a term in business that comes when you have an original business concept and then you kind of allow others to use that system or that concept, like McDonald's, for example, very famous franchise. Bowled, not an easy one for Dunbar. Low down, wears it. Throw comes whistling in. Get through for a bye. I suppose franchise has slowly been used as a term, the businessification of sports teams. It's an American style term, actually. Hello to Ingrid Dunbar. I know that you're watching. Your precious boy, Adrian, behind the stumps. Let's see if we can get a few runs today as well. I think he's the unluckiest batter in Bulgaria at the moment. Had 3 unbelievable catches in a day. Anyway, that one skips down a little bit, and Lakov, after a bit of a shaky start in the over, he does come back and comes back very well. And so end of the over, it's 10 without loss. Of course, the Western Shield will be back for a second time. And it's really exciting that we have a September version to complement the February version. Teams from Europe, teams from, a team from Europe, I should say, combined European 11, a team from Asia, a team from the rest of the world, and of course the British and Irish Knights, the defending champions. And that will be coming your way starting the 18th of September, but it's part of a 10-day Shield window that you'll see the Melton Shield, which is the women's version, and the Western Shield taking place at the Cardham Oval. Let's hope for good weather as well. Here's Grover. Pretty well bowled. This first one swings. I thought it might have got a little bit of the line. Dunbar keeps it in front of him. What do you think about this one? Very close. Might have got a tiny bit of the line. But umpire wasn't sure. He says, no, not happy with that. It'll be a wide. Yeah, loses his movement. Dunbar does well to get a glove on it down the leg side and saves 3 runs, but it'll be 2 for free. Yeah, I'm here just for this innings. And then, of course, Shoban will be with Rico from tomorrow, and I'm really looking for Shoban on his first tour. He helped out in Prague, which is where he's based. He moved over from India, where he did a bit of commentary there, but in conjunction with his studies, he's now going to be incorporated into our ECN commentary team when he's available. Ingrid watching from Cape Town. Beautiful city, by the way. City I've actually played in. Table Mountain's something quite amazing. It has one of the most vertical kind of cable cars I've ever been in. It's almost like it's like a lift on a wire. Sufyan hits it pretty well this time, up and over the top. Cuatro carreras. That's what makes him a good player. Sufyan, he's not necessarily favouring one side of the field or the other. He'll just play the correct shot to the correct ball. Hello to Shazad Khan as well. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, so Shoban will be doing the weekend ECS, and then he'll be doing the T20 solo next week. Yeah, just loses his movement. Now, a bit of a disagreement. Dunbar's going to fire at the bowler's end, and Sangani gets back just in time. Hello to Jules. He's saying that his old team were heavily beaten in a T20 semi-final last night. And opening the bowling was a player called Henry Pattenden. I wonder if that is the same Henry Pattenden, Jules. Good question. Unless he used to play for Talon Hippos. Big swing and a miss. Sufyan just losing his shape slightly. Wasn't an easy length to hit. Yes, I'll be back on the mic, I think, Wednesday. I'll be covering those couple of games for Shoban because he'll be putting in a shift next week in the heat. Of course, we've got the 4-team T20 OWs and the 3-team T20 men's. Hit flat, and that's going to be 4. Short boundary straight here at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy. And that's a brilliant shot. Well, it wasn't really a bad ball from Grover. I want to say hello to Sahil Samir, who says that he's a big fan. That's fantastic, Sahil. Great to see you. Hopefully you're well. And Kroom saying he hopes that Rico's having lunch with that hat. I feel like you could turn it over and serve nachos in it. Put it that way, Kroom. All right, pretty bright start here for Plovdiv, but they're still underdogs in the game. Expected score 126. I feel about 130's par between these two teams. You really never know on this field. Well, it probably would have been a wide, but Sufyan chases it. He moved the feet, poked it out there, almost poked it back onto his stumps. Yeah, Johnny hears him talking about that cable car in Cape Town, Table Mountain. Yes, it scared the life out of his wife. Yeah, you think of cable cars as more of a horizontal thing, or maybe like a 45 degrees. This thing just takes off. It's going so vertical. It's a brilliant sight though. Well, that's a slow ball gone wrong if ever I saw one. No ball, but a pretty good cut shot from Sufyan, who will get the boundary as well. Somebody get on your hiking gear and go and find that. The variation tried. You can understand Grover trying it, but it's just a slip out, really. You look at it on the replay. It's about mouth high. And he says, thank you very much. I'll take it. So no ball +4 and a free hit to come. Grover's had a bit of an off over here. That's the 4th. No ball or wide in the over that he's bowled. So Jules says he used to play for, is it Broughton or Broughton in North Lincolnshire in England. And they used to play 14 8-ball overs. 14's a real specific number. All right, free hit up in the air. It might be caught, won't matter if it is. Everyone realised it was a free hit. It's more fun when most people forget. So avoids too much further damage there, Grover. Just a single. Hello to Paul Kempen as well. Nice to see you. Hello to Helix, watching from down under. Isn't Rico doing a great job, by the way? Wow, solid strike this time from Sangani. Maximo! Hasn't had a lot of the strike so far, but he's a guy that we just saw opening his shoulders in the last game. Took his team to 4 points. He had the last laugh. He's got a very high back lift. You can see that. Very still, but just comes down at the right moment. Challenge kind of a length for Grover. And he meets the challenge head on. Into the second over. It's 34 without loss. there's the table, and you can see Plovdiv. They're 4 points behind the Spartans, but they do have a game in hand. All teams will play 10 matches. Of course, Sofia Stars have the day off. They're back tomorrow. They pretty much look to have locked up top spot now, but that second place is definitely up for grabs, as well as the fact that the BSCU All-Stars are making a bit of a run for the 4. I think Trakia, they'll struggle, but very much alive in the middle of the table. Narayanan's the new bowler. Third over coming up. Plovdiv steadily working their way towards potential favoritism according to the supercomputer. Got to get through this top 3. Solid strike from Sufyan first up. Ground fielding's been very solid from the Spartans. They've probably done that as well as anyone in the series. They have a good fielding outfit, especially with some good options down the ground. Ali Rasul's off the field at the moment. So 12th man, Josh Dowling on. Not quite sure what the issue is with Rasul. It's the sort of guy you'd normally see get the first over. Obviously, when you have a July tournament, it can get a little bit, I won't say grueling, but it's a bit of a marathon. You know, we're into day 5 now. We've just got the 6 teams, so typically you're playing 2 or 3 games in a day. I mean, test matches are only 5 days. We've got 7 days in a row here in this T10 tournament. Oh, well, Dunbar tries the double knee strategy. It's a tough one. It's a dangerous one, really, with the ball bouncing slightly in front. That's why he doesn't want to square up. Kind of goes sideways. Somehow that gets through for 4 byes. I'll be disappointed about that. It's a good keeper, Adrian.
Yeah, but keep an eye on your Terminal 1. Keep an eye on your WhatsApp.
It's a funny thing, you know. Maybe Dunbar would consider keeping up. He's good enough to do that. And then he might be able to deal with that low bouncer a little bit easier. Nice shot from Sangani, and that's going to get through the field as well. 4 runs. Popped him up into the 40s and building something here. Building on this solid start. Yeah, so Jules says the 14 8-ball overs. Yeah, okay, so how many balls is that? 112? Is that right? 112 balls. Yeah, similar to a 26-ball over game. But then why don't you go 15? That'd be exact. Anyway, yeah, I mean, the 8-ball overs, less changes. The only reason they went away from 8-ball overs in Australia, they had it from about 1930 to 1979. The only reason they went away was for commercial breaks. Up and over the top from Sangani, and he will get the result. So Plovdiv continue. Not quite the 6, but it will be the 4, and that is a man that is hungry for more. And a very good power play for BCC MUS Plovdiv. It's 47 without loss after 3. What do you think about 8-ball overs? Or put it this way, what's the right amount of overs? What do you think? I mean, would you have, you know, finding the balance between you having a changeover and, you know, fatigue being a factor. You know, when they started Test cricket, they were normally 4-ball overs. Imagine changing every 4 balls. Well, obviously, we don't change ends in ECN T10 cricket. But what do you think? Think outside the box a little bit. What if we had, I don't know. I mean, I like the 5 bowlers. That seems to have been a bit of an accepted thing. But I mean, you could equally say, okay, let's have 6 kind of 10-ball overs. That'd still be 60 balls. Give us your thoughts. Anyway, here's Jacob Gould. And the ground. It's going to be only a single. But then all
Backing up. Come on, lads, come on. Captain. done. Well done. Good stuff, Jackie. I know I'm taking the piss, but that was actually well watched on him. See that? Yeah, that was a horrible bounce. And it went, didn't it kick right?
Boys backing up.
Nearly got him last. Keep going, Jacob. Keep going, boys. Catch!
Run him out. Look, I could go for two.
Good work, Jacko!
Good work.
Good arm. Catch it, catch it. Good. There's no one backing up, boys. No one backing up.
Backing up, boys. Keep backing up. Good stuff out with you, boys.
Good work, Jacko.
Hello viewers, welcome back. Rico is here. I've had me lunch, thank you, Vinny. Vinny having a few power issues, so I'll come back and take over in this match where we're seeing a good partnership between two batters in good form. We saw Sufyan and Yas Sangani going well in the last match. And here comes Gul with a good delivery there. Dot ball. He's always in the game, isn't he? Gets the dot ball in here. Need a quiet over. The way things are going so far here, the over scores going in the way of Plovdiv. It just doesn't get the pace on. That's the difference when you get Jacob who comes on. So tidy so far. Sufyan going well. And well, that one will be the end of the over. Good over there from Gul. Just the 5 runs come from it. And when you think about the way the overs have gone so far, 10 off the first from Chris Lakov. A couple of boundaries in there. Then we saw that big over. Grover, the Centurion of yesterday, goes for 24. And Ryan goes for 13. And then Gul comes back with a nice, good, tidy over, keeping it nice and tidy. First time that we've seen Nitish with the ball. But Grover, yeah, just losing his line there. Welcome to everybody. Hello to Helix, John Hisham. And somebody say, John Hisham saying, Corey, leave the plugs alone. And hello to Mehedi Limon, who's in the chat there as well. To Wayne is there. Well, Vinny, got to pay the electricity bill, buddy. I know that Vinny has had a few issues with where he is at the moment. I think he's trying to sort some things out, getting changes made. So the studio power just going. So not to worry, Vinny. You gave me time to have my lunch. That's the key thing, and you gave the viewers a chance to hear you talk through a few overs. I know that a lot of people do like to hear you in the chat. I know that Samir was in there saying, hello, Vinny. So back over to me for the rest of this match. As that's going to be launched. It's going to be 6 more. Bole, bole, bole. Kinna sona shakalagya. इन्होंने अपनी बिजली दे पैसे नहीं देते और बिजली कट होगी पर असि तो है गए. And so is Yash, who's just finding his rhythm. He's starting to get into it. I mentioned in that last match where he started pretty slowly. He was, I suppose, like a lot of players who haven't played this format do, sort of so used to playing the T20 or the one-day game. Well, he's miscued this, and as a drop catch, that's a bit of a dolly, actually. I'm sure this is the catch that Siddharth Nair puts down. Let's have a look at this again. I think it's a miscue. It's straight to him, and he just misses it. I think he thinks it's probably coming a bit quicker to him than it is. So the chance gets dropped. And let's play it out as Jack Watmo's got some work to do here. And he's not able to stop it. I think this is one where Jack had to go to ground early. I think he's got to dive early and get the touch in. And decides to try and follow it. And I think behind the trees, he tries to get his foot in the way. So that one gets away. It's the halfway point here. Score moves to 67. So going along nicely, 67 off that. The last over was a good one. Only the 5 came off the last, though. And it was 52 at the end of that one. So let's have a look at the Premier Division of the European Cricket Championships. We've talked about this a little bit. This will follow, of course, the Melto and the Western Shield. In Group A, B and C. One team only out of those goes through to join the championship group where England and Netherlands will be. And you can see there's going to be some very exciting matches there. Spain will have their work cut out in Group B. You've got Italy playing some good cricket there at the moment. And with the likes of Hungary, France, Denmark and Austria in that. Germany and Ireland probably the favourites in Group A. Romania, Belgium, Norway and Greece will be competitive there as well. And in Group C, Scotland and Jersey, probably the big names in there. So all to play for at the Cardamom Oval there in Andalusia, Spain. Gul comes back. Bit of a miscue. Won't carry to the fielder. Will just be a single. Interesting how they play Gul here. It's almost like you got to back yourself to try and come out to attack him. But he's got that. He does have the quicker ball that he can fire in as well. Comes Gul once more. That's the quicker one. And gets it past the swing of the bat. So good variations once again there from Jacob Gul. He had a good day yesterday, didn't he? Did pick up one player of the match performance in the win against Plovdiv. 49 he scored in just 14 deliveries. Well, it's hit nicely, but once again to the fielders. One duster fielding. Lack of duster fielding, but nice backing up there as well. It's Grover, who's also out there on the boundary. So Gul continuing to frustrate the batters just slightly. They're not being able to get him away. That one's probably more in the slot. It's well hit, but well stopped into the deck. He's got the nice shades on, hasn't he? Gul this time. Then into the ground on this occasion. Just gets the hand there to stop it. He's taken some good caught and bowls, hasn't he? Has Jacob Gul. Yeah, well bowled again. This time no pace in there as well. Very good over. That's up over the infield, is it? Yeah, over the infield, only just. You can see that was Delric Minu trying to get there, taking the catch. Couldn't quite do it. It doesn't quite carry to the fielder is on the boundary there. So 6 overs complete. 70 on the board. So Anthony Dowling getting the ball here. We haven't seen too much of Anthony Dowling with the ball. We've seen Joss sometimes. Anthony Dowling bowling over number 7. Yes, on strike. 31 off 19, 28 of 18 is Sufyan. Short, and it has to go the distance as well. This could be car trouble. It really could. That is definitely gone into the road, and I'm sure that has hit something. I'm pretty sure that's hit something. That goes out of the ground, and there are cars parked there, and it looked, oh, maybe it's just gone in between the 2 cars parked here, but that was not a good delivery. Yash Singh loves his shot. He gets a swivel on this proper. Back again. This time it's going to be called a wide ball. 2 wide this time from Dowling. Dowling 6 and wide. 7 off 1 ball. And that was a monster strike. It's up in the air. Nobody's going to stop this one as well. There's going to be 4 more. It's in that extra cover area. They've got the sweeper out on the offside. So that's going to be 4. So another 4. And Dowling started with the short one, then tries, you can see what he tries to correct himself here and keep it outside the off, but once again a little bit short. You're bowling now to 2 batters that are in. That's the thing. Oh, in the air though, catching chance, and this will be taken. So that is going to be the wicket that goes. Nice, easy catch there taken, making it look cool. There's a bit of noise there, of course, from the Proptive bench, thinking they're going to get under the boundary here, but they're not going to get it past Raghav Grover. We saw a lot of him yesterday when he was creaming the ball to all parts of the ground in that century. Takes the catch and removes Yash. That's the end of Sangani. Goes for 41 of 22. It's a good knock, and he's been in good form here today. Grover takes the catch, and Anthony Dowling, nice for him, the young man, he picks up a wicket. Nice little moment for Dowling after being hit for 2 boundaries in the over already. The first legal delivery, and that doesn't get hit for the boundary, gets the wicket for him. And he gets a good wicket as well there from Yash. But one good play departs, and another one good one comes in. This is Mani Parigi. Parigi. Dowling just checking his field. Got 3 on the leg side. Oh, big hoik first up from Parigi. Don't like that from him, you know. Let's have a look at this ball again. He wants the wide. And the umpire, let's have a look here. We see it here. Yeah, nowhere near wide. It's catching the line. And, oh, that's a drop catch. That's a drop catch. You'll see that the umpire doesn't signal anything. Off the bat, into the gloves of Dunbar. And Dunbar puts money down. Money could have gone for 0. When he gets a little edge on this, here we go. Here it is, and it's a straightforward catch, really. Straightforward catch. Dunbar looking at his gloves, can't believe how that's come out. Sufyan plays this out. He's quite happy just to take the single. And it's a good comeback in the over, very good comeback. As Dowling goes for just a 13 after a 6 wide and a 4, picks up the wicket. And since that wicket, a dot and 2 singles. So well done, well bowled. 83 for 1. Let's quick look at our calendar here. We went up to, of course, we've seen some graphics for the Melto and the Western Shield, the Euros of cricket. We've seen had a look at the Premier Division. We'll have a look at the Challenger Division a bit later on. But after that, the cricket continues. We go to Italy, Cyprus, Malta Encore. Then we have 2 venues in Spain. One we haven't been to before on the European cricket. That is, of course, in Valencia, the Levante cricket ground. We have been to Sporting Hellfest before, though it's been a couple of years. And then we finish back at the Field of Dreams, the Cardiff Oval, for the Euros of Women's Cricket, the European Cricket Championships. So that's the way things look for the second part of our year. Siddharth Nair is going to come back on to bowl. His first over wasn't the worst, went for 15. Going to be bowling to Sufyan. Sufyan's just gone a little bit off the boil lately. He's got to come back hard. Well, he hits it hard, but a little bit of a grunt from him going, ah! As he knows he scuffs this to Grover. And John Hisham saying, did someone bring you pudding for you? The pudding is here, John Hisham. Thank you very much for asking. But I just think, it had a nice bit of chicken. It was like chicken and pasta. And I must. Oh, he's committed. Could be in trouble. Oh, how has he missed? How has Nair missed this? Well, remember Ed caught on bowl chance when he put down. How has he missed this? It didn't have to be a big throw. It's a gentle throw back to him from Gul. And Nair has missed it. Have a look at this. And I suppose the best way to describe this is so near, yet so far. Back to the action. Down the ground. Watch the bounce. And that's always the problem. It can't be stopped there by Watmo. Couldn't stop it. And that's going to be 4 runs. And good hit, actually, off the back foot. Nice and straight. Yeah, so I picked up the chicken, had a bit of the pasta. And this one, surely. Oh, it's a one-handed effort from the fielder. Has to go at it, I think, one-handed as it's getting away from it. Great effort. One-handed effort. Just look, gets fingertips, but it doesn't fall into the hand. So it's another opportunity. Doesn't get taken. And it's an edge again this time. Oh, he's down again. Oh, he's getting dirty for his team, isn't he? देखिए चंगिया डाइवा मारा था कपड़े तो गंदे हो गए पर फील्डिंग भी होगी fielding well fielded that man diving around for his team just gets a single and that one is up in the air. Jack Mutmo is not going to get there, totally misreads it, and that's going to be another single. Now Jack Mutmo's, you back him to take the catch here, you really would, but he just doesn't pick it. And it ends up dropping in front of him. Over comes to an end, and there were opportunities. It's a low scoring over, the 8 coming from it, so they moved to 91. So the runs really have slowed down. At 67 was the score at the halfway mark. So since there was that one good over number 4 from Gul, then his second over was even better. So 4 went for 5, over number 6 went for 3. But other than that, we've had a 13 and an 8 after the 5 overs. So I think at the moment the Spartans pretty happy with the way things are. Maniparigi just not able to get going. That's a good shot though. But again, it goes to the fielder. Delrick, the captain, puts himself out there, makes the stops. They just can't find the gaps at the moment, Kern. Parigi. Sufyan has to try and go over the top. This is Bradley having a ball. Slower delivery, that's been hit hard. Nobody's going to stop that one. And the first time we're seeing Bradley, Constantine this time. And the Bradley, of course, has been in the chat. And Bradley's the man who's saying, don't worry, Rico. When we come here, we'll start seeing the bring back the Derek banners around the ground. I haven't spotted one yet, though. But maybe Bradley's just concentrating on his bowling at the moment. Similar kind of ball up in the air, could get a wicket, should get a wicket, and he will get a wicket. Nice easy catch there taken by Grover. And Bradley keeps it simple really, just turns his arm over, loops the ball up, and Mohammed Sufyan does try and go over the top, but can't clear the fielder. Grover takes his second catch. Makes them look easy. 35 of 23 is what Sufyan will fall for. And it is Bradley who, having his first bowl in this series, picks up a wicket. So the over score so far gone at 13 from that last one from Dowling, which he recovered well, to be honest. And Siddharth Nair over went for 8. And this one just 5 at the moment. So they're just slowing down at the wrong point is Plovdiv. Tossed up again. It tries to get it into the gap, but that will be fielded. It will just be the one as the throw comes in there from Ali Rasool. Rasool hasn't had a bowl. There's Ali Rasool. That's hit hard, and that's going to be 6 runs. Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Shaka Lagya. Well, Prakash Mishra and Gagandeep Singh was sat here watching. Neither one of them fancied catching this one either. And that's a big hit, 6 runs. Here we go, watch this. Plenty of effort. And that's 6 runs. That's what they need from here on in. Parigi needed that boundary. Is that going to get him started? Goes for another one. It does get him started. Balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. This one, I think, just ends up hitting the fence of the athletic field and not going to the other side. So that ball will be retrieved. Good finish to the over with those 2 sixes of ball number 5 and 6. With the one boundary at the beginning of it. 18 will come from it. Takes the score past the 100 mark. 109 then with 6 balls to go. Remember these two teams, when they met yesterday, it was Spartans who put 144 on the board. And Plovdiv got to 129. You just feel that against the Spartans and the batting that they have, batting that's been strengthened with Grover coming into the side, that sort of you're looking at wanting to get into the 140s. And they're not going to do that, are they? Unless we see a real supersonic over here. And it's Dowling who's taking his time to get the field set. Here comes Dowling. Let's hit down the ground. Lack of what? Oh no! Ay, 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 ay. Well, that is not a Super Mario moment. That is a super moment there from Super Mario. And look at this. Just watch the last moment. That one there gets him. There's a little bit of Tortuga, but rather than attack the ball, that's the mistake I think Chris makes there. He needs to attack it and take the ball before it bounces again. He waits on the bounce and he gets past him. Let's hit now towards Jack. That should just be a single, so Dhruv Upadhyaya will take the single, and you get the feeling that Mani Parigi now just wants to stay on strike for the next few deliveries. Dowling back to his mark. Gone. 6. Big is in the slot. And, well, there were some children here earlier from a school that were in that activity centre, the outdoor activity centre there. You see it there with the swings, the tree houses, the climbing frames. Well, it's a good job they're not there now, even though, fair play to them, they do all have the helmets on. But, yeah, Parigi, you don't pitch up to this guy. He's hitting the ball well. Had a slow start, though, didn't he? 120 on the ball, 3 balls to go. 130 would be good if they can get into the 130s. Scuffs at it. They'll take just the one. They don't turn it down. So that's a good result, actually, getting money off strike. So Dhruv gets on strike here now. He has hit a boundary, but he doesn't want to dot up. That's the thing. I think Mani's probably going to be running here, whatever happens. You got to. You can't have a dot. You got to be running. It's high in the air, but this is catchable. Grover out here has been sensational. And he takes another catch, does Grover. 3 catches. And that's a bit of a nightmare, really, actually, for Plovdiv. They did not want to dot that one up. It becomes a dot. It also means that a new batter comes out, and that's going to happen with a ball to go. So you're not going to see Parigi back on strike. Dhruv goes for the big shot, and goes aerial, goes high. But it is the Grover who is there to take the catch. He looks the business, doesn't he? The Centurion of yesterday takes the catch. And Dhruv will depart. Dhruv goes for 6 or 4 deliveries. A new batter coming out. Grover being involved in all 3 wickets. And well done to young Dowling as well. Picks up his second. 2 for 25 so far with a ball to go. Every chance he could get another. Bowling to the left-handed Faizan Rahman. And just look at Parigi. He's ready to run. He's saying, I'm ready to go. Whatever happens, we're running. So he's going to end up in that 120s, you know. Here comes the delivery. In the air, could be a third. And they just leave it for each other. And you might as well run a second. So, and they will get the second. So what should have been out, really, Anthony Dowling should have had another wicket. The 2 fielders just staring and eyeballing at each other. Nobody wanted to take the catch. They're leather shy, maybe. Maybe they're allergic to leather. The ball drops into the middle of them. Dowling won't get another. He'll go for 27. Does pick up 2 wickets. The score, 123 for 3. And it means that the chase will be 124. Mani Parigi took a while to get going. When he did get going, he then ended up at the wrong end. So Plovdiv, they're going to have to bowl at their best against the Spartans. Spartans, though, it's fair to say, they have had some hiccups along the way with their very first match. Remember, they were bowled out for 55. And just having to think, you know, I actually think that they're only one of a few teams that have been bowled out here. And I know the Spartans were, the All-Stars were bowled out against Plovdiv. And also, I think the Ravens, when they were chasing the Sophia Stars 116, they were bowled out. So Spartans, they have had some scares when they have been batting, and this could be another one. Well, we had some scares as well when we started this match. Everything was going well. Vinny Sandhu was in the house talking you through the action, and while he was there, it's probably fair to say that Plovdiv were doing pretty well. Maybe the Plovdiv they have got Vinny as a bit of their mascot, because while he was talking, they were hitting the ball pretty well. Yash was going well, and so was Sufyan. But then there was a power cut for Vinny. Vinny lost his power, and well, it looks like the Spartans lost their good luck charm. Or was it? Or maybe it was actually Plovdiv who lost the good luck charm in Vinny, because their runs started to dry up as I came back into the commentary box. Wickets started to fall. Grover was taking the catches. First of all, he would get the catch of Yash, who would go for a very fine 41 of 22. Maniparagi did come out, but he wasn't able to get going straight away. Sufyan would hit Bradley straight to Grover, who took his second catch. Then this was when Mani started to find his form. That was a big hit. That was one that had the likes of Gangadeep and also had Prakash in trouble. That one was trouble for Super Mario. Just waited for the second bounce, but never really happened. Grover, though, no such troubles from him. He'd just been absolutely brilliant. That's a nice catch was held from him. And the innings comes to the end. We thought they were going to get a big over to finish, but fair play to Anthony Dowling. In the end, just the 14. He takes another wicket in there, but quite easily could have taken 2 wickets. 123 is how it would finish, with just 3 wickets down. That's the way it looks. So it was a good start from Sufyan and Sangani, but once those two got out, and Maniparigi sort of really took a bit of a while, longer than he would have liked to get going, though he does finish on 27 off 11, and Dhruv gets out at a crucial point, which meant that Fazil Rahman had to come out and face that one ball. But that was also a bit of luck. I mean, if they end up winning this match by a run or 2, and that means a loss for the Spartans, they'll look back at that last ball where really there shouldn't have been no runs at all. It should have been a wicket. So that's the bowling card. Plenty of bowlers used. No Ali Rasool. Now, that's an interesting one, though. It's fair to say that all the bowlers bowled actually very well. Only Dowling goes for 27, but does pick up 2 wickets. So maybe they just decided that in this match they're going to rest the likes of Ali Rasool. Remember, the Spartans, they will play again against the All-Stars in the next match, so that could maybe have been a bit of a tactical ploy. So we're going to take a little bit of a break now, and remember that it's 124 that's going to be required for a victory. And join us back in about 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to, well, what should be you would imagine perhaps a routine run chase from the Spartans, if there is such a thing as a routine run chase, needing 124 after bowling pretty tight and restricting the hard hitters of Plovdiv getting going. They made a good start, Plovdiv, but then it was a good comeback from the bowlers, led really by Jacob Gul. I mean, his bowling figures are quite sensational. And in a match like this, when you have, I mean, just have a look at those figures. When you bowl and you bowl your 2 overs, just give away 8 runs. That's quite outstanding. And it already is kind of a player of the match performance. This one gets played away, no run to start off with. You've got Lakov and Dunbar are the 2 openers. Lakov was in good form yesterday. Of course, was involved in that 146-run partnership where Grover scored the century. And Kanish Mahari, the top bowler for Plovdiv. That's just over him, but they have got a fielder pretty straight who does the work well there. That's Mani. And just over the hand of Kanishk. Plovdiv is trying to G each other up. Come on, boys, let's hear you. And hello to John Heaton, Paul Kempin. I noticed that Viking Bay was in the chat as well there. Hello to Viking Bay and also Kroom. Kroom, how are you? Hope all is going well as this one's going to get muscled away. And that's going to go all the way. Yes, it is. Manus Arriba. Arriba there from the umpire Ivan. It's going to be 6 runs. It's short and down the leg side. And Dunbar gets a swivel on this proper. Nicely struck. Thank you very much, says Dunbar. There it goes. It hides itself in the bushes. But that one does get found and does get sent back. That's beautifully timed. I think this is 4, you know. Oh, it is. What a great shot this is from Dunbar. The timing on this is sensational. We often talk about the ball being smashed. And sometimes it's not just smashing the ball, it's timing it. This is timed to perfection. Let's see if we can see that again. Here it is. What a glorious shot. That is right out of the textbook. They don't come better than that. 4 runs despite the effort from Mani. This one's just going to be a little bit too wide. Born on this day, back in 1918, Surrey's Alex Betzer was simply one of England's greatest post-war bowlers. And disciplined line and length, seam and swing. He began his test career with a staggering 22 wickets in the first of his 2 tests against India in 1946. A bit more on Alex Betzer in a moment. So that's just going to be soft hands to play away. Just take the single here. And he was always a wicket taker throughout his career, and he took them in clusters. 23 in 3 tests against South Africa in 51, 36 against Australia in 4 tests. And later, 2 years later, that was. Once the single, we'll get the single. That will be the end of the over. First over comes to an end. 14 coming from it. And a couple of boundaries in there as well. Some nice shots as well. And yeah, in Australia, including match figures of 14 wickets for 99 at Trent Bridge. The greatest in Test history by a bowler. Not to be on the winning side. He was later an England selector for a record 23 years and was knighted in 1996. Alex Betzer, born on this day in 1918. Hello to Phil G, is also in the chat. It's played away in the gap, and once it gets through the gap, it's going to be 4 runs, and there's Tyrone Peters, Mr. Horns himself, who comes out of the shade into the sunshine. Picks up the ball and gets the throw back in straight away. Lovely shot though, beautifully timed. Chris Lakov and Dunbar, 2 good players on that offside. And with the rate you know, they're needing around 12. There's two good batters to have in. Both of them will stroke the ball around. The good runners between the wicket. That's a nice shot. It's going to be well watched by Parigi. Gets there and keeps it just to a single. He's got a lot of ground to cover there, Money. They've got him pretty straight because there is the only man out straight at the moment. They want him to cover both long on and long off. So he's very straight, but anything that goes wide of him in that extra cover area, it's all down to him. Sufyan, that's the foot fielding. Just be a single. Don't mind the singles here. Amadeo, who bowled very well in the last match, and I think that's why he's being given the ball here before one or two of the others. They probably will go straight back to Kanishk for over number 3. They'd like to bowl him out. That's good delivery. Good delivery. And block hole bowling from Amadeo. Gets the applause from his teammates. Let's have a look at this. Well bowled. Gets down, gets the stop on it. No runs. Just the 6 of the over so far. Started with a boundary. And that will be another. Goes a little bit quick, Amadeo, but he goes quick and wide. A little bit too short, and Chris Lakov is onto it. And no lack of power in this shot. That will go all the way. Seis Guerrera, Skinna Sona. Beautifully played. Lovely hit, lovely shot. Gets played away. I have a question for you. A lot of people in the chat at the moment and chirping away. And my question is, who is the highest run scorer in women's test cricket? There you go. That's one for you to ponder over, as this one is going to be watched into the safe hands of Money. It will only be a single. So despite 2 boundaries there, again, I mean, this is the thing with these 2 batters. So 14 off the over, I think, in that one. No, 13. 14 came off the first, but again, 27 on the board. That's what they need. That's what they need. They need to go around 12, and they're getting them. So for Plovdiv to get themselves in this match, they either got to get a couple of wickets here, or they've got to slow the runs right down. No Sophia Stars playing today. There's no Ravens playing today. Both of those teams having a rest. Well, Sophia Stars will have the 1 day's rest. The Ravens, of course, we haven't seen them for a couple of days. They'll be nice and fresh when we see them tomorrow. It's 4 runs. It gets past Sufyan. Sufyan's only about a metre, 2 metres the most away from this, but it's been hit so well that by the time he moves, it's already got past him. Sufyan also be interesting to see if he's going to have a bowl. Remember, he did get one on his knee when I was here on Wednesday, and that caused him a few problems. And though it hasn't shown in his batting, certainly with the bowling it could be an issue. Well, that one will have to be found as it goes over the hill where we are, and I think it's gone rolling down the hill somewhere. So nicely played away. So it gives me a chance to repeat that question. Who is the highest run scorer in women's test cricket history? So I'll leave that out there for you to ponder. Right, ball does come back to the bowler Rahman, who goes for a boundary first, and now he bowls a Gandhi slower delivery. In comes the throw. Well, I wonder if we can have a look at the height of this one. I think it's probably, well, no ball has been called there by umpire Ivan. So the umpires have called it. It is a slower delivery. Yeah, I don't think there's no doubt about that, even though Chris Lakov is batting outside of his crease. That ball's far too high. The slower one gone wrong there from Rahman, who just hasn't been able to find his form in this series so far. It's going to be a wide now again, the slower delivery, but this time 2 wide, so the free hit stays in play. Just changing their bowlers around a little bit. So Kanishk, who normally does come back to bowl straight away, they've made a change there. He doesn't. Amadeo bowls the second. A few changes from the Plovdiv bowling side. They're holding, it almost looks like they're holding Maniparigi back. Abhinav is the other bowler. That's well bowled. Dot ball And it's a dot ball, which was the free hit. So they don't capitalise on it, though there was had two goes at it with the ball being rolled wide as well. So they don't get that one away. Dragged, no run. Good fielding that is from Kanish. That comes pretty hard on the bat. It bounces up quite viciously, but Mahari keeps his eye on it and keeps it to another dot. So Farzan Rahman, it doesn't start well, but it could finish well. Well watched by Mani, just a single. Plovdiv. I like the enthusiasm. Backing each other, making lots of noise. That's a good shot. A bit of width gets played away. And that's going to go all the way. 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro. It's the second 6 that Chris Lakov has played in this area. And just anything that's a little bit wide, he seizes on it, gets played away. And that's pretty close again to those power cables, isn't it? I don't think that misses those cables by much. I don't think Chris Lakov would have been impressed if that ball hit the cables. It would have been called dead and he wouldn't have got his 6. Rahman, 40. See, once again, with that boundary, they've gone past what they need. So now they're bringing that rate down. They started at around the 12 mark. It's going to come down to about 11.5. That's been punched away. Work to be done here by Mani. He can't do it. That's not good fielding. It's the second one, actually, that's in the day that's gone past Mani Parigi in this area. And he needs to stop this one. That's going to 4 runs, and it's very similar to the one before. Look, he just doesn't get down early enough. He doesn't get anything behind the body. And once that gets past the hands, that's going to be 4 runs. It's a disappointing way to finish the over. 18 will come from it. It shouldn't have been that, really. 15 at the most. 45 without loss. And just a couple of runs in it. But at this moment in time, you saw there that Plovdiv were ahead by 2 runs. They had a good start to the match. But then those 2 wickets, the wickets are first of all off Ash, who was going so well. And then pretty soon after that, Sufyan would go. And they just had a couple of overs where they those 2 overs actually from Jacob Gul that only went for 8. That's where they fell away. I mean, 8, I said it at the time. That still, for me, is player of the match performance. Those 2 overs from Jacob. He was, of course, the player of the match when these 2 teams met yesterday with a fine 49. Tries to whip this away in the gap. Doesn't quite get there. Got the fielders pretty close in that leg side, especially that's where Kanishk is. They've got nobody back on the leg side boundary. It's a bit of an interesting field, actually. You've got, well, they're pushing somebody back now, just when I mention it, so they now have got square leg back. But he's the only man back on the leg side. Lakov looks to get over, and he's not going to do it. It's a good effort there from Mahari, but he gets hands to it, and we'll feel that maybe he should have taken the catch. Oh, Mahari gets there, and Lakov gets alive. He's trying to, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to flick this over the top of him, because those 2 fielders are in pretty close there. And that's not the areas to be bowling to Chris Lakov at the moment. Anything that's wide of him, he's putting it away with ease. It's another boundary from him. The 50 now comes up. Yeah, this field, it's a 1 field on the leg side, square leg. Nobody else on the leg side, a very straight long off, and that's Amadel. Then you've got a third, a backward point, and an extra cover. But Lakov is hitting this over point, not backward point. I think that fielder probably needs to move, and that means that anything that's lofted over onto the leg side is always going to be a boundary. Got to look at this field here. And I suppose it doesn't get made easier for the captain if the bowler doesn't bowl to what he wants. And now there's another change here. It looks like they bring the square leg up and Mani Parigi pushes back, or he's going to push back the fielder on long on. So field keeps changing. You can see the plan he's got, but I think Lakov is enjoying this. He's enjoying being given the room outside the off with a very fine third and a backward point. But Lakov is putting the ball in between. Yeah, this one's hit a bit more squarer. It will be stopped there. Sufyan does the fielding, keeps it to 1 So that's fortunate. That goes to one of the fielders out in the off, but from where Sufyan is, the next fielder on the boundary in the offside is all the way around at point. Now, does this field change at all here? Let's see if there's any changes to Dunbar. Dunbar hasn't had too much of the strike. He's 14 of 8. And he strikes that pretty well as that one pings off the middle off the bat, goes all the way, hands up in the air from the umpire. That is 6 runs. It's a glorious stroke. Dunbar nice and still, and then just unleashes. The head stays perfectly still as he clears the driving range there where the golfers like to hit the balls out of. 6 runs. And that's the end of another over, so you can see that over by over, the Spartans keep decreasing the rate. That over goes for 16, so over by over scores at the moment. 14, 13, 18, 16, 61 without loss. Can they get the 63 they need off 18 balls? I suppose it's possible. Spartans, knowing that points are essential, they still look the second spot. First spot certainly will be the Sofia Stars. Second spot is what the Spartans and the Ravens are playing for. That's hit out. Is it going to get in the gap? I don't think so. Sufyan does pretty well. Yeah, they're playing for that second spot. Ravens will come back, and they've got big matches to play, haven't they? If you look at the way those tables are at the moment, I think I've got the updated tables here in front of me. So the Sofia Stars 28 points, Spartans on 17. The Ravens on one behind the Spartans, but they've played a game less. They're on 16. So if there's possibilities of 4-pointers for the Spartans, I think they will try and take them. Oh, that's a spicy delivery. It's a very good take from the keeper. That's a Rudra Shah. But this one just takes off. Look at that one go. I think that probably comes off, yeah. Probably, if anything, there's deviation there, but that's too high for the bat. I think, if anything, it catches a bit of the shoulder there of Dunbar. So this is Kanishk, who gets brought back to bowl as over number 5. They want a breakthrough. Probably if they're staying with it, they're trying to encourage the bowlers. They're making plenty of noise, but they're not getting the breakthrough that they want. That's in the slot. It is going to go all the way over once more. 6 more. Both of these batters have been ruthless in this area. Every time the ball is short and outside the off, they are putting it away. And how many times have we seen that kind of shot executed by Dunbar and also Lakov? It's another one that gets put away. Lovely shot. Good day to Scotty there from the ECN Supporters Club in Australia. Nice to have you with us. Paul Kemping is coming up with an answer. Belinda Clark, he says 229. All right, Paul. Paul giving his answer to the question. That's up in the air. That's gone. It's a lovely shot, lovely pickup, and ends up, well, you may have seen the athletics track behind me when I did the intro to this match. And this is gone into the stadium and will be making its way around that track. It's a good pickup, lovely shot down the ground, and Spartans, this partnership is flourishing, and they're making this look easy at the moment. Kanishk. Oh, I think this is caught him on the lid, I think. Yeah, they are. I think the umpires are going to have to do a little check here to Dunbar. Right on the grill of the helmet. Dunbar's quick to take it off to have a look. I think the umpire's going to check. I'd like to see, I wonder if we're going to see the medic go out there. If we need Moody to go out there and do a little concussion test. Well, Moody isn't moving at the moment. And well, Dunbar says it's okay. Normally when we see a helmet being struck, you normally see, I'd like to see the concussion test done there, but nothing happening there. That struck Dunbar pretty well. Just pushes this out for a single. This is where this partnership has been good, and this is where these batters come into their own, really. with this required rate of 12. Both of them are more than capable of getting the 2 boundaries that they really need in the over and then taking those singles. But at the moment, they gain more than that, taking about on average 3 boundaries and over, sometimes more than that. That's why they're in a very good position here at the moment. But again, it's in that gap, and what they have done also is push back the fielders, so the singles are easy. They're needing to go at under 10, so yeah, they'll take the singles. I think it's still Plovdiv still need to get wickets to get in this match. That over there from Kanishk, though there's a dot and 2 singles to finish, there was 2 big sixes in there, which means that again it's 16 off it. The rate goes down to just about 9.5. 77 without loss. Some of the upcoming events on your screens there. So from Bulgaria, go to Belgium, Germany, Sweden, Hungary, and then to Rains Park in Wimbledon. Some more action coming up from the UK starting on the 28th of July. And I hope we get the good weather that the England people have been enjoying at the moment. I hope it doesn't turn nasty. I hope this summer's not been and gone. That's hit firmly. It's not going to be stopped either. It's not the worst of deliveries, actually, from Abhinav. Abhinav Shanmugam comes in and thinks he bowls a pretty decent delivery. But Abhi just gets pushed down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. So that question, once again, who is the highest run scorer in women's Test cricket history? We saw Belinda Clark was the question. Now this one could be coming into me for a moment. I thought it was going to make its way in, but just goes to the side of the igloo. It also goes all the way over the rope. Just a beautifully timed shot once again there from Chris Lakov. Keeps his body nice and still and hits it powerfully down the ground. And Plovdiv, who up until now have, well, they've remained pretty positive. They're trying to encourage each other. I feel that they now know that this match is getting away from them. 37 runs required. Oh, that's a Gundy ball. It's high up in the air. No ball call straight away. Armadale will drop the catch, and he does the worst possible thing he could have done. It's the worst thing he could have done, Armadale, because it was a no ball. So free hit will come, and all he had to do was just let the ball bounce in front of him and get it back and save the boundary. He doesn't. There's the no ball call. The slow ball from Abhinav goes wrong. And you know what? The Spartans now, if they can get a boundary here, I think that the 4 points becomes a real possibility. 15 off 2 balls and whatever comes off this. Lakov a bit disappointed. He just plays it away for a single. Just a single. So it's the second time that the free hit hasn't been punished in this match. Well, he's gone for another full delivery. I don't know what Abhinav is bowling here. Well, this sort of bowling reminds me of our time in Czechia, where we had some very nice pies. I know that Phil G has been in the chat. And Phil G and Danny will vouch for that. Nice pies in Czechia. The bowler's bowling pies here. Abhinav. That's not a good delivery. It's an interesting bowling change actually as well. You want to try and take a point out of this match, Plovdiv. Abhinav would not have been the bowler that I would have chosen. So that's 20 runs. It's gone magical already. Still 2 balls to go. 27 needed. They're going to have a real crack at this, aren't they? And that's certainly going to help. It's going to go many a mile as it flies over the head of Mani, who's there in that long on position. It's going to be 6 more as Dunbar goes ballistic with that hit. Meanwhile, at the other end, Chris Lakov has brought up his half century, 55 of 22 deliveries. And he was the one who scuffed the single after hitting the ball, the full toss for 4 to bring up his 50. So what about it to Chris? Good knock from him. He seems to be getting better and better. 3 6s and 7 4s. That 50 coming off just 21 deliveries. That's another brutal hit. Oh my, oh my. That has gone a long way. And we finally see our first supersonic over. That over goes for 32. And Abhinav doing the double teapot. And just like that, it's the Spartans who need 15 runs off this next over to take all the points. And there is silence from every one of the Plovdiv players, because now they know the chances of getting a point here is very slim. Remember Plovdiv, this is the importance of this match. Plovdiv, they are in fourth. They took that fourth position back away from the All-Stars after All-Stars got their win against Trakia this morning. If they don't get a point here, then the All-Stars play the Trakia side last match of the day. And if it goes the way it went this morning, then Plovdiv will once again drop into that fifth spot. No points for Plovdiv would be a disaster. They go to money to try and get them a point. After that last over, I repeat, goes supersonic. 32 come off it. In the air, a wicket is exactly what they could do with here, and they will get it. How important is that? Lakov will go. Catch gets taken. Hardly any celebrations from Plovdiv. They get back to their mark. Lakov will go. He does his job. Chris Lakov tries to hit this one over the top. You got Adrian Dunbar, who's on 49 at the other end. So Mani Parigi getting the wicket of Lakov. Can they find a point from somewhere here? 55 of 23. There's that. The wicket again. New batter comes in. It's the Centurion of yesterday, Grover. Grover knows what he's got to do. And I think if I'm Grover here, look, he's just coming in. If he pings the first ball to the boundary, fine. But if I'm Grover here with Dunbar at the end, at the other end of 49 of 17, I'm just looking. I mean, he's got so many gaps. They should actually be bringing players in to try and stop a single. I can't believe that nobody's moved. They've left the field exactly as it was. Grover will go for the big hit. Amadale got to stop the boundary. In fact, he takes the catch. So the Centurion of yesterday will go first ball. Well, a lot can change in the ball. They leave the field as it is. Armadale was on the boundary. I mean, that man you keep out there no matter what. And he comes in. Armadale who takes the catch. And Mani Parigi makes it 2 out of 2. And yesterday's Centurion is today's Golden Duck. There's going to be a Golden Duck here for Grover. Well, yesterday, Grover was getting all the accolades. Today, he will go first ball Golden Duck. So that means there's a little bit of the old... Hello, Derek. And, well, Derek or James Pond here wearing the Peacock Friday shades as well. I've got the Peacock Friday shirt on. Here we go. Hat-trick ball coming up. Back to the action. And it's going to be 4 runs. It's a no-looky shot here from Jacob Gul. Well, how about this shot? Look at the umpire here, by the way. Umpire Narayan, ooh la la la. Narayan does very well to get out of the way of that. Shimmy, 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 shoo, la la la. Oh yeah, a little bit of the old shimmy, shimmy, shimmy from umpire Narayan. Gul gets a boundary. Oh, good delivery, but well played. Fielder can't get there, can he? Oh, he can. What an important stop this is. Dunbar, though, does get back on strike. That's a magnificent bit of fielding. I didn't think he was going to get there. He gets there, makes the stop. That is hugely important. Hugely important. All right, what we need, 10 runs required off 2 deliveries. Has to go to a boundary this. Spartans want the point. Slower delivery. Oh, it's a no ball 7 up. What are you thinking? Oh, Mani Parigi, what are you thinking? Well, we saw this from Abby bowling pies, and now Parigi decides to bowl a pie to a batter who's on 49, and Adrian Dunbar just mashes it to the boundary. That's 7. Oh, that is just crazy. I mean, you trying to defend 10 runs in 2 balls, just bowl your normal delivery. Tries to bowl a slower delivery, bowls a pie, gets hammered, and that still means that there's 2 balls still to come and need 3. Well, after the fielder looked like saved their bacon, Plovdiv Well, I think they're going to give it away here, aren't they? Dunbar, 55. Well, just going to be a single. So they'll take the single. So, well, maybe it comes down to this. One ball to go. Mani Parigi, can he go from villain to hero? At least get a point for Plovdiv. How important is this? This is massive, I think, for Plovdiv. Could be the difference of staying in and finishing in the top 4 or going out at the expense of the All-Stars. Gul on strike. 2 required of this ball. Parigi feeding the pressure. Stops. Goes back to his mark. Just have a look at this field. I mean, they've got the square leg back. The Gul put the last one. 45 in the circle. Long on back. No mid-wicket. Only a short mid-wicket. Long off. Extra cover. And backward point. In comes Parigi. And good delivery. Just hold on to the keeper. What are you doing? Why would you even do that? They get a single. That will be the end of the over, and Plovdiv will take a point. They will take a point from this match. The Spartans. Well, it is the over. Surely it's the over. Well, Ivan's not going anywhere, and finally it gets called over. I think Ivan had lost count, but that's the over. Oh, well, there he is, Mani Parigi. After bowling that shocking slower delivery, that got smashed for a 7-up, and then they needed 3 runs off 2 balls and didn't get it. The Spartans, they'll be pretty disappointed with that. Remember this. So remember this match. The Spartans don't get 4 points when they should have, right? And they might miss out on a top 2 finish if the Ravens finish really well. And Plovdiv, they get the point, and that point could keep them in the top 4. Top 2, remember, have the second chance. That's why the Spartans want to finish second. And little dobbly dabber slower delivery here from, this is Preet Raval coming on to have a bowl here. So Plovdiv, they get something from this match. I don't think they were expecting that. Spartans, they win the match, but I'm telling you now, they'll be disappointed. It's not the first time the Spartans have done this. That's going to be the match. The match is done. The Spartans will get the win. They'll do it, and they'll do it with 16 balls to go. But they know that they've left a point out there. They've lost another point. Handshakes all around. Dunbar and Lakov, the star performers with the bat. Lakov got to 55, then gets out. Adrian Dunbar then gets his, he gets his 50 courtesy of a 7-up that he blasted away. The next ball he plays for the single, and then Gul just couldn't get what he needed to get the 2 runs of that ball to give all the points to the Spartans. So Plovdiv, they're coming together here now. I wonder if we can just see Plovdiv, the team, just in a huddle. There they are. And they're in a huddle there because they know that they picked up a valuable point from nowhere. Well, the 2 batters go in there to sort of break up that little huddle. They go back to a huddle now because they know they're going to be saying to themselves, you know what, boys? We get beat here, but we do get a point that probably weren't expected to get. So that's probably done for the day. They only had the 2 matches. Next match, the Spartans will be up against the All-Stars. And that match coming up in around 35 minutes' time. A big one for the Spartans, but a huge one for the All-Stars. All-Stars will finish with 2 matches back-to-back. One from the Spartans and one from Trachea. Trachea, they'll be expecting to get a win over, though Trachea are starting to get better. But if they could get something out of the contest against the Spartans next up, then they could be finishing the day ahead of Plovdiv, and that would be massive going into tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, will be the last day of the round-robin matches. We turn our attention then to the highlights, and this is the way it was looking at the beginning of the innings. It was the Crystal Lakov and Adrian Dunbar show. The 2 batted beautifully well at the top of the order with a 109-run partnership. And at one point, it was looking like they were going to get their team to a victory without losing a wicket. Lakov and Dunbar were playing beautifully outside the off. This was the wicket that will remove Lakov. But then it was 2 in 2 because Grover smashes his first ball into the hands of Amadale, who took a good catch running in from the boundary. And that was when I was thinking that really Grover, even though he scored a century yesterday, probably would have been wiser just pushing the single and getting Dunbar back on strike. Gul did get on strike, This here, by the way, for me, is what gets them a point. That bit of fielding. Look, the next ball that came up, well, I think we're seeing this was the last ball. We didn't see the boundary, that the shocking ball, the no ball. In fact, they're all a bit out of sync, actually. But we didn't see the no ball that was pelted for a 7-up. But that bit of fielding, that stop there on the boundary, certainly for me, made a huge difference of picking up a point or not. As simple as that. You know, we talk a lot about bowling, we talk a lot about batting, but sometimes the fielding can be key. Not only can it win your matches, but it can also get you valuable points. And that 1 point from Plovdiv could be huge. There's that scorecard, pretty impressive from Lakov and Dunbar. Those two starting to look the business. But once again, they're Spartans. I don't know if they've got their genuine opening pair. Grover would love to be up the top of that order. I'm sure he would too. And also, don't forget, there's good players like Kushal still to come back into the side. When he's here, I think the left-hander, he definitely has to open, and I think it will probably be him and Dunbar. That would be, I think, for me, the right opening pair. On the bowling front, there was 2 overs for 29 and 2 wickets there for Mani Parigi, but the main thing that Mani did, even though he bowled that one horrendous delivery, he would keep it tidy towards the end and finish with though he goes for 14 off the over, he manages to not go for the 15 and get a point for each side. There was one over there, of course, that was just a nightmare, and that was an over that went for 32, and that was when, of course, it was Abhinav that got it completely wrong, and that's where the opportunity of getting all the points first came into fruition there for the Spartans, but they couldn't do it. So we've got a nice break now of about 30 odd minutes before we come back. The next match, once again, will be the Spartans taking on the All-Stars. The All-Stars will be on a bit of a high after the win earlier in the day against Trakia, but can they keep it going? Can they come back and upset the Spartans? Join me, Rico Full, and the rest of the gang when we return in half an hour's time.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back on Peacock Friday as you get set for match number 24. Spartans back in action. They're looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. They're in good form at the moment, though I do feel they'll be just slightly disappointed that they don't pick up all 4 points in that win against Plovdiv. It was there for the taking, needing just 3 runs of 2 balls, but they don't do it. But they do get a win. They've got players in good form at the moment. Lakov and Dunbar at the top of the order have been sensational. And I like the bowling there of the young Anthony Downing as well. But perhaps Jacob Gul is going to come good in this one. Let's talk about the All-Stars. Now, All-Stars, they're on a bit of a roller coaster ride at the moment. Early this morning, they started the day and they were in 5th spot. They got a win. It took them into 4th spot. They are now back into 5th spot because Plovdiv did get a win and pick up that all-important point against the Spartans. But if the day finishes well for them, with a game here against Spartans, and they will take on MU Trachea at the end of the day. If they can get valuable points and get that win against Trachea, they will once again finish and start tomorrow, the all-important day tomorrow, the last of the round robin of matches in that all-important 4th spot. So big couple of matches coming up here for the All-Stars. They've got good players in there. Shibin Abraham, I expect him to perform well. Akash Harikuma didn't have to do too much in the earlier match in that win against Trachea. I think he is going to be key in this one. And keep an eye on someone like Palouse. I think he was very good as well. Very important match coming up here. I think the Spartans will be the favourites to win, but I think the All-Stars will know 2 things here. Play well, play as a team, and try, if you're not going to get a win here, try and get that point, but put a good performance in that sets you up for the all-important match against Trachea to end the day. Join me in the commentary position and I'll tell you a little bit about the 2 squads going into this match number 24. Hello folks, and good to have you back. The beautiful shots here off where this ground is located, not far away from Sofia. And that's the ground, of course, looking wonderful. And well, I was talking about the importance of this match. So if we take a look at it now, Plovdiv with that very important point in that last match against the Spartans, they're on 14 points. They are 2 behind the team that are third, Ravens, but Ravens, as we know, have still got 3 matches to play. Plovdiv have only got 2. The All-Stars playing this one against Spartans, they're on 10 points. They've played 1 game less than Plovdiv, who are 4 ahead of them. So this is their game in hand. They need to get something from this. The way I think they're looking at this, the All-Stars, is right, look, even if we get a point from this against the highly rated Spartans and then get a win against the MU Trachea side last match of the day, then we still finish above Plovdiv in 4th spot going into those all-important matches tomorrow. What is important is what happens at the coin toss. Earlier, Tyrone Peters had the 2 captains with him. This is what happened. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back.
The All-Stars to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Tails. We're going to bat first.
The Spartans are going to have a bat.
There you have it. Well, some people wanted to see my Peacock Friday shirt one more time, so we had it for you. Just a little smidgen of it. But thank you very much to Tyrone Peters, so you can see what the coin toss there was. So now we've got that sorted. So Spartans will have a bat. Of course they will. I think this is an opportunity for them to go out there and really try to pile on the runs. However, I would be just a little bit cautious. I don't think it's going to be all one way. The All-Stars, one thing they've got to do in this match, they've got to be at their best in the field. They let themselves down a number of times in those catching positions. We see a few changes coming into the side here from the Spartan side. Pavel Florin comes back into the side in this one. And the Dowling brothers, they seem to be taking it in turns, who comes in and who comes out. So we'll see no Joshua Dowling this time in this match. He comes and makes way. And we also see that Pavel will come into the side. Pavel Florin, Ali Rasul is there. I'm sure we're going to see him have a bowl this time round. So Anthony Dowling does come out to allow his brother to come in. And Bradley holds on to his spot. Didn't bowl too bad, did he? Picked up a wicket, but you can see a big difference there between the percentages, 73% to 27%. But yeah, going back to what I was saying there, I think it's just important that the all-stars that they do field very well. I think the bowlers will try their hardest, but they're going to need help from the fielders. If the fielders hold on to the catches, then anything is possible. And Georgie John bowled very well in the last match. Jerin will be very key as well as Shibin Abraham. And who knows that Akshay Harikuma will, I think, have to play a bigger part of this. Nitin Sanil, can he come good when it comes to their batting? But the Spartans will be looking to pile on the pressure. I don't think they'll make any too many changes. I think the change I see at the moment, they might just be changing those openers over again. So it might be Grover who's going to be out there with Dunbar. Yeah, it is. I can see Grover at the non-strikers end of Dunbar. So Grover, I like that also. I think from the captain, he's basically thinking, you know what, Grover, he gets a golden duck in the last match because he had to go out and just basically smash out and got caught very well on the boundary. So he's going to be opening again this time. Dunbar was out there. I just get the feeling here that we could see another big score. We've already seen one century today. It started off yesterday with Grover yesterday. Zahid Salut for Trakia got one. Could we see a third? Joe Foster is the umpire with Ivan out there in the middle. And the Ryan is the third. Tyrone Peters. The taunt referee Rado say let's play. Here's the first. And trying to get this in the gap. Guided away. It's a shot that we're going to see played a lot of times, I think, from Dunbar, especially out on the offside. So one run on the board of the very first ball. And Jerin, who's doing the bowling. Welcome to everybody. I see that. Monica Ramos is in the chat. Muy buenas tardes, Monica. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo la vida? ¿Cómo las cosas? Dámelo. Dámelo como son. Hello to Helix. Hello to Paul Kempin. John Heasham there as well. That's too high. That's, well, como la vida por la lanza. Muy mal. Es muy mal porque es uno malo. Es uno malo pelota. He left the ball in again too high. Just far too high. And then the wicketkeeper can't stop it. That's not good from Nitin Sunil. You've got to be alert to those and stop those. All right, the ball does come back into him a little bit. But he goes past him. And you know what they're doing? I tell you what, I think somebody's already put their name on this tree. If you can see this ball one more time, watch where it goes. Oh, please tell me you've got time to get it in. And it goes, that tree there, that's going to be this year's Christmas tree, 2025 Christmas tree for somebody. I wonder who. It's that's growing nicely there, all on its own. And that's going to make a very nice Christmas tree later on this year. As long as you take it and plant another one, that's what I say. Hey, I would be planting a lot of Christmas trees over there since it's growing really well there. Plant a few others and you could start a good little side business. Push that beautifully, elegantly through the gap. And Grover is in the groove as he gets his first runs in the day. There's Chris Lakov. He's got his pads on. How long will he be wearing those for, you wonder? That's a really nice shot here from Grover. 4 runs. Just caressed through the covers. Arriba. Barasona shot Maria. 4 runs. There's Lakov doing the fielding. That one just gets played away. Hey, I didn't. When I was told there was a bit of a power cut there from Vinny, and what I didn't know is that wasn't just a power cut in Vinny's building. Apparently, now I don't know if it's just Prague or the whole of Czechia, but there's power out everywhere. And I did manage. I suppose Vinny is. This is a bit like what happened in Spain. Remember, a few months ago, when the power went in Spain, parts of Portugal and France. I did hear from Vinny, but I suppose his network is going to be a bit up and down, bearing on how the electricity goes there. But Vinny did say to me that everything's been off for about 90 minutes. People stuck in trams. And asking the question and liking this one. The umpire has a good look. Joe Foster says not out. We'll see it again here, second time. It's the end of the over. 11 come from it. Well, let's have a look at this one again. So it comes back in, and it's a good shout, you know. I think you see that ball moving, and you just feel that it's going to carry on going down. And I think Joe Foster's probably right. That's probably going to do a little bit too much and miss the leg stick. So we'll go back to Vinny and his message in a moment. Quick look at this. This shows us how the Euros of cricket will look there at the Cardiff Oval. Premier Division first. 3 groups will be in action. We'll know the winners of the groups, and then we'll put a hold on that for a moment. The filling in the sandwich, the Challenger Division Group 1 and 2, and their finals day will be played. Once that's over and dusted and Locker Lifestyles trophies are given away, then we go back to the Premier Division Championship Group, where the 3 group winners will join last year's finalists. Played away, a one-hand stop, nicely done. Had to make that stop, otherwise that would have gone all the way to the boundary. Nicely done there by the captain, Akshay Harikuma. Saves 4 runs. Yeah, so going back to that, so Vinny is saying that people struck in trams. The trams are frozen on the streets. Phil G, our very own Phil G, was moments away from getting in a lift. Could have been stranded in there. And let's hope that things get back to normal there pretty quickly. I haven't heard any more from Vinny. Julian Dawson joins us in the chat as well. Hello, Julian. And Ash is saying hello to everybody. Ash with his a little Derek emoji for his name. And of course, save the Derricks. That's what we're talking about. We've seen a bit of James Pond on camera today. And he didn't like my joke a bit earlier, Julian, I have to say. And the joke was Derek related. What did the duck say when he finished his dinner at the hotel? Put it on my bill. Cling, cling. I thought it was all right. Oh, Derek shaking his head at me again, saying, no, Rico, no more of those jokes. Okay. Of course, not International Joke Day today. We had that a few days ago. And today, of course, is all about the 4th of July. And Independence Day there in America. Americans will be having their grills in the backyards, in the beaches or the parks, some partaking in parades, marches, enjoying the fireworks at dusk, as that is going to be down the leg side. Wide ball from the bowler. This is Georgie John. Georgie John doing the bowling. Oh, now then. The umpire having a good look. And this time it's Ivan who's saying not out. Leg by is signalled. There's Georgie John. Let's have a look. Nah, just again. It's close, but not close enough. They'll scramble for a leg by. Georgie John with the ball. That's Gandhi. It's a good take by Nitin Sunil. He's had to deal with a couple down that leg side. Got to keep it tidy. Remember what I said about the All-Stars here. Keep it tidy and you give yourself a chance. They need everything to go their way. Maybe a call or two from the umpire as well. Not getting that at the moment, quite rightly so. The umpires have been spot on with their decision making. It's another glorious shot. Oh, cue this up. And what a bit of fielding there from Narayan as well. When Narayan, I don't have the applause there for Narayan, who makes the stop. But first of all, the shot. That is class. Shot of the morning, shot of the day maybe so far. And there's Narayan, one-hand pickup. Tyrone Peters, what happened to saving the equipment there, Tizer? Oh, beautiful shot. Now he goes aerial. This one will also go to the boundary. Will it be 4? Will it be 6? It will be 4. Cuatro más. And the shot before that, though, was the absolute beautiful stroke on the offside for 4. That will be the end of the over. So 25 without loss. That over in the end with those 2 back-to-back boundaries goes for 14. Georgie John before then was going okay. So 14-11. It's a sort of score that we saw Dunbar and Lakov getting. And the thing was that match they could afford to do that. Then they got that, of course, one supersonic over that went for 32. That changed everything. That's the tables. Keep an eye. Well, those tables that come up so quick and go. Why bother, folks? Why bother? Let's not bother showing them. They're going to come up that quick. Who do you think we are? Supersonic? Anyway. That one's gone into the trees. We could have that. Why can't we just have that table come up? And when you put it up, it goes smaller. Here's a tip from me. Have the table come up. And I know you've got to get out of the way pretty quickly. Just have it go smaller and just keep it at the top right corner for a little moment so people can at least see it and we can talk through it. Anyway, that's the moan of the day over from Rico Full. I have a moan, and I'm not going to moan at this guy, Midden Devasi, with all the sixes on his back. Yeah, I'd like to see more of that. Just shrink the size of the graphic, park it somewhere. Let's have a little parking bay on the screen. Parking bay at the top right, so it's out the way of everything. Leave it there for a moment. It's not in the way of the scorecards. Leave it there for about 5 seconds. Another one. Third time lucky. Oh dear. No luck here. Fielder should have made a simple stop. And it's going to get through Georgie John. Let's have a look at another one. I reckon he's just getting the ball to swing too much. Let's don't see much of that one. Well, that's the misfield. Now we see Georgie John. I wonder if we can have a quick look at this. Probably. No, we can't. It's another one that strikes bad. I think what it is, he's getting so much swing on the ball. Maybe you can have a look at this ball here and just see if he's getting this ball to swing. So back here to Jerin Hose. Let's have a look at the swing. See that ball? Yeah, there it is. That's why he's not getting the decisions. The umpire is just saying, right, okay, you're getting so much movement. Anything that's doing that, I'm not seeing that ball holding its line. It's going to swing to the leg, so I'm not giving it. So that's another very good example of that. So another leg by. They're just not getting onto those, are they, these two? Dunbar and Grover. Keep it at their pads, maybe. So left arm over, doing the job quite nicely. And this one is not going to catch anything, but again, down that leg side, you can see Grover trying to get hold of it. And Quacky saying, replace Derek with me. Well, any duck will do at the moment. Where is Lakov is Jamatul Islami saying, well, Lakov is going to be the number 3, I think, this time around. Could be in pretty soon. No, it won't carry to the fielder, who's going to fire this for no reason at all. And it will get past the fielder doing the backup. Sloppy from the All-Stars. This is my worry with the All-Stars. They're not All-Stars in the field. That's the problem. There's no need for the fielder here, Shear, to be throwing this ball. They're going to take a single. It will always be a single. Why give more than a single? All right, how long we got here? Somebody put the counter on this. So this is the tables. All-Stars are in 5th. 10 points. They want to finish above Plovdiv. Top 4 is what's important. Plovdiv on 14 at the moment. If they can get something out of this match against Spartan, then they play Trakia, who they got no chance. Trakia at the bottom. If they can get a win against Trakia, then they put themselves back again in that 4th spot. And then tomorrow, everything to play for. I wonder if we got the graphic. Do we have the graphic for tomorrow? Maybe we can have that up at some point. And then we can see just what the crunch matches will be tomorrow, rather than me just talking through them. It'd be good to show that on the graphic. Maybe we can do it at the end of this over, guys. Just show the graphic of tomorrow here. So one that's going to be missed out on by the batter. I think it's another one that gets wasted by Dunbar. So Dunbar, this is kind of, it's being called a wide. Well, Ivan's taken a long time to call this wide. He probably at first thought maybe it caught something. He doesn't call it. And then in the end, well, it does get called. Well, I suppose he wasn't sure. That's down the ground, and that will go all the way. So Dunbar, just remember he was 10 of 8, which is not the best of starts for him. But I will say that this is what we're used to normally seeing from Dunbar. He's not the quickest out of the blocks. Grover himself is 15 of 11. But they can just... didn't really know what to do with that Dunbar. He gets done by that slow delivery from Shibin Abraham. Coase, by the way, a good spell from him. 2 over 17. That shouldn't go unnoticed. It's very well bowled. So the power play score just at 36. It could be tidier if it were for the fielding. Off the back foot, and that one is going to get past everybody and goes into the field behind. And, well, maybe the 12th man there of the All-Stars, Arjun, could have made the stop there. Arjun, next time throw yourself at it, Arjun. Make yourself a staff. Don't worry about the water bottles for the moment. Or throw the water bottles at it. Stop the Grizzly going into the athletics park. We're running out of balls here. And Arjun, he's on water duty. It is an important role to play, actually. It's very hot out there. And what's the temperatures here at the moment? I don't know what the temperature... In the shade now. Temperatures in the shade. What have we got here? 32 in the shade, people. And getting hotter. I just spoke to Moody, the medic, and he was saying, Rico, the weekend's going to be hot. And hot and spicy is the shot from Grover. Grover was on 15 off 11. He decided now's the time to get going. And they're going after Shibin. That's going to be another Maximo with the ball to go. So that's the 20 of this over. So the over by over scores went to start off with 11, 14 and 11. This one is the big one. And it's another wide. Number of extras have been a big issue. They haven't been able to capitalise on all of these extra balls. But that, just listen to this. We're coming to the end of this fourth over. That's now 14, I think. 14 extras. Right. That one doesn't cost them, I suppose. 13, I stand corrected. 13 extras. 4 in buys. 2 in leg buys and 6 wides. And there's that one no ball as well. That's too many. In 4 overs, that's too many. 57 without loss. That over does go magical. 21 from it. And that's probably from one of your better players. I think that's why it's disappointing, really. Shibin yesterday was their player of the day. Now, this is what we're talking about. Coming up tomorrow is a Trachea against the Stars. When we know that the Stars are through, no issues there. Trachea against the Ravens. Big match for the Ravens. They could really do with a big win against the Ravens. Then the All-Stars. That's a huge match. The Ravens taking on the All-Stars. Plovdiv against the Stars. And then Plovdiv against the Ravens. That's where Plovdiv, I think there's going to be make or break in those two matches for them. If the All-Stars can get a result tomorrow against the Ravens. So the All-Stars just playing the one match. So they'll need to win that one. And then I think Plovdiv, if the All-Stars win that tomorrow, depending on what happened in the last match today when Plovdiv take on Trachea, then those two matches there for Plovdiv could be crucial. And they're not easy. They're playing two big teams. And I think that one there again with the Ravens and Plovdiv, that could be one that decides who has the double chance. The Ravens might need to win that and might even have to win it, say, by 4 points to steal second spot away from, say, the Spartans. So big matches coming out tomorrow on a very important last day of the round robin of matches before finals day on Sunday. Jacob with the ball. And once again, not quite there for the big hit. And as Devasi comes along to does the fielding. Let's go back to his spot. This is Albin Jacob with the ball. No wicket down so far here for the Spartans. But just feel that they're on about the 147 rate at the moment. They'll be happy. I mean, look, if they get to 150, they're more than happy. And that's another big shot right out of the middle. This is probably going to be just to the side of the athletics track. So that ball will come back. It will take some time to come back. Now, I did give you a question. And that question was, who is the highest run scorer in women's test cricket? I'm going to give you till, let's say, the 5th over. And then, well, which is now the end of this over. And we will reveal the answer. We've got somebody who's given it. What's the answer? What did the fielder in front say here? And that is that's Shibin Abraham. What's he saying here? Well, Shibin is saying Maglani. Okay. We'll make a note of that, Shibin. We'll let you know if you're right or not. Well, in fact, I'll tell you now, you're wrong. And anybody else in the chat can have a go as well. Right, the ball does come back. Thank you for taking part. The Shibin, look, even the players getting involved. I like that. Wide ball this time. So, who's the highest run scorer in women's Test cricket history? Had a few answers on this actually from people, but nobody's quite got it right just yet. So, have a think about that as we see another delivery there. So, I think this is Jacob just trying to keep this ball just sort of outside the off stump, but it's got to try and sneak it in. Crashed. Bang. Boom. Gone. Where's this one going to end up? Is another biggie. So it's another one that's going to get away. Smashed away. And I suppose every time that ball is in that slot, that's exactly where it's going to go. So another one that gets smashed away. So 3 balls to go, still in this over. And plenty of runs have come from it. Edge. Oh well. It's all going a little bit against the All-Stars. Big swing. That's gone so quick. There's no chance really for Nitin Sunil to get hold of that. That's gone into the well, close to the fence there. I was going to say into the long grass, but of course, this morning that was all trimmed. Thank you to the man who did that. Makes it a lot easier to find the ball. Grover moves into the 40s. Scored that ton yesterday, of course. Yeah, scored the first 100, 105 of 33 balls, 14 sixes. But followed it up with a 0 today. Just to the fielder. Does get fielded. In comes the throw. And keeps it. Keeps it to a dot ball. And that was the first century. And of course, Vinny Sanders spoke you through that one early this morning. Of course, we saw another. And that was a century in match number 2 from Zaid Sulat of Trakia. Wasn't enough to get them a win, though. In fact, it wasn't enough to even get them a point. That one's going to be whipped away. It's going to be 4 more runs. So 2 centuries. But I do feel that there's more out there. And I think with the Spartans batting first here, it's a possibility of somebody getting one here. Halfway point is 80 on the board. And the question that I was putting out there was, who is the highest run scorer in women's Test cricket? 1959 birth of the highest run scorer in women's Test cricket history. It will be quite a task for anybody to match Jan Britton's 1,935 runs made in 27 tests for England between 1979 and 1996. Her 500s are also a record. Come on, lads. Right, this is going to be interesting. It's time to see a little bit of Devasi, who is the man with all the sixes on his back. Well, be warned, batters, because the devil is going to be having a bowl at you. This partnership already worth 80. Devasi going to come on and have a bowl. I'm just having a few issues with getting that graphic up for you, but we'll get it up in a moment. It's up in the air. Fielder coming in, and oh no, the captain of all people, Akshay Harikumar. You'd expect him to take the catch, and I want Devasi to get a wicket because he will celebrate. He'll give it the everything. He'll give it the in and out, the back and forth, and a little bit of chak de fatte shaba shaba. But no, Akshay Harikumar You got to do better than that. All Stars, all teams have had, the teams that haven't performed to their best, a few issues. With Trachea, they just haven't been able to get the right batting right. We saw in the last match, finally, they went with Zahid Salut at the top of the order and things started to change. And they haven't used the bowlers the way they should. And with the All-Stars, they're fielding. And that's another good example of it. Probably from the man who's been their top fielder, and that's their captain. Harikuma makes a mistake. High, and nobody there. I think this is going to get away from the fielder as well. Gets fingers onto it and then just helps it to the boundary. And not the first time a batter is going to get to a landmark and assisted by the fielder. This time it's that man over there who gets fingers to this and pushes it away. Grover will get to 50, moves to 51 of 21 deliveries. A good little bit of acceleration from him. He was on 15 off 11 and now has raced away. So, Devasi not really quite getting the luck at the moment he deserves. That's one's hit away. Akshay this time makes the stop. And that was after putting the catch down, put Dunbar down, didn't he? Got to put an end to this. We've had two magical overs. And as well bowled. And to get Dunbar tucked up, who goes on the back foot. And it just don't, you see again, there's no need for this. No need for it. And Jinu Palouse just says, yeah, all right, whatever, and turns around. But there's no need. It's a little push to him. He does the fielding, throws the ball away unnecessarily. Batters take two. The next one will go to the boundary, and everybody will say to Palouse, that's your fault, because Dunbar should not have been on strike. And the Rico crystal ball never is wrong. There you go. So, you know what, Jinu? You might as well walk back to your fielding position and say, it don't matter. It does matter. And it matters for Devasi because it should have been a single. He should have been bowling to Grover. He bowls to Dunbar, and Dunbar peppers it to the boundary. Don't go for a magical over, but it will go for 18. But the fielding errors there from the All-Stars. All-Stars, I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that how flat they are here. They got a win against their opponents earlier today. And, you know, you got to take that. You got to take that. You got to take that victory and improve on it. You know, 96 to 98. They got it with 20 balls to go. They took 4 points away. 4 points away from Trachea. Now they're really a bit flat here. They want to at least, remember the way that table looked, they want to at least take a point here. That's important to them. But they're just flat here. You can see in front here that Shibin Abraham's doing his best to G him up. Well, that's going to hurt. Yeah, that's going to fly over everybody. That's going to go a long, long way. That's another big hit. 6 more runs. Smashed away down the ground. Says Carreras. So for those that were still waiting for the answer, we couldn't get it on your screen. So the highest run scorer in women's Test cricket history. It was, born today in 1959, birth of the highest run scorer in women's Test cricket history. It would be quite a task for anybody actually to match it. Jan Britton in the air. It could be a wicket, should be a wicket. It won't be a wicket. It's been dropped. There it is. It's on your screen. Yeah, Jan Britton, 1,935 runs in 27 Tests for England. But that's another opportunity. And it's been dropped. And Grover, oh dear, that again was an absolute setup. Was that our man Jinu Palouse again? I feel it was. So Grover now dropped on 58. Palouse putting the catch down. All right, this time I think this is going to get over the fielder. It is, and once it gets over you, it's going to get away. There's nothing that Georgie John can do about that. That's going to be 4. This is now Rafi, who's coming on to have a bowl. He had a good match, didn't he, earlier? Shot. Fielder there, though. And caught. Good catch. Dunbar will go. Well held this time I think that's Hashir who holds on to the catch. I think I recognise Hashir with the sort of tanned cap on. So Dunbar goes into his favourite area, doesn't quite get it quite in the middle, and the fielder comes along. Hashir takes a really good catch. So the first wicket goes, a partnership that was worth a very good partnership, worth 109. Just checking my note for a moment because I think it was, yeah, it was a 109 partnership between Lakov and Dunbar, and now Grover and Dunbar put a 109 partnership on together. And good partnership, 109 for one. And Dunbar is the man who goes 35 of 17. Good catch, Hashir. Hashir holds on to the catch, and it is Rafi who batted well earlier. Lakov just pushes this out into that mid-wicket area. Wants to give the strike back to Grover. Now, Lakov played the very sensible role yesterday, didn't he, when Grover got his century. He got a half century himself, but he literally just kept Grover on strike. He didn't quite actually get the half century. And looking at it again, he's got 48. And Grover was doing this, and Lakov was just giving him the strike. So Grover, he's in and on for another. I know he's got a lot to do because that's the end of the 7th over. 116, but Grover is on 65, and take it from me, he can accelerate pretty quickly to get the 35 he needs. Let's take a quick look at the way that things are looking here at the moment. So, of course, we've got the weekend of action, and then this domestic competition comes to an end. The end of the European Cricket Series. We'll give out all the medals and trophies on the Sunday. Monday will be the start of the T20 Internationals Women's. Bulgaria will play host to Turkey, Greece and Serbia. And then on the 10th through to the 13th of July, it will be Turkey and Gibraltar. They'll be visiting the men of Bulgaria in the T20 Internationals. So looking forward to keeping an eye on those. Of course, I won't be here for those, sadly. And it's always great to see the men and the women playing their international, especially the women from Bulgaria. We've got a lot of time for them, improving all the time, and I hope they go well here at home. It'd be nice to see Turkey coming in to join them as well. And Serbia, amongst other teams. That'll be a good little series, that one. I'll be in Belgium. In the air and dropped. It's a chance. And it's hit straight, really, to Krishna. And Anandu Krishna puts it down. Let's have a look at this again. I think it's in and then out. What a pity. It's a chance. Lakov gets another opportunity that he doesn't get taken. But he gets a single, and that's the problem. Every time he gets a single, Grover then goes, boom, shakat lagya. He's just going to hit sixes for fun. If you don't get the ball pitched up to him, he's going to hit sixes for fun, and he's going to bring up his second century. That'll be quite something. He scored a century yesterday, then he gets a golden duck, then he comes back and scores another century. Then, of course, everybody will be thinking next time he plays, will it be another golden duck? Well, we'll have to wait and see. So we're on century watch again, everyone. I'm telling you, Grover has just got one thing in his mind, and that's to try and get another century here. 1, 2, 3 for one. Spartans. Better ball. Much better. Pitched up. So this is the difference. Pitched the ball up. It's not quite 100% Yorker, but difficult to get away. Look, bit of in-swing. Can't get under it. Can't get the boundary away. Tavasi. Comes Tavasi again. Short. Adios. Goodbye. Gone. Into the road, maybe. Hits the fence and comes back. Don't bowl it there. He's just making it look easy. 1986, a Burley 183 not out for Mike Gadding. In his second game as captain, was the highest of England's drawn third test against India at Edgbaston. It was a result not to be sneezed at. England had lost 7 in a row going into this one. This is also the debut of Mark Benson, the Kent opener, who later became an elite international umpire. A little bit more on him after this delivery. Short again, 6 again. Big 6 into the trees. That one could end up in the climbing frame. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. Maybe it's in one of the hammocks. As Grover, well, he is putting the bowlers to bed here. Devasi, the devil, is under attack. See the difference? Pitch one up, dot ball, bowl short, 6 runs. Yeah, so going back to Mark Benson, elite international umpire. He faced his first ball with England at 0 for 2, made 21 and 30 in good style, and was never picked again. So he went on to umpire, did Mark Benson. But on this day, 1986, Gatting making that 183. Short and in the air, fielder running. I don't think he's going to get anywhere near this. That's going to be another boundary. It's going to be 6 more. Shaba, Shaba, Bolle, Bolle, Bolle. And the score moves to 141. Grover moves to 89. Chris Lakoff will get a single. Right, there's me doing my captaining now. Right, are you listening to me, All-Stars? Everybody in. Bring everybody in on the single, because Chris Lakoff is going to try and take a single to give Grover the strike, because he's going to be the team player and want to give Grover the strike. Is anybody going to listen? Are they going to make a change? Are they going to try and stop Chris Lakoff getting a single? No, they're not. Bring mid-wicket up. Bring square leg up. Bring the 2 men straight up. Because he knows what he's doing here. He wants to get Grover another century like he did yesterday. It's going to be Elbin Jacob to bowl. And there's the little shot. There's the single. Nobody listens. Goes into that area. In fact, coming back for 2. Wow. Now then. Chris Lakoff takes 2. That's interesting. And Grover probably saying, oi, what's Grover saying here? He's probably saying, hey, I'll give you another 2 balls. You can have another 2. I only need 3. Interesting. I still think he wants to take a single. That's probably Grover said, no, go on, have 1 more. And, well, he gets 1 more and he gets out. Well done to Jacob. Gets it full and gets it straight. Well, there you go. I tell you, Mr. Grover, Raghav, you should have just kept it to the single and been on strike. Now you never know what could happen. Lakoff gets a little bit on this. Oh, a lot of it on it. Actually, drags it onto his stumps. He's going to be gone. Gave a few chances, did Lakoff. They never took him earlier when he was dropped on 1. Doesn't matter. He chops that onto his stumps. Goes for a runner ball 4. Bowled there by Elbin. So, next man comes in, Jacob Gul. Now, Jacob Gul, he's not one who likes to take singles. He's one who likes to mash the ball to the boundary. Let's see how he's going to go here. I suppose the thing is, I'm talking like we're in the last over. We're not really. But, hey. All right, moving things around. That's why Lakoff, I suppose, was not taking it. If we were in the last over, we would. I'm ahead of myself here, aren't I? Yeah, we are in the 9th over, not the 10th. Elbin. A lot of talk about getting this field right. Jacob Gul, I think, is just going to try and pump it. That's the way he plays. We know how he plays. Hits it fairly well. It's bobbling around, and it's going to be just a single. The single gets taken. So it's going to be a big score here. The question is, All-Stars, what will they need to get a point? It could be finishing about 170. Well, expected score 172. Oh, swing and a miss from Grover. And it doesn't miss by much either. Look at Jacob holding his head. I think this has only just gone over the top of the stumps. It's good delivery. Grover is 89. Let's watch it again. Okay, gets dragged. Shouldn't be a boundary. It won't be a boundary. It gets bowled back in sensibly. So just a single. Moves to 90, does Grover. So this is where I think he's saying to Jacob, and I think Jacob Gul is going to know that anyway. Hit a boundary. I want the last over. to try and get me ton. I want 6 balls. Elbin. Good delivery. Oh, is it too wide? The umpire says, yeah, this hasn't missed by much. We'll see it again here. There's not a lot in this. Let's have a look at this here. It's probably only just missing that line. Yeah, only just. It's a good call from the umpire, Joe Foster. Very tight call, but the right call. But keep it there. Keep it there, LB. Oh, just loses his run for a moment. It's down the leg side. Does that catch anything? I think it might have caught a little bit of Jacob, and the umpire says yes, it has. So it doesn't get called wide. Yeah, it does. Catches him on the thigh pad. It's a good stop in the end from the keeper, Nitin Sunil. So what a good over that is from Open Jacob. Picks up the wicket there of Lakov. Only gives 5 runs away. 146 for 2. Trying to keep the score to something that they can achieve. Well, run chase would be great, but a point is what they're after. They need a point. They want to get a point here and win the next one against Trakia. If they win by 4 like they did this morning, they go 1 point ahead of Plovdiv. If they get a normal win, as long as they get a point here, then you're on the same points as Plovdiv. The thing is, Plovdiv have 2 matches tomorrow. And from memory, the All-Stars, they just play the one tomorrow. That's crunched, and that's gone a long way. That's a big hit. So, smashed, big. Grover moves to 96. Already got a century on the board. .96 Grover moves on to with this hit. It's too short, is whacked away. This is Georgie John with the ball. And comes the next. On 96, Grover. Short again, and that will probably be it. Yes, it will. It's the 2nd century for Rav of Grover. Well, he says, Rika, you missed out on it yesterday. Vinny was calling the match. I'm not gonna make you miss out again. This time he does it with me in the box, and it's 102. This is what he finished on yesterday. 102 off 34. Look where he's hit them, so you know where they haven't been bowling to him. And of course, he will be on there again. That was yesterday. That's up in the air, and that's going to go all the way as well. 6 more runs. They just haven't bowled a good line to him. They haven't had him hitting anything over extra cover. So this was what we were just looking at. So yesterday, Grover, there he is, Raghav Grover, 105, not out of 33. Today, Zahid Sulit scores a century in a losing cause for Trakia. Scored 100 and ended up on the losing side. And now Grover will have his 2nd. And he's not the first player to have more than one. You saw Fahad Shakil do it there in Prague. 163 balls to go. I don't know why the expected is saying 163. Somebody needs to reboot the computer. I think they're looking at 180 here. Will he run here? Yeah, he does run. He'll take the single. And come on, wake up. I'll give it a knock. Hang on. Still not doing anything. It's stuck. The heat has got it. The heat has got. Good job that don't happen to me. Somebody's going to have to come over and do the same to me. Next one. Big swing. Gul misses on it. So, ball to go. So, I was saying they're looking at 180, but it's all changes once Grover gets off strike. So, 165, it could be the same sort of score. When he got the century last time, they finished on 169. And that could be out if it doesn't catch any of the bat. It will be out, given. So, well done to Georgie John. Picks up a wicket of the very last ball off the innings as Jacob Gul goes right across the line. And all to do with the height. Ivan feels is going to hit, gets given. And Gul, no complaints from him. I suppose it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters to him is that He wasn't able to get them into the 170s, but 165 you would imagine would be more than enough to get a victory here for the Spartans. That's what the Spartans are after. As the Gul, disappointing for him, he just gets the one after 4 balls as he goes LBW there. But well done to John. Nice to see him pick up a wicket. Georgie John gets one. Albin Jacob bowled very well for one as well. And a little bit earlier on there, there was also a wicket for Jorin. Jorin actually bowled beautifully well. 1 for 17 was he spelled. So let's take a look at the highlights. Once again, it was another very good partnership from the openers of the Spartans. It was 109 again. We saw 109 between Lakov and Dunbar. And this time, it's 109 between Dunbar and Grover. That was a good bit of fielding there from Narayan. And that one just wasn't out of the middle, but it still does get to the boundary. And Narayan this time makes a bit more of a meal of the stop, but does get the ball back. But you can see Dunbar, he was eyeing up that area, but that would also be his downfall. Grover was hitting the ball hard, but there were some errors, weren't they? And don't forget, Grover was dropped on 58 by Palouse. It was pretty straightforward. Che also put down Dunbar when Dunbar was, at the time, I think, on to 22. Now, that didn't hurt them too much, but Grover's one, of course, did. Sometimes you do need a little bit of luck along the way. It doesn't matter how good a player that you are. Luck always comes in handy. This one was a bit more luck as well. That's one way to bring the 50 up. He, he pushes the ball away for 4, and then the process of trying to flick it back from going over the boundary, he trips over himself. And 50 would be up there for Grover, but Dunbar would have to go. But after a very fine partnership of 109, Grover just kept on going. They didn't bowl well to him. Every time the ball was short, he would put it away. And we saw in the wagon wheel where he's hit most of his runs, square leg, mid-wicket and long on. He hit very few on the offside. Chris Lakov chopped one on to his home stumps. This is here again. The nice little moment there from Albin. And Jacob Gould would come out, but he wasn't really able to get anything going either. It was all about Grover. While Grover was there, he was hitting it big. He was hitting it miles, in fact, and he would get his 2nd century. There he is this time. He did one yesterday, did one today, and in between the two was the first baller in the last match. And the last ball of the innings would be a LBW decision going in the way of Georgie John. He picks up the wicket of Jacob Gould, but not before the Spartans have put on a very healthy score on the board, 165. So 165 it is. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. An impressive opening partnership, once again worth 109. 109, funny enough, is exactly what Grover finishes with there of 36 deliveries. Chris Lakov and Jacob Gould on this occasion not quite able to get going, but their main role, as you saw in that little partnerships, was to keep Grover on strike, which worked a treat. Number of extras, 16. That's disappointment for the All-Stars. And once again, some of the fielding there, that's one thing they just haven't been able to tighten up on. Too many errors and the ball has gone through to the boundary. Too many times they've thrown the ball away unnecessarily. They've allowed the wrong batters to get on strike, who have then punished them. On the bowling front, Jorin Hose, when you consider there was carnage in that innings, to go for just 17 is good. Doesn't pick up a wicket. 2 overs bowled there by Elvin Jacob, 1 for 28. I think that's pretty respectable. But now it's down to the batting. They've got to try and pick up a point here. That's crucial for them. If they can get a win, it'll be an incredible run chase. But for them, it's a point that they're after. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. And it will, of course, be the All-Stars going to have a knock, trying to chase down 166 for victory. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to this match number 24, the All-Stars taking on the Spartans. And the Spartans, we know already they are a strong, powerful team, got some good hitters, and one of those hitters is Grover, who brings up another century. So congratulations to him. His second century in this series. He took one yesterday and he took another one, scored another one here today. Of course, we've seen two today. We saw one earlier from Salat, and now we see another one. So congratulations to Grover. And I'm sure that will be updated in the Hall of Fame pretty soon. And Ravi will get going on that, and maybe we'll be able to even show it on the screen. It's always a nice moment for a player not to see their name just once, but a couple of times on the Hall of Fame. Bit of work to do here then for the All-Stars, and going to have to go some just to get. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. The bonus point equation for this score of 166 is 116. So restrict to the opposition to 116 or less, and that's 4 points. I think the Spartans, for me, they lost out on that opportunity against Plovdiv. It was there, they didn't take it. I don't think they want to lose out again this time. This time, they are bowling to try and save it. And that, of course, means that 117 required for the All-Stars to get what is an all-important point for them. Shibin Abraham and Jinu Pulus are the openers. Abraham will be on strike. Ali Rasul, who didn't bowl in the last match, will be opening with the ball, the left armour. And he comes to Shibin Abraham. He should be nice and fresh. Rasul. And backing away a little bit here to play at this one, Abraham. I think he sees the gap there between the short third and point. They haven't got the third back. They just tries to like to paddle it into that gap, into the vortex. Very warm here today, people, around 33, 34 degrees now. And that's temperatures in the shade. Nice delivery, oh, is it? Yes, it is. And just leaves that one alone, does Shibin. And yeah, well bowled. I think that's where, with this field the way it is, that's where you got to go at those. If you're getting your foot across and just swinging through it, it's going to sail away. There's no third, no backward point back. You can't be leaving those alone. It just gets bat on ball, drops the bat onto it. First runs then on the board, coming off that very third ball here of Rasul. Ibrahim gets off the mark. Hands over now to Jinu Pulus. Welcome back, of course, to everybody in the chat. High and big and mighty. That goes a long way. He's got all of this, hasn't he? Oh, he's got all of that. He gets right underneath it. I mean, it's not a bad, not the worst of deliveries. But, oh, that's a good strike. Look at that. And it's sailed. It's gone, cleared everything in that extra cover area. Russell, I wonder if he goes slower or shorter here. Tries to tuck him up. Goes shorter. Down the ground. Just doesn't carry to Jacob. Makes the stop. Keeps it to the 1. That's the end of the first over. Or is there one to come? I think, no, there's one to come. I'm ahead of myself. 55 matches since the golden ball. I see a lot of chat there from some of the players having a bit of a chat with themselves about catching that one. I think aimed at Jacob. It's hit nicely, but there is a fielder out there, and it's nicely done, nicely fielded there. And that's I just noticed that looked like that was Anthony Dowling that did the fielding. I know Joshua's listed to play. I'm not sure if he's on there. Yeah, just seen that here. Anthony's on the field as Raghav has come off. Well, Raghav, maybe he overdid it. Oh, poor Raghav Grover scores a century. That's the way to do it, I suppose. Score a century and say, hey, skipper, I'm a little bit tired, you know. I just scored a century. You think I'm going to have a sit out and have a couple of bevies? Yeah, why not, son? Go on, you deserved it. And to let the youngster do the fielding. So that was why Anthony Dowling is out there. First over, by the way, going for the 9. This is Joshua, who, of course, was listed to play. And this match, the Dowlings have sort of been taking it in turns, haven't they? So Joshua playing this time, and Anthony Dowling, just to repeat, on as the sub. Well, this is one way to get a boundary. I don't think the batter knows too much about it. Normally you see batters sort of kind of drag these back onto their own stumps, but somehow Ginu has got this to go to for 4. Have a look at this. Yeah, all right, that's one way to do it. There's no field you can set for that. Cuatro carreras. Pavel is in the side. I'm pretty sure that Pavel is going to get a bowl here today. Pavel picked up a couple of wickets yesterday. Oh, that's a wide delivery. Joshua tries to go shorter and wider this time. I wonder how things are going there in Czechia. I haven't heard from Phil G or from Vinny, so all systems could be down, I suppose. Let's hope they get that sorted pretty quickly. It's not a nice thing to happen. There's another swing and a miss. Oh, it's being given a wide here by the umpire. Josh doesn't like it. So just saying to the umpire, really? It wasn't that far, was it? Oh, I think that is a tight call, actually. I think the umpires have been very good on these. But I think on this occasion, I think Ivan, when he goes back and looks at that, will be the first to maybe go to young Josh and thinks, yeah, I think I was a bit hard on him with one of those. Well bowled. The slower ball doesn't get dealt with by the keeper. Paval does the fielding, gets the throw in, misses the target. The batters will come through and take the bite. Yeah, not a nice thing to happen. I know that when it happened in Spain and that electricity went, nobody ever knows. A lot of theories, you know, these conspiracy theories around about what happened. Hello to Pradeep Reddy, by the way, who's also in the chat. That's hit nicely. It's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras as Abraham thumps that down the ground and bobbles away. And Jacob Gould wasn't going to stop that. That's 4 runs. Good shot. Yeah, just going back. I know that my daughter, she was at the time was in Madrid. She went there for a concert, and of course everything went down. So it's different when, you know, a lot of people, and quite rightly so, a lot of people said, oh, it was a good thing. You know, people were at home, no electricity. That meant no phones, no sort of video games or anything. People got together as a family, candles, etc. And if you had gas burners as opposed to electric hobs and things, you could still cook and stuff. So people liked it. And I'm all for that because it only lasted sort of, I think, depending on where you were, you know, from 8 to 10 hours. But when you're not in your normal place, when you're not at home, then it can be very, very frightening. Especially if you're somebody who's a traveller, you're in a city you don't know, there's no transportation. You can't just hail a cab. You can't go. Most of the shops were shut because of the tills don't operate. The banks. Most people nowadays are always using, you know, phones or plastic to pay for things. No cash, and that's where it's, you know, that's when you start to realise that it's not the, you know, not the nicest of things. So let's just hope it gets gets sorted pretty quickly, and there's not too many nasty stories that we hear. Quick look at these standings. The Spartans are looking to try to keep the pressure on their opponents. So the Spartans, you see there, they're playing now here their last match. So playing match number 10. They can't topple the Sofia Stars, who will finish top. I don't think anybody can take that away from them. Just having a look. Ravens. This one gets played. Bobbles down. Jacob makes the stop. Yeah, so if you look at the Ravens, they're on 16. They could, I suppose, technically with 3 to play. If they could, you know, they could pick up 12 points from the last 3 games they've got. That, depending how Sofia Stars do in their last 2 games, could be crucial. They do play each other, though, so it is possible, I suppose, that the Ravens could finish top, but it's definitely on the cards for them to try and finish second. So that's why in the air, in the gap, it's going to get right in that gap. It's a shot that we saw Palouse try and play earlier, but he missed out on it. But he gets this right. They've left that gap open between short third and point. And if you guide it right, look at the way he knows what he's doing here. Before that ball even comes, look at the way he's holding the bat. He's already got the bat into position to play that shot. So he knows where this ball is going to come from, Rasul. And he guides it away quite nicely. Yeah, so Spartans could, let's say they get to 24 points here. The Ravens still got a chance to get there. Oh, that's big. That's going to go all the way. Well, watch out, anybody who's walking behind, because that is a biggie. Nice to see that we seem to have now like somebody in that part of the ground, well, who seems to be keeping an eye on things, because there are some kids who come by at this time of day to have their activities in that little wooded foresty area. And they do need some protecting. That's a big hit, actually. Nicely played away. They've got batters that can whack it, but can they also get a partnership like the Spartans did? In the same area, doesn't try to hit it too hard with the field as it is. All he's got to do is time it, and it gets time for 4. So Ginu Palouse, who scored 28 earlier today, and gets that one away. He's been good for the All-Stars. So you've got a number of players that can score, but they don't need just a single individual performer. Single individual performance is what Trakia did today. And that was from Zahid Salute. He scores 100, but the team scores 125. Oh, that's Gandhi. It's a no ball. And I like the way he's thrown himself at this. He's not just let the ball be a free hit. They're going to come back for 2. He will still have the free hit to play. Yeah, a lot of batters leave this. But this is the way to do it. Just throw everything at it. And he does. So Palouse will come back for 2. Have a look at this. So he could have just left this and thought, nah, it's a free hit. But he still says, no, I'm going to have it. Now, here's the free hit to come. And he's going to miss out on it. It goes past him. This time, Rasul gets the angle right. So we haven't seen the... Yeah, I think that just catches some of the line. We haven't seen the free hits latched onto today. Quite a few times they've been there, not capitalised on. And that is going to be 6 more. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. He gets a swivel on this. A little bit of the MJ, a little bit of the as this goes all the way for 6. By the way, I hope you enjoyed the social reel of the players warming up to a little bit of "Hi, my name is Michael Jackson," because that was pretty good. I like that on the socials and some of the extra content that we sometimes do provide. I liked it. In fact, I've got the music playing in my head now. Anyway, big hit, big over. 24 coming off that one. 46 at the halfway point. They're 10 ahead, you know. Like for like after 3 overs. They've got to maintain it, though. But at the moment, it's going okay. And that's why I think they're turning to Jacob to just slow things down. Jacob has always been able to do it. In fact, for me, look, I've got to be honest. Let's talk about this for a moment. In that last match, match number 23, Plovdiv made 123. Jacob Gul, 2 overs, no wickets, only 8 runs. Spartans get the win. They lost out on getting the bonus point. Dunbar was 56 not out. If you're 56 not out, I'm sorry, you got to get the bonus point. He gets the player of the match. In the air, chance and taken. It's as easy as that. Jacob Gul comes on and will get the wicket. It's going to be Shibin Abraham who will go for a run of ball 9. In fact, that's ball number 10, so even less than that. Good catch taken on the boundary by Rasul. So Gul does it again, and that's right on cue with what I was going to talk about. In that match, he's my player of the match. You don't bowl 2 overs just for 8 and not get player of the match in a game like that. So, look, I don't make those calls. They gave it to Adrian Dunbar for his 56 not out. Chris Latkov made 55, but Dunbar doesn't get them the bonus point. I think he should have. He misses out on it. So, hey, Jacob Gul, for me, 2 overs, 8 runs in that match, restricting Plovdiv to 123 for 3, player of the match. And because he takes the wicket of his very first ball, I'm right. That's it. I'm right. Rasul takes the catch. And that is the end of Shibin. Doesn't quite get going himself. Rasul holds on to the catch. And the man who always makes a difference when he comes on the ball gets the wicket. Is it going to be 2 in 2? No. Just gets it over the outstretched hands of Delrick. And Rafi gets a little bit of good fortune here. That's a nice looking shot. That's 4 runs. And continues. Jinu Bolu's just got to, I think he's just got to set his mind and play his shots. If it's not quite there, don't throw your wicket away. But if he's getting this sort of width and with nobody there in the point area, nobody there on the boundary, it's something that Delrick has left like this. I'm surprised he hasn't opted to put somebody. He's got 3 men on the leg side. Square leg, mid wicket and long on. Those two are pretty close to each other. He could quite easily bring the mid wicket in and push another one out there on the off. I think he's having a chat here to Jacob about that just now and saying, hey, you know, if you're going to bowl that length every so often, they're more likely to play you there than get the swivel and play you at square leg. So how about either bringing the square leg in or mid-wicket in to push another one back? That ball's gone a long way. I'm going to try and find this one as it comes back. That can lead me into... Hey, I'm going to put this question out there, but I'll give you the answer in the next, some way through the next match. And my question here is, who was the first batter to score a double 100 in a one-day match in England? All right? The first batter to score a double 100 in a one-day match in England. It's going to be another piggy. That's 6 more. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, that's where the kids were momentarily. They've gone now. Whew, thanks for that, because this one could have been in a bit of kid trouble zone. Too short. Good hit. Smashed away. Powerfully done. So another one goes to the boundaries. Very, very key here at the moment. Hey, what's this? Chris Latkov is getting cocktails on the boundary? That's not right. If he's having a cocktail, I want one as well, Manan. What's going on here? Chris. Chris saying, I didn't, Rico, I didn't. I'm only joking. In fair play to Chris, he did say, boys, it's very nice of you, but I have to decline. He's a lovely guy, Chris. He's been here a long while. And I know Chris does a lot of good work with the ladies here, and I'm pleased to hear that. Okay, this one probably just going to have the legs. It's going to be another one. Boom, shakalugya. Seis carreras más. 64 for 1 now as Junior Palouse is eyeing up a half century. Yeah, Chris, I was speaking to Guggendeep, and Guggendeep was telling me that Chris is spending some time with the women's national team, and that will certainly benefit them a lot. Chris knows his cricket. That's a really good shot, and that's going to be just a single this time, but it's enough to bring a half century up, and it's a quick one. And listen to the applause for Junior Palouse. And he deserves those applause as well. It's been a fine half century of just 14 deliveries. Well, he's halfway there. Can he reset the clock and go again? That's what they need from him. It's the end of 4 overs. 65 for 1. They are still ahead of where the Spartans were. And it looks like they're going back to Joshua here. I don't mind that. Joshua went for 13. He bowls with a bit of pace. And he's also not going to, he will be bowling to Junior actually because he does take a single. So it's a bit of a gamble. I think taking the pace off works. They don't go back to straight away to somebody. Yeah, I mean, Rasul's bowled out. So, yeah, there's got to be either a new bowler or you go back to Dowling. Says Dowling, they go back to Jacob Gould. Goes for 19 after taking a wicket off his first. First time I think any team's really laid into him. Okay. Field being changed here. I don't mind this. I think this is what we were saying before. You need more protection out the offside. They get that now. They push a man back. In comes Joshua. And good heavy length delivery outside the off. Doesn't quite give him that much room this time. So he does like to, anything that's outside the off, he does like to try and play this into that area. But this is too close. It's a good delivery. Good start from Josh. Chris Lacker on the boundary. That's good. Think about it now. Think about what you want to do. Oh, well bowled. Good wheels from the young man. Really good wheels. Joshua bowling well. Bowling with pace. Chris Lakoff always talking. That's why he's such a good one to have out there with, of course, with the women as well. It's a good, he knows his cricket, and I think Joshua will appreciate the encouragement. There's another swing and a miss. Or is there a bit of touch on this? He's walking. He's walking. It's going to be the big wicket, and Palouse will go. Joshua gets the breakthrough. That's the wicket that they wanted. He was dotting him up. He was swinging blind. Just kept the ball in that area. And that's a nice, easy take there from Adrian Dunbar. Dunbar makes no mistakes this time. And Joshua gets the wicket. (16 years of age, Joshua Dowling, and he's bowling quick. This is just sheer frustration. After swinging and missing and swinging and missing. That's the 6th wicket that Joshua has taken on the network. And that's a big one, isn't it? Because most of these runs were coming from one man and one man only. And that was Jinu. So Palouse will go for exactly 50. I was saying, could he reset and go again? The answer to that was no. Dunbar holds on to the catch. Dowling, Joshua that is, takes the important wicket. And now it is Akshay Harikumar who comes in at number 4. Sometimes he gets too funky for his own good. Let's see if he can bat proper. Well, that's what he does like to do. He likes it in that area. Now, whether he wanted it as fine as this, I don't know, but he will start with the boundary. And that's not that far away from our camera over there. It's gone through the fence, says the fielder. So we'll have a little bit of time to get this one back. There it goes. Misses the camera and right through. Yeah, we see it disappear to the other side. So who was the first batter to score a double 100 in a one-day match in England? That was my question. Give it some thought. Let's have your answers just for fun, of course. Let you know what you come up with. A few people were there talking about that knock. Oh, lid. That's on the lid. And this is where I think the umpires need to come together. A couple of times this has happened. I know this happened earlier. And Joe Foster is out there. Now, Joe Foster is, yeah, he'll get the... Now, this is where I think, got a medic out there. Let the medic go. Come on, Moody. Moody, out you go. Do the concussion test. We want Moody. We want Moody. Moody's got to go out there. You got Moody here. Moody's got to do the concussion test. In the end, Joe Foster feels he's going to do it. Checks the helmet. Probably allows the fielders also to get some drinks on board. We might as well. It's probably a good time to do it. Makes sense. I think there is still a ball to come here from Joshua, but rather than waiting while this concussion test is done, the players will take on some liquids. Oh, while the players are taking on some liquids, I can welcome you into the commentary cube. And I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's been involved today, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. You've been absolutely fantastic. The conversation on the chat has been great, and I thank you for it. I thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network. Remember, you can always be involved. You can go onto our website, europeancricket.com, and find out all the information, all the stats, the player stats on there. And do follow us on social media as well. And of course, if you are celebrating, happy 4th of July. And of course, happy Peacock Friday. I hope you are all wearing your Peacock Friday shirts. Right, we're ready to go. There was a ball to go in this 5th over. In comes Joshua. Slower delivery. The bat just gets dropped on it this time. They'll take the single, so takes them to 70. So, well bowled. You can hear Chris Lakoff saying well bowled. It's a very good over. After 19 going off that one from Gul, picks up the wicket, an important wicket, and that of the Ginu Pelusi, who was doing all the hitting. So 70 for 2, the batters that have gone so far, Ibrahim and Ginu. And one of the other things, of course, that's relatively new on the network is European Cricket Hindi. And like I say, you can check this out as well at European Cricket Network Hindi. And there too, of course, a lot of our viewers that are there on the sub-Indian continent. I think that will be right down your street to enjoy. And also do give your feedback on it as well. And Narayan coming on to bowl, but this one gets whipped away. And there'll be a nice shot there off, I think, being chased there by the fielder. Dan Oros is there at the top of the hill wearing her Peacock Friday outfit. The Dan Oros, it is Peacock Friday, the ECM photographer. She's wearing a Peacock Friday gear with, oh, there she is. And you can see, well, a good outfit there from Dan Oros. He's got the ducks on. There you go. Supporting the Derricks. Bring back the Derricks. And there's Diana. Another one for you. Diana, yours? No, look, Diana, I did say, there she is. A Peacock Friday outfit with the ducks on. So bring back the Derricks. And maybe that could be a thing we could start. I know that Samir forgot he's a Peacock Friday Derrick shirt. But maybe we can have a day for Derricks. Maybe it could be a Wednesday Derrick Day or something like that, you know, just for the Derrick until we get them back. I don't know, but liking that on Peacock Friday from Diana. And gets a nice shot of that as Akshay Harikuma. 2 boundaries on the spin. And that's a wide down the leg side. Should have been another one maybe, Harikuma. But you'll take the extras. You'll take whatever comes your way. This is Nitesh Narayan with the ball. This time to the fielder. This is the thing to Harikuma. You can set a field to him. Put the man back at fine. And, I mean, they've gone for the 3rd inside the circle. I would personally go with him on the boundary because, yeah, all right, that's gone straight to the fielder. But if you're on the boundary, you get a chance to stop it. I don't think Harikuma is going to go over the offside straight fielder that often. Gets a single here. Plays that pretty well, but straight to... That's Jack Motmo, who's changed his position. We're used to seeing Jack in front of us, so they've made a few changes in the field. Chris Lakov is where Jack Motmo normally would field. Jack is there on the offside boundary doing the sweep. And I think that's important as well. Just change the field around, give everybody a change of scenery. Nobody wants to be stood at the same place all the time. And that one will go all the way. Balle, 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 ginna sona, shaka lagya as Rafi gets his first one away. I think probably Jack Watmo probably say to Chris, I've had enough of listening to Rico. He's always having a go at me. It's your turn to get out there. Let him dig into you for a while. And that's exactly... Chris Lakov is giving me the thumbs up, saying, yeah, you got it right, Rico. He's had enough of you. And yeah, hey, that can happen. That can happen. Right, in the air, catching chance. Derek Vinu takes the cap off, and he's dropped it. Ringa, ringa, roses, a pocket full of nothing. He's dropped it, Now pick your cap up. Oh dear, well, the captain, Vinu's normally got a safe pair of hands. Ah, dekh lo. Pronde khande hai na chori chori. Haath te ghee lagi hai, boni phar hoi. Jalebiya khaya karo, jalebiya. Jalebiya de na haath chip chip kar de, ketchup har ho janda. Kinni wari main kehta tanu, meri gal koi manda nahi. Right, 87 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. And Ryan, he does go for 17, but he'd be disappointed that he doesn't pick up a wicket. 3 boundaries in the over. The rate they've got to go at here, by the way, is just under the magical 19. But the key thing is to try and get to that 117. I'm not quite sure why that the bonus point score isn't in the brackets there. Normally, it's after the target. I don't know if we can wake up the bonus point computer, but it should say, I believe, 117. 117 for a point. So it's Chris Lakov now to bowl over number 7. And wide balls to start off, a little bit too wide. Still doesn't stop Rafi having a big swing at it. Anyway, Lakov will have to come back here to field, so I can really dig into him if he bowls a bad over here. Well, hit hard, and well, Jacob is going to be 4 runs. Well, he gets a good firm hand on this. Now, Jacob, I already know he's got a busted right hand, but this time he uses his left. Now, that was going to be a little bit sore, Jacob. He gets a good hand to it. It would have been a really good save. That ball was travelling, but look, he gets a hand to it. He's a little bit unlucky. It all happens to be behind that tree. Saved the tree, says Quacky. I know that. That one's worked away. It'll just be a single. Rasul will do the fielding. Yeah, unlucky there, Jacob Gull. You did well, Jacob. Chris wouldn't have got anywhere near it. Doesn't quite get this right. Dot ball's a killer. Bit of gold dust, especially when you're needing 20 and over. Get a ball like that in, and then it's very unlikely that you're going to get that 20. So well bowled there by Chris. Being attacked by flies at the moment. They're all coming in here because they think it's cooler. It's not flies, and I don't want to eat you. I ate one the other day and it was horrible. Slow ball, well bowled. They'll take the single. Derek Vinu, who put that catch down earlier, will do the fielding. 32, 33 degrees out there in the shade. Very, very warm. Fielders taking on fluids whenever they can, huffing and puffing as they work their way through the overs, as Lakov is here. It's in the slot, and it will go the difference. It was a testing delivery for Rafi from Lakov. Lakov is right. I'm pitching it up. He's at the stumps. If you want it, have it. If you miss it, I'll have you. He doesn't miss it. He has it, and he has it good. He has it out the middle. That's going to go all the way. Smashed for a big 6 runs. And, Lakov gets this one back. 13 off the over. They really need another boundary here, and it needs to probably be a Maximo to keep them in it. Hits it hard, and it's going to be well fielded. Excellent hands from Ali Rasul. Watches this. He gets, I suppose sometimes you get a little bit of luck with the bounce, and he does here. It doesn't really deviate. It bounces and stays at a good height for him. Now Lakov keeps it to just the 14, then off the over. They needed that. The maximum would have made it 19. This is what's coming up next, the final match of the day. And it will be MU Trakia taking on the All-Stars. A repeat of how we started. Remember, the All-Stars took all the points in this one this morning. And Trakia unchanged. Zaitsulut, the Centurion, but scored a century. The team only still made 123 and ended up on the losing side. Didn't take a point from the match. Oh, that, I think, is an opportunity. Can we have a look at this side on? Look at Jacob. He knows it is. Adrian Dunbar has a chance here. Let's have a look. Gets a bit... I think Dunbar's saying it stays a bit low. I agree with him. It just stayed a little bit low. I'm not sure what he does there with the barrels, by the way, Dunbar. That was a bit naughty, wasn't it? That's firmly hit. Pops up to Rasul, who now shows off his throwing arm as he throws that to the keeper. Got to keep this going. 116. I thought it was 117. I thought 116 or less. All right, maybe I'm mistaken here. I'm not going to argue with what we've got on there. I thought it was 116 or less when I saw the bonus point equation. Keep to 116 or less. I think that should be 117. And if you're listening, there on the graphic department, can we just check that, please? I think it's 117. Oh, it's another wild swing. This time is a little bit of extra bounce. And it's a swing and a miss from Rafi. Jacob Gull still causing the problems. Watch this one bounce. So, again, really high. And Dunbar this time says it's too much bounce. Well, last one was too low. This one is too high. Maybe this one that's going to be just about right. Now, what's happened here? Has he hurt himself? I think Rafi could have hurt himself here. I think he's holding his side. What has happened? I'm not sure what's happened here, Rafi. Let's have a look at this again. Here's the swing. So, big wild swing. And he goes down a bit uncomfortably. It's almost like doesn't look right, does he? And then, yeah, I think he's swung so hard that he's pulled a muscle or something. And he's back on his feet. Dunbar is back on his feet. There's still a bat on the ground there. So, well, he's getting himself sorted out here. Wasn't the end of the over. I did put a question out there. Remind you again, who was the first batter to score a double 100 in a one-day match in England? I'll give you the answer to that at some point in the last match. Maybe in the first innings after, say, the 7th over or so. So keep guessing at that one. Oh, ouch, on the foot. Well, Jacob Kuhl, he's got one bad right hand, then the left hand after he tried to make the stop earlier. Now he's got the right foot that's injured. Pretty soon he's going to need a Zimmer frame out there, isn't he? Watch this. Ouch. And now probably that hurts more than the one that hits his foot. It will go for 6 runs. 6 runs to finish, but it's a very good over. You can probably hear that on the microphones from Lakov saying it's a great over because it's only the one boundary from it. Only the 8 come off that one from Gull. Remember, they want all the points in this one. And that takes the score to 109 for 2. Lakov, will they bring Lakov back here to bowl this one straight away? It doesn't look like it's going to be Pavel Florin. All right, big Pavel coming on the bowl. And that's the way things are going here at the moment. So Pavel Florin having a bowl. I think they need 117 for a point. It was showing 116 earlier. It still shows 116. I would say let's play safe and go with 117 because I thought it was 116 or less for the fielding side. Right, Pavel comes in. It gets played away. It should just be a single. It will be just a single. So let's have that. Let's have this for the point graphics on there. Let's have it to get that 1 point for the All-Stars. I don't think they're going to get 56 off the 11 balls here. But they should get the point, shouldn't they? Like I say, I believe it's 117. I think if the All-Stars could hear me, go for the 117, guys, not the 116. Tossed up, wants it. And it's just going to be dragged away to the leg side fielder. No mistakes there from Grover, who's got a good pair of hands. Grover back on the field then, so I'm guessing that Anthony Dowling has now made his way off. It's a fair play for Grover to come back on. That's hit pretty well, and it goes to just the man we were talking about. It's just another single then, so Adikuma and Ruffy is probably looking for just, there we know, a couple of boundaries. Gets them to what they want. Pavel being brought on to try and buy a wicket, I think, here by the captain, Delric Vinu. And that's swung and missed. Interesting delivery, that one. Let's have a look. So it's from Pavel. It's a slightly quicker one. Let's have a look at that arm there. Yeah, I think he just doesn't quite straighten it. That's okay. I think he's another one that just keeps that arm bent. If it stays bent and it doesn't straighten, it's okay. That's hit firmly. And that's going to get past Lakov. And no lack of effort, but that was hit like a bomb. And it was a heat-seeking missile from the batter. And Lakov sort of gets in the way, but couldn't stop it. And in a way, I'm glad that doesn't hit him, because it would have taken Lakov with him. It would have been the ball, and Lakov ended up in the athletics track. That's where that one's gone. Right, that boundary takes the score to 116. They will get a point here. And that was, I think, always going to be the main priority for the All-Stars. And that means that they're still in the last match to come, when they will be taken on track here. Both teams unchanged. That if they can get a win there, they will finish above Plovdiv in that all-important 4th spot. And, well, this is going to be close. It's going to be close, because it takes a while for the ball to get back. The batter is walking. Pavel is, well, there is a celebration, but we still have to see this side on. Let's see it side on. I mean, the batter's walking, thinks he's gone. They're celebrating, but we're going to have to see it side on, please. Let's have a look here. So, Ruppy goes for it. And then here he is. Yeah, he doesn't make it back. Good work from Dunbar. And then, now you can celebrate. Right, do it again, Pavel. Now the camera's on you. So, Pavel doing the celebrating. There was a celebration there from Pavel, but I think a lot of people were saying to Pavel, here we go, let's have a look at it. We will see that celebration. Now, what is it? It's the grenade celebration. Let's see. Keep an eye on Pavel. What's happening here? And, well, there's the grenade. He goes down. But he still hasn't sent the memo to the rest of his players. Pavel, I thought you said to me you're going to sort this out. Now, Pavel's throwing the grenade. Now, normally, when this is done in unison with the rest of the players, he goes down, they all go, and the bomb goes off, and they all fall down. But Pavel, he hasn't sent the memo. He's doing the celebration solo at the moment. 116 for 3 at the end of the 9th over. Good over there from Pavel. Picks up another wicket. Picked up 2 yesterday. Picks up 1 here. Just the 7 runs coming off that one. Still need a run. And that now, I think, gets them the point. I'm pretty sure the 116, yeah, I'll have to check that. I don't know why it says 116. The graphic clearly showed the 116 or less for a point for all 4 points of the fielding side. That means it has to be 117. So something's gone a little bit wrong there. And, well, we need to just double check why that's happened. It should definitely be 117 for the point. But it doesn't matter. They have achieved it. Oh, well, that's a good one. Look at that go. It's going a long way. He's given that some whirling. Lovely jubbly from Akshay Harikuma, the captain. Oh, he's blasted this. That's been absolutely smashed. Yeah, nice hit. Next one is going to be 4 more. So all these runs are not really going to make any difference in this match. I think it's just about the bowling figures here. Bradley has taken a wicket today. But it's all about Bradley seeing if he can pick up another wicket or not. Another one that gets played away. Bradley, 3 balls, 3 boundaries, 4-6-4. 130 now, the All-Stars. When you look at some of the Spartans' matches, the matches they've won, they have scored big runs. But at the same time, that's in the hands of the fielder. The catch gets taken, and Bradley will pick up another wicket. He doesn't care how many he goes for, but he gets another wicket. Nice catch taken there by Joshua. And in an area where, of course, we saw his brother take an outstanding catch the other day. So that is going to be the end of Harikuma. He just doesn't get the elevation in this time. Tries to work this one again around on the leg side, but doesn't get it right. End of Akshay for 32. 32 or 15. So you got basically 2 new batters out there because Alvin Jacob hasn't really faced yet, and the new bat comes out there. But it's been an all right effort actually. And when you look at that scorecard, it's not going to be too disappointing. They've done what they had to do. That's the main thing. So it's going to be Nitin Sunil who just keeps on. Well, it's like a bit of a yo-yo on the batting order. He could go first ball here, and he will. Pavel Florin takes the catch. And, well, he's going to break the ball in a moment, is Pavel. There he goes. Well, which one is bigger? Pavel Florin. And now he's going to, they're transferring the Laddus on. Well, Pavel passes it on to another. It's Bradley. Well, you can make up your mind who wins the contest of the man with the biggest Laddus. I can tell you what, Bradley, just settle for the wicket. The Laddus belong to Pavel. It's a wide delivery. Nitin Sunil will go. Very first ball. It's another one for Pavel. There's Pavel saying, there you go. Which is bigger, my Laddus or the Grizzly? I think your Laddus, Pavel. And he passes it on to Bradley. That's the slightly different celebration there from Pavel Florin. So Bradley, and 2 for 14. You might as well have everybody in here now because we have got a hat-trick ball. So a hat-trick ball coming up here. So Bradley, he got the captain caught by Joshua. Pavel has taken a catch, isn't it? Now it's Georgie John. Hat-trick ball. Now, we did see Mohamed Sufyan, the only man who's done a hat-trick here in Bulgaria. What a hat-trick that was. He bowled 5 balls, took 4 wickets, no runs. Hat-trick ball coming up. The pressure on the batter. Here we go. In comes Bradley. And it's played into the ground. And it doesn't quite carry to the fielder who isn't enclosed. That will be the end of the match. It will be 130 for 31. 131? There wasn't a run there. I'm sure it's one that I've missed something here. What have I missed? Why is that going up a run? Scorers, go back. They didn't run. Unless I'm blind, they did not run there. I think it's 130. Thank you very much for 5. And the Spartans win by 35 runs. A win is a win. They won't get the 4 points, the Spartans, but they know that with that victory there, they're gonna, if the Ravens are gonna take second spot away from them, they're gonna have to have a pretty good day tomorrow to do it. But it is on, and it was a nice start, I think, from the batters. Both, I think Ibrahim, we know he's capable, but he would get himself out. But who would take the wicket? Jacob Gul from the very first ball he bowled. Jinu Pulus, I really liked his innings from Jinu. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. He was playing the quicker bowlers really well. Never really got a chance to lay into the slower bowlers, though. He would go after Jacob Gul. The second over from Rasul went for 24. And then here Jacob gets a wicket of his first ball as that one is played right into the hands of Ali Rasul. So that would be Shabin Ibrahim who would go. He didn't quite have the same kind of day as he did yesterday. But then it would be a little bit of carnage for Gul, as after taking the wicket first ball, he'll go 19 off the next 5. And he wasn't the only one, though. There was also Narayan went for 17 a little bit later on as well. But it was all because of the good hitting. There was, well, we had a good look at Diana a few times wearing her Peacock Friday outfit. And Diana Oroz is supporting the Bring Back Derek campaign, wearing the Peacock Friday Derek shirt. Liking that shirt. I think we might have another good look at it, as it was the captain, Akshay Harikuma, who played a few down there. Talking to captain, Derek Vinu, normally got a good pair save of hands. He puts the catch down. This one was absolutely thumped. And that was Jacob Gul, who almost loses a hand trying to stop it. Over cow corner. Once again into the shade of the tree. That was launched into, went a long, long way up. Once again from Rafi. He's somebody else who can hit the ball pretty well. Pavel would come on. He would get a wicket. He would do his solitary celebration, which the rest of the team quite haven't got the memo for. And Akshay would get a one away there, but he would also fall soon after playing a couple of nice shots. He plays one into the hands of Joshua Dowling. Now this is it here. So Joshua holds on to the catch. The next batter comes in, Nidal Sanil, who just hasn't really clicked at all. He hits this one. It's a good catch taken by Pavel. Pavel then doing his, have a look at my muscles. Dekh lo, mere laddu dekho. Change achhe hai ki nahi? And he then passes it on to Bradley. And Bradley has a little bit of difficulty getting it into his arms. Look, that's a bit slippery after he gets the sweat of Pavel on there. And it was handshakes all around at the end. It wouldn't get a hat-trick, there's Bradley, but he does pick up 2 for 14. Didn't start well. It's a funny over, 3 boundaries on the spin. And then it could have been 3 wickets. Ends up being 2, but not 3. And it will be a win of 35 runs for the Spartans. But the All-Stars, they'll be happy with that going into the next match. I was saying before, they want a good performance in going into the next, and they do. They get, I think, 3 of those top 4 batters get into good runs. And there's still question marks there about Nitin Sunny. I think they just can't decide where to use him. And when he comes in lower, he just doesn't perform. I think you might just have to try and stick with him as an opener and say, go out there, swing hard, get out, or be retired out, or whatever. But him coming in the middle order doesn't seem to be working. Plenty of bowlers used there, and 7 in total. And you can make up your mind who's the pick. Expensive was Rasul, but I like the bowling there of the slower bowlers. Bradley picks up 2 for 14. Even Pavel gets it over and picks up a wicket there as well. And young Joshua Dowling, I think his 2 overs were pretty good. He bowled with some pace there, Joshua, and he caused all the batters some problems. So we've got to probably about under 15 minutes before we get ready for the final match of the day. It's going to be the rematch of what we saw this morning. The All-Stars are taking on MU Trachea. Trachea, we know, well, they went off track a long time ago. They're not going to make it through to finals day, but they would love to try and at least get a victory. Their story remains the same. Individual performances have been there. Today's another story of that, with Zaid Salut scoring a century. And there was also, of course, Waleed Khan getting in the runs. But they keep on losing. They don't perform well as a team, and that is the problem that they've got. Can they put that right and get something out of today and a match that they've got coming up tomorrow? Well, we will have to see. But the All-Stars, it's straightforward what they've got to do. Go out there, get the win. They'd love to get a 4-pointer. 4-pointer would once again take them clear above Plovdiv, and then that tomorrow then becomes a hugely important day for Plovdiv and the All-Stars. It's going to be important tomorrow, you know, because we're going to see the battle of who finishes in 4th. It could be Plovdiv, it could be the All-Stars, and we could see the battle of who finishes 2nd. It at the moment is Spartans, but it could be the Ravens. So plenty to play for tomorrow. But let's focus on the last match today so far. coming up in 13 minutes' time. Chuck here up against the All-Stars. Join us back in just around 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The all-stars to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's head.
How are we gonna bat?
They're going to bat.
Hello viewers and welcome back. As you saw out there in the middle, that was the coin toss. And the news there is that the All-Stars are going to have a bat first. So there's going to be a bat there from the All-Stars. Taking on track here now. A lot of people, of course, focusing on the... Well, you can't really not focus on it, unfortunately. It's a track here. If you have a look at the fantasy dashboard that comes up here, I only have the 8 players listed. And I'm just being told here that most of this... Well, I don't know what's going on here. Well, that's incorrect now, isn't it? So let's just get that off because that's wrong. That was what was, I think, before the end of that last match. That was the graphic that was given to us. So those players were expected to play, but as you can see from now that there's been a bit of illness, we've been told. I mean, I don't know if it's heat related, maybe a bit of heat stroke there from the Trachea boys after playing back-to-back this morning, but they're going to be struggling here. They've only got the 8-man listed. It's not good news for anybody. Certainly not good for Trachea. It's good news, I suppose, for the All-Stars, because they have, as we saw there, won the toss, and they will be having a bat first. The umpires, we expect the umpires to take the field of play shortly. We'll be leading the players out there. Umpire Narayan and Satish will be the umpires for this match. And yeah, it's a number of things going on at the moment. Of course, I put a question out there. Who was the first batter to score a double hundred in a one-day match in England? I'll have that answer for you soon. But also, 1922, birth of Ghulam Ahmed, one of India's premier spinners in their formative years of Test cricket. He was at his best on helpful wickets where he could be lethal. 3 of his 5 firsts came in defeat, though, including his best figures of 7 for 49 against Australia in Calcutta in 1956 and 57. He was an aggressive but essential hopeful tail-ender. In 22 completed Test innings, he made 9 ducks, but somehow made 50 against Pakistan in Delhi back in 1952-53. And born today in 1922, Ghulam Ahmed. And players now ready to come onto the field of play. Mentioned some other things today, of course, 4th of July. And another one today, this is an interesting one. I thought I'd save this for the last match of the day. It is Independence from Meat Day is observed all across the world on July the 4th. I don't think the Americans will be taking too much note of this as they're bunging on another steak on the barbecue. But as you might have noticed, that more and more people across the world are choosing vegetarian and vegan lifestyles. This is because both lifestyles promise increased health benefits by limiting meat from our diets. That's what they tell us anyway. And this actually joins in nicely with also Jackfruit Day, which is celebrated on this day every year. It's a tropical fruit that is a national fruit of Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and amongst other countries. Also, it's the state fruit of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In India, the fruit has spiky outer skin and is native to parts of South and Southeast Asia. Today, the fruit is known as a popular meat substitute, the old jackfruit. So some of you may be enjoying jackfruit today. as the meat alternative, but I think others will stick to the meat. Speaking of vegan lifestyles, I must admit, by mistake, I did pick up a what I thought was a chocolate shake the other day. I picked it up and I was looking forward to it. It stayed in the fridge. It was nice and chilled. And when I had it, it was a little bit of the old, ugh, it's not quite what I expected. It wasn't very nice. And when I looked at it, it was vegan. So I'm not a fan, I have to admit. But it's out there. That's out there as well. But nobody else is out there. That's going to be 4 runs to start with. And they do. So, again, I don't mind this. It's what I was saying. Nitin Sunil, for me, I think you might as well just have him at the top of the order and just say to him, look, you know what you got to do. Get us a start. Get going. Don't chew up too many deliveries. If you do, we'll retire you out. If you don't, that's fine. But play your shots because we've got other batters. Jinu Palus is out there with him. You've got Ibrahim who can come out there, hit the ball. You've got Akshay Harikuma. You've got to use him somewhere. I think he's probably best used as the opener. This is Waleed Khan. Now, of course, the problem, I don't want to focus on this too much because it's a big negative really, isn't it? But the problem the captain's going to have here is where's he going to put his fielders? It's not going to be easy for him. Gets bat on the ball. They'll just take a single here. Waleed with the ball. This gets played away. Just be a single there. We've got one of the 2 deep fielders out there. Oh, it's a bit of Waleed. He's got to be trying here, the captain. I mean, you've got to feel for him a little bit. Comes in again, tries a short one, and that's going to be played away. That's going to be 4 runs. There's going to be a lot of gaps everywhere, aren't there? You're going to expect that. Nitin Sunil will be hoping to capitalise on it. And that's going to be another one played away. Let's have a quick look at the 2025 calendar. That over comes to an end. I suppose it could have been worse, just a 12 coming off that. And Sunil has moved on to 9, but Jinu Palus is the man who can really hurt them here. He's in good form as well after scoring that half century. And next over will be bowled by Saini. Looking at that 2000 calendar, like I say, it's a good idea just to take a little picture of that and keep that saved away. Lets you know what's going on. It's a nice start from Saini. He's bowled well, actually. It's Sanchit. It down, just a single. You can see Saini saying, just take it easy, take it easy. Down the ground, and there's a big chase here. The fielder just can't get there. Good effort from that's Param Gandhi trying to get there, but not able to get a hand onto it. That's going to go for 4 runs. So 4 carreras. 4 runs off that one. But again, it's weird you put this field. He's got 2 men straight down the ground now. They're bringing up the backward point. Hello to John Hisham and Paul Kempin. We're in the chat. It's down the leg side. Wicketkeeper can't take hold of it. This is going to go all the way to the boundary. It will. That's going to be 5. A slower delivery there from Saini. Wicketkeeper trying to make the stop, of course. That's Zaid. Yeah, still got, I suppose at least they've still got the likes of Fahad Saeed, Zaid Salut. Zahidi is there, Waleed Khan, Saini, but there's no Karan Patel, there's no Bhav Patel on that side, there's no Dipesh Patel. They're the guys that are missing. That's played away. That also is going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. There's Shubi doing a little bit of a fielding.
Come on, Sanchez. Come on.
High in the air, but I think it's going to clear the boundary. It's going to get over Waleed. Shaba, Kinna Sona. And Shaka Lagia. It's going to be another big one. Quick look at the standings track here. Of course, we know that they're not going to be heading anywhere after tomorrow, no matter what the results are. But the All-Stars, you saw there, this is a big one for them. This is an opportunity for them to get into the top 4 and try and take the best they can. They know they've got to work hard here. Thing is that you can't take, that's the other thing here. I mean, you've got to try and bat the Tracky out of the game. You can't take that score of 125, even 130. I don't think you can take that as a given that that's going to win you the match. You still got to go big here. You got to make sure they've won the toss. They're batting first, and the idea is to make sure. The idea is to get that big score on the board. And that one gets played away. Through the gap, Quattro Mas. It's going to be a tough old one, this, isn't it? Yeah, game with the All-Stars. They are 3 points behind Plovdiv. The net run rate could also be pretty key. This is Saeed now doing the bowling. Second over from Saini. It's the one that goes magical. Unfortunately, it started well with 2 singles. Then 3 fours and a 6. 20 came from it. No run this time. Well bowled. It's worked away. Big gap there. Nobody really from square all the way down to where the third is on the offside. So, of course, anything that goes into that area, it's always going to make its way to the boundary. So the bowlers, they've got to try really hard here. That's Fahad Saeed straying onto the legs. Balus getting another one away. Hard work here. This is going to be a ball to go to get to the end of the power play, and it looks like it's going to be a score in the 40s. 41 it is at the moment. Short, played away, and that's going to be another boundary. 45 on the board after 3. Still got all their wickets in hand as well, and so many gaps all over the place. It's going to be very difficult to plug those. Now, even when it comes to the end of the power play, so some people may be asking, look, when you're in this situation, does it have any impact on how many you can have out? Not really. And you can still have the required number out, even if you haven't got the 11. So they can put 5 out. So that's the over by over scores at the moment. 12, 20. That over goes for 13. 45 it is. And let's see what they use here. They've got just the one spinner available to them. And it looks like they are going to go to David Patel here now. Patel, probably, I suppose, if you look all the way through their matches so far, probably has been the pick of their bowlers as the spinner Patel. And let's see if he can get anything here. Can hear some talk about how many we got outside, 3, 4, whatever. Well, they had too many, and well, it doesn't matter how many you have out here. That's going only one place. That's going to go a long, long way. And I suppose when you're covering so much ground, the last thing you want to be doing is chasing in, getting the ball as well. That's Abbas Zahidi who has to go and get that one. It's going to be a long, hot. Well, another 7 hours in the sun here for Trakia. It's over the top of one and past another. And this time, Abbas has got to climb the hill to get this one. He's getting in the steps today, isn't he? That's another one that gets blasted away. We are, of course, here in Bulgaria, where, hey, did you know that other than Scotland and Ireland, the bagpipe is a traditional Bulgarian instrument. Not that I've heard any being played around here at the moment, but they do like their folk music. Certainly have come across that on the television channels. It's blasted. That's going to be 6 runs. Just get the feeling here, Nitin Sunil is probably thinking, this is my opportunity to finally break loose as well. And the oldest golden treasure in the world was found in Varna in 1972. Almost 300 graves were discovered in an industrial zone near the Bulgarian Black Sea capital. And the artifacts dated to 4,600 to 4,200 BC. The treasure consisted of 3,000 items, and they can be seen at the National Historical Museum in Sofia. Nice shot. Fielders have to make this nice and tidy. They do. Good pick up and throw. Well done there from Gandhi. Just a single on this occasion. Score moving along quite nicely here. David Patel. Trakia getting some good support. The captain is trying to keep them going. Played away. I tell you what happened to the old Mexican hat that I think it was Zaid Salute was wearing? That was his lucky hat this morning. I wonder if there'd be any. Would you think? Here's a question for you. Do you think there'd be any objections if the keeper whose hat it was would wear? There he is. Zaid Salute to score a century and said it was my lucky hat. Obviously it was a Peacock Friday kind of hat, so I wore it for one of the intros. You reckon there'd be any issues if you wore that hat behind the stumps? I don't know. What's the ruling on that? As that is going to be 6 runs. I know what the ruling on that is. Put your hands up in the air like you just don't care. That's 6 runs. But yeah, you reckon you could? I don't know. There's some umpires out there that know the regs. So could he wear his Mexican hat out there? Mind you, it's a big sombrero. Whether you'll be able to see anything when he's got it on, I don't know. Right, that's been played away. It's another boundary. And the score 70 after 4 overs. And Glenn Perry, hello to you, saying thanks for the excellent coverage as usual. You're welcome, Glenn. Thank you for your input. And thank you to everybody that's been here today and watching the action. Now I think most people here are feeling the need to maybe get behind the underdogs, Trakia, who haven't won a match so far. And they're not doing themselves any favours in this one. With, no disguising it, no hiding it, just 8 players. Then comes Gandhi. That's a nice start. Well bowled. This gets played away. They will take a single.
Bowling Param. Beautiful Param. Come on.
And Param trying to get some good support. I think that's a lead.
Param.
The captain who's using some different voices to try and gee up his players. Hey, whatever he can do will help. This is going to be down the leg side from Gandhi.
Param, next ball. Come on, Param.
He's trying to keep the team motivated and keeping their heads up. But, not easy. One of your best bowlers goes for 25 in that last over. That was David Patel. I suppose if you could keep it to singles, that helps. Just looking at this field here, so 5 fielders are out. You've got square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover. So that then means that's 5. Your wicket keeper is your 6, and then you've got 1 inside on the offside, and you've got the bowler. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that is it. So only 1 fielder and the bowler and the wicket keeper inside. So there should never be a dot ball, should it? Unless it's an absolute gem. So even something like that, normally you'd have a square leg or somebody in there, but nobody there. So it's an interesting one. I suppose you got to do what Waleed is doing here at the moment, just saying, right, you know what? If we got to just be saving boundaries. Let them have the singles. Let them have 6 and over. If that's all they get, we'd be happy with that. In fact, you'd be happy if they just get 12 and over. 120 is still possible, but I think any more than that is when it becomes difficult. Slower delivery, hit hard, going towards Saini, bobbling away. Saini gets behind it, makes the stop.
I'll go and then we do the same order.
Partnership worth 75. We've seen some good partnerships today, haven't we? Spartans have had some good ones. It's firmly played. Once again, Saini goes across. Got David Patel behind him, who himself looks like he's hobbling around. God, you don't want to lose any more players tomorrow. Gandhi just going around about run a ball. Now he bowls this one. You might have to check the height on this one. It goes down for a single. Let's have a look at side on. Let's see where this goes. Side on. Let's see the height on this. And maybe just about waist. The umpires seem to be fairly happy with it. End of the over. And a good over there from Gandhi, and he gets good applause, and so he should. Just goes for the 7. So the best one so far. And time to invite you all very quickly in to the commentary position. Last match of the day, and remember, we often say in the last match, let's have some random questions. Let's have some lurkers there. So if you are tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from, well, firstly, I hope you're wearing your Peacock Friday shirt. Secondly, get involved. Send us a message. Let me know who you are and where you're tuning in from. And we can all say hello to you, myself, and of course, everybody else in the chat. It gets played away.
Come on, Waleed. Come on, Abbas, having nice field there. No sun at all.
Go back to Waleed. First over went for 12. And says unlucky there. Nitin Sanyu gets the short delivery, he swings hard at it, gets the top edge, flies away. It gets another boundary to his name. I think it goes for 4. I think they might want to check this one. I think the umpires are just checking where it goes. I think that goes all the way, doesn't it? Goes over the line, goes for 6. So that's going to be 6 runs. There we go. Watch it one more time. We got the boundary on this. I think it might be the boundary chat that they're looking at. Here, one more time. And 4 runs. Just bounces before the rope. 4 carreras. Waiting for the ball to come back. Here it comes back. It's being found out that the grass has been cropped. And if you like your movies, Bulgaria is a good place to watch them. Well, first of all, that one has been bludgeoned for another big 6. 6 more runs. A few of the fielders take the opportunity to find a bit of shade and sit down while that one gets fetched. It's gone a long way. So Bulgaria has the world's largest IMAX 3D cinema. I don't know where that was. I wonder if that was where I was yesterday at the Paradise shopping centre. And also has one of the fastest internets in Europe. And not surprisingly, Sofia is one of the most affordable European capitals to visit, and it's well worth visiting as well. And there is all countries sort of have a good luck thing, don't they? And I tell you what Bulgaria has in terms of what they do if they want a bit of luck. So maybe that's what Grover did and Zaid Sulit when they got their centuries before they left home this morning. As well, that one's been missed out. I think this could go for 5. He's missed out on it, but so has the keeper. It's going to be a minimal 5 wide. And this, well, I was just about to say maybe Zahid Sulit did this morning, but now watching him chase after that one that gets past him, maybe not. But yeah, basically, Bulgarians are spilling water in front of the door for success. So when a member of the family leaves home for a special event, like the first day of school, a prom, or as a big exam or a wedding, it's going to be 4 more. Quattro mas as they get close to the 100 here now in this 6th over. That takes him to 99. So, yeah, so the other members of the family are spilling water in front of the door before he leaves with the word, "May your success flow like the water." That's nice, isn't it? Mind you wouldn't want to do it on a cold and icy day, because the next person who steps out of the house after you is going to be on their jacksie. Whee! Like you see on some of those fails. Yeah, do it on a warm day, not a cold day. Otherwise, throw some salt over it afterwards. Guide it away, and that will be the 100. 100 comes up. Nitin Sanil has moved on to 48. It's nice when you say things like this in the workout. So Nitin Sanil does open, and it seems to be where he scores his runs. But I don't suppose it's his fault. I suppose he bats where he's been told about. It's going to be a wide ball. It's called there by umpire Satish, who's out there with Narayan. Having the umpires being good, everybody. We're talking about how hot it is, and it is hot. And the umpires like the players. Well, they have to do double the time out there. Don't forget the players. If you're fielding, you're out there for 10 overs. The umpires are doing both the innings. They're out there for 20. And it's hot. And they've done a very good job. Have all the umpires, Narayan, Satish, Ivan. And likes of Joe been stepping in there as well. So let's hear it for the umpires. The Grizzly men. Good work from them. And Sufyan is in the chat saying Plovdiv team tuning in from the hotel. Well, hello to Plovdiv. And Plovdiv team, how are you feeling about your performances today? Got a win against this Trachea side. But then went down there to the Spartans. After a good start, it was from you guys. They were going well, but finishing on 123. I said this before, I think those 2 overs from Jacob Gould, 2 for 8. That's the player of the match performance for me. They gave it to Dunbar in the end, who did score 56, not out of 19. But I maintained that if Dunbar had got them all the points, if Dunbar had got the runs before the end of that 7th over, fair play, but he didn't. I think still, when you bowl 2 overs for 8, player of the match performance. So, got a lot of work to do tomorrow, Plovdiv. And, of course, you're watching this because you're hoping that Trachea can do you a favour. It's not going well at the moment, though, is it, Sufyan? The All-Stars. Oh, no. No way. Has that been called a wide? Am I seeing this right? Can I see this ball again? That hasn't been called a wide, has it? I must be seeing something. Oh, it's been called a wide. I didn't think it was. Umpires called it a wide, and the next one has been put away for... you don't need things going against you like that. They're having enough problems already with players going down with illness and whatnot. And now that one gets called wide. It's a ball that would have to be bowled again. So that was a hat-trick of wides there from Dave Patel. And that ball, well, where's this ball gone? It looks like they need another ball. Where did that end up? They've got to find it. I think it's probably just they've just got to have to wait for them to get it, because there's hardly anybody anyone left. Well, somebody's going to have to find that. It hasn't gone. It's got to be just the other side of the road there. They just can't find it. Anyway, back to the action here. Full toss. That gets hit away to the fielder. Well fielded. Let's just have a look at this one more time. Let's make sure that his feet are nowhere near the rope. I don't know if we have a replay of this. He's close to the rope here. It's hit really hard. Where's the fielder? Where's his feet? That is 4 runs. 4 runs. 4 carreras. Yeah, 4 runs. It just didn't look right to me. It looked like he was too far back. And I don't know if the umpire spotted it, but 2 circles are on the ball. They get it, and that's going to be 4. Six runs. That one gets muscled to the boundary. Big, powerful hit. Nitin Sanil has got his 50. Well batted, Nitin. Bobadan Nitin Sanil. Never knew what he's where he should be, and now opening the batting, he gets not only gets to 50 pretty quickly, becomes 60, 62. Plenty of time for you know what, and that would be a comeback and a half from Nitin, who just hasn't settled. And now all of a sudden, he's cashing in on Trachea being a depleted side in this match. Firmly hit, and that is, oh, that's going to hurt him. Oh dear, well, have a look at this. Poor Zahidi, Abbas Zahidi. That was hit hard, and he just needed to try and stop this. It was clobbered. And Zahidi gets in the way of this, and the ball hits him hard and takes him to the boundary. Next one is going to be a wide. Now, this is the next ball. We saw Zahidi being knocked out, and this was the ball that comes after it. Non-wide ball, says the umpire. Has to be bowled again. Down the ground, watch the bounce, and well done. Good work there from Gandhi. Keeps his balance really well, makes a stop and throws the ball in pretty quickly. It's a good stop. Last ball then off this, the 7th. On the leg side, and nobody there. I don't think you have to run for these. Save your legs. There's going to be 4 more. So Nitin Sanil moves into the 70s. Nitin. And in fact, that was Palouse who gets that one away. He moves to 48. So 67 to Sanil, 48 to Palouse. The partnership here, 128. Let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Well, Trachea, if you think they're going to be able to have time to nurse their tired bodies, but not a lot of it. They're going to be back in action, and guess who against? The Sofia Stars, the top team. Be interesting to see how the Stars go tomorrow. They've got 2 matches. I wonder if they make a few changes, because, look, they're going to finish top. There's no doubt about that, so they could. I think if you're a smart, sensible captain, any of your players, your batters that haven't quite performed, you're giving them a chance. And any of your bowlers that ain't been 100%, you give them a chance just to get everybody ticking. That's it, firmly towards Zahidi again. Or Zahidi, he's got the pigeons to contend with behind him as well. Well, the pigeons are there, and maybe they're backing him up. You might as well have a few of them on the field. You can deal with them. Never mind about having a few extra men. Have some pigeons do the work for you. Look, they're coming on the field as well. Here come the pigeons. It's up in the air. Fielder out there coming in. Can't quite get there. Now he gets past him. Oh, it's a proper Benny Hill moment. Cricketainment, well, he's laughing, they're laughing, you'll be laughing. And here we go. Bum, bum. That one gets past Fahad Saeed. And, well, yeah. There's the, get him on the field of play. Come on, we need you. We'll have 3 of you. Any 3 will do. Well, there's 1, 2. Where's the other one? Where's the third? Where'd you want him? Fly slip? Aha. All right, here comes Saini once again. Hit down the ground. He's in the air. And it's going to be missed. This time the ball won't go to the boundary. And they're running hard. Could be a run out. No, it won't be. Oh, dear. Well, you had Waleed running towards it. You also had Gandhi running towards it. For some reason, I don't know why. Why is Zahidi coming from all the way mid-wicket running for this ball? They came from everywhere, and nobody gets there. And now it looks like Waleed's hurt himself. Slow delivery. It's well bowled. And it's a dot ball this time. Partnership keeps on growing. Let's have a look at. I want to see the stats actually of Nitin Sanyal and see where he is with runs on the network. Smashed. Gear. Shaka Lagya. Well, Palouse, he also has a 50 to his name. Both these guys have, and they keep on going strong. Now we're eyeing up a 150-run partnership. It's in the slot. It's pumped away. So the All-Stars, Nitin Sanu, there he is. Let's have a look where it's his 69 was his highest on the network before. He's on 68. He scored that last year against Plevin. It's played away, and it's going to be another boundary here for Dinu Palouse. Over-risked the call, 145 without loss. That's the end of the 8th over. And Dinu Palouse moves to 64. Nitin Sanu 68, just 1 behind his highest score, which he achieved last year. Saini that time, at least he doesn't go magical. Just have a look at that. That tells you a story. So Nitin Sanu, his highest. 68 before. Here he is. He plays that away, and he will get 1, and he's coming back for 2. So that will be his highest score on the network. Nitin Sanu moves to 70. And he's out there with Dinu Palouse, who himself is going pretty well. He's, of course, never played before the start of this year, but we know his highest score was that 68. That's not a good delivery, is it? It's down the leg side. It's played away for 4 runs. And just look at where the poor wicketkeeper has to go. He's the nearest to this, by the way. In the end, he sees another fielder who's going there pretty gingerly. I think that's Abbas Zahidi who will go there. So both batters, well, Nitin Sanu has achieved his personal best. 151-run partnership now from these two. Dinu needs to get to past 68 and gets his highest score. It's turning out to be the mauling in the field for the Trackia side that we feared, with them being short by 3. And, here comes the bowler, and straight down the ground. Work to be done here, and it's well stopped. Well done by Zahidi. Makes the stop. He's been everywhere, Zahidi. covering the ground the best he can. Gandhi's been good. He's bowled well. Probably been the best that he's bowled so far. And it's come when his team's really needed him to bowl well. It's in the air, but he's going to get plenty of this. He's right, straight down the ground. 6 runs. And it probably gets right through that gap. I reckon if you get it through the gap, you just get some extra points. I don't know if he does, but hits it well. Look at that. Just admires his work, does Jiddu. So that will take him now to past his higher score as well. So both batters have achieved personal bests here. First time we've seen Jiddu Palouse this year playing in the European Cricket Series, and hasn't he been good? All-stars doing the damage. And Plovdiv, I know they're watching from back at their hotel. Full toss, Gandhi ball. The wicketkeeper gets a palm to this, but he's still not going to be able to stop it. You've got to feel for the keeper. That's going to be a no ball. Has it given this his runs? I thought, well, I don't know if he touches this or not. Let's have a look at this again. Does he touch this? Does he touch it? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, he does. Gets a bit of glove on it. So it will go down as runs. Free hit. Now, this could be one of the batters could go on and score a century. But if they don't, it's only because the two of them, well, will stop each other doing it. Because they've got, what they've got here now, 8 deliveries. This is a free hit. So Palouse, if he gets a boundary away here, he's odds on. And he will. So that's the boundary. That takes him now to 78. Still a ball to come in this over. So it's the way that, I suppose, it's the way that the two batters go about this. I mean, they could just carry on going the way that they are. Both finish in the 80s or 90s. Partnership is good. It's an outstanding partnership. And the track here, they're just, yeah, but fair play to them. Look, they could be a team that could just give up and not try, but they are trying. They're still being vocal out there. They're trying to encourage each other whenever there's a bit of good in the field or with the bowler. They encourage each other. It's not easy to do that when you haven't had a single highlight in the game so far. 167 without loss. Ball to go in this one. Gandhi to bowl it. Short. And Mullet. That's going to be 6 runs. Shaba. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. 6 more. And Palouse now, he's into the 80s, 84. So he's 16 away. We go into the last over. Now this is going to be interesting. The two batters are in the middle having a chat. Well, let's have a look. Yeah, well, we see the third player also has achieved a 50. That's David Patel. Went for 52 off his bowling. Now, who did they go with here? That over, by the way, from Gandhi, not quite as effective as his first. Goes for 28, 173. So, one batter could achieve the 100. And if they do, then that also means that the 200 score could go up on the board. There's all sorts of conversation about who's going to bowl it. Have they made this in time, by the way? Because if they have, that's quite amazing. I haven't not seen anything come up time-wise. Let's have a quick look to see it hasn't been sneaked in without me knowing. No, so they've done actually remarkably well. Right, big. That is a biggie. Fahad Saeed comes to bowl. He's second. That is big. Nitin Sunny now. Or Sunil. He moves into the 80s. So both batters in the 80s. Now, Sunny might as well just say, well, look, I'm on strike. Let me just try and do it myself. So Fahad Saeed, first ball smashed down the ground. 179. Good comeback. Dot ball. That sort of probably puts the 100 out of the equation now, does it? No, 19. Yeah, well, Fahad. Doesn't help, does it, when you can't get the ball back to you as well. All right. 4 more balls and this nightmare of an innings can come to an end. Gets played away. They'll take, well, I say they'll take one. It could go all the way for 4. It will. It's 4 runs. It's a desperate drive from Majid. He can't stop it. And I think this is probably Nitin Sunny was saying, I tried to just take his single here, you know. I did. I promised मैं the single लेना जगह. Ball नहीं जल्दी भज गई है ना. And can't be stopped. It just silky smooth like the Microlino all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Microlino, of course, our mobility partner. Microlino would do well in Sofia. Oh, well, that's hit the bat. It's hit the non-striker's bat. Probably would have been stopped on the boundary anyway by Abbas. But he's hit this hard. If we look at this from, can we see this from camera 4? And have a look what happens here from camera 4. Let's have a look, camera 4. Here we go. I think we'll have a chance to see this. It gets hit here and bang, right off the bat. Slower delivery. Sliced away. Big chase from the fielder. And where's he thrown this? Has he done well? We'll have to scrutinise the fielding. I think he's done all right here. We'll watch just to make sure that he doesn't touch the rope or anything here. So Ginu, let's have a look here. He's coming across. Where's his feet at this point? Okay. I do see the rope moving. I mean, hang on a minute. Yeah, stop this. Well, let's see that again. One more time. 4 has been given. Just here, the rope moves. What? There you go. So 4 runs. 4 carreras. Well done once again to 2 circles on the money. 4 runs. Last ball off the innings gets played down the ground. And it's as I suspected. Probably if one batter wanted it, and one of these 2 could have gone on and completed 100, but they don't. They both finish in the 80s. It's the end of the innings, and it's a 189-run partnership between the 2 batters. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I did say that I think Nitin Sunil is far better opening the batting than coming in anywhere else. And the man who makes a golden duck in the last match is going to be 86 not out of 31. And for batting just a ball less, it will be Ginu Palus, who will be 30 balls and not out on 89. And when you have a look at this, it's just going to be a barrage of big hits. One part of the ground to another. And not surprisingly, that the MU Truckier side just couldn't plug those gaps with the resources that they had available to them. And the batters were just picking their spots. Bowlers try their best. For David Patel, it doesn't go well. He goes for 52. And a big shout out to Gandhi. He really put a big effort in the field, as did Abbas Zahidi. Both bowled pretty well. Even that last over there from Fahad Saeed, he bowls well as well. His first over goes for 13. The last one for 16. Very difficult for a bowler when there are so many gaps all over the place here. And they threw themselves around. Sometimes it didn't go to plan. Other times they were at least able to stop the boundaries. And it's time now for Trachea, well, for some of them anyway, to at least get back into the dugout and take a bit of a breather, get into the shade, take on a lot of fluid. But of course, for 2 of them, they're going to get the pads on and be out there in less than 10 minutes' time. A quick change around in this last match of the day. And maybe afterwards, when we come back, we will talk a little bit about some of the food that you can get out here. And the moussaka certainly is one of them. Many of you have probably tried or heard about the Greek version of moussaka. The main difference between Bulgarian and Greek moussaka is that the Bulgarian version is made with potatoes instead of eggplant. But more talk about that a little bit later when we return, and any random questions that you may have, because it is the last innings of the day. The last one of me going solo as well, as Shuban will be here tomorrow. And myself and Shubu will be talking you through the action on Saturday and on finals day Sunday. I'll leave you with the scorecards now. 86 and 89 for the 2 openers. A partnership that is worth 189. It's probably the 3rd 100-run opening partnership that we've had in the day. Of course, we saw the Spartans do it on 2 occasions with 100 and what did he do? 129 partnership in one match, or 109 partnership and 109 partnership back to back, actually. Different openers, or one different opener anyway. And that was in match number 23 and 24. We then see a partnership worth 189 in this one. And on the bowling front, there wasn't really any joy. Just worth saying that the bowlers, with little going for them, did try and battle hard. Join me, Rico Full, and the rest of the game when we come back in about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the middle of this lovely ground here, the National Sports Academy and Vasyl Levesky. Not only the cricket ground, but of course also plenty of other grounds around here. We've seen plenty of the athletics field behind us where a lot of the Grizzlies have ended up, and fortunately most of them have been retrieved as well. We've got the hockey ground near us, we've got the football grounds, and incidentally the hockey grounds where the Bulgarian national women will be training, I think around about now. I think I've heard that about 5:30 to go there. I know that Guggendeep normally joins them, and of course his lovely wife and Bilyani is part of that squad, a very good bowler. And I know that she's getting better all the time, and so are all of those players. And they picked up one or two new players as well, I'm hearing. So expecting to see them perform well when it comes to the T20 internationals. And of course, Shubu, who joins me tomorrow, will be talking you through that action. And that will start, of course, on Monday after the finals day here is done on Sunday of this European Cricket Series. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. I know some people have been and gone, but you all, like always, have been absolutely fantastic. So well done to Quacky, well done to Paul Campion, John Heasham, and a few others that were there earlier. Barking Bay is still with us, I know, but you've all been absolutely brilliant. Rob Thompson was earlier with us. Hope Rob was talking about some flooding in his area. Hopefully that has sorted itself out, and I hope the electrical problem in Czechia has sorted itself out as well. I haven't heard any more from anyone. If anybody is from that part of the world and knows any more info, do share it. Do let us know that all is well. Goes with the ball, and it's going to be in the air. Goes to the vortex and gets well fielded. And they don't run, I don't think. I don't think they run here. They do not run. Zahid Salat has hit that ball. It should be a single, and you can see there that Waleed Khan has stayed put, so no run. Zahid Salat, I suppose he has no option but to open again. He's played away after scoring the century when he finally does open, so just a single taken this time. This time they do run, and Waleed does go on strike. I think Waleed was so sure that that was going in the vortex is not going to be stopped. Just goes to show that sometimes it does. Cherin Jose, I call him. That's how we pronounce that. It's probably Hose, but we say Jose. And don't chase it. Forget it. Oh, it's an error. It's an error on this ground. Don't chase it. Either get down and smother it or kiss it goodbye. You're not going to catch up with the Grizzly. It ain't going to happen. And now, yeah, I think that's Elvin Jacob, who thinks he's going to chase down the Grizzly. Not going to be. Not going to happen. And making a change in the field now straight away. Here comes Jose once again. And high in the air. There's a good-looking shot that is going to go into the dugouts, where I think is the 12th man that's taking evasive action there. I think that's Arjun. Arjun, the waterman. He'll be doing the rounds of the water again, no doubt, where Arjun almost gets wiped out by this one. And Vinny Sandhu is back. Vinny, what's the news? Is the power back? And said it came back after 2 hours. Well, Vinny, I'm glad to hear that. I just put a shout out actually saying, did anybody know any more? But that's good news. I'm glad that the power is back on. And, was it just in Prague, or was it the whole of Czechia? That's what I was trying to find out. Yeah, Monica Ramos was in there early as well. That's played away, no run this time. Target here, 190. I think also, I remember, I think it was the first time that I came out to Bulgaria, end of the over, 11 without loss. And there was a really good opening partnership. Vinny will remember it. I think that partnership was worth something like 170 something. So I think off memory, that's probably the best partnerships, opening partnerships that we've had here at this Vasyl Levesky cricket ground. So that partnership that goes to Nitin Sunil and Jinu Pulus. Partnership worth 189. And to win this match again at 20s, hard track yet. And with just the 11 coming off the first, that makes it even harder for them. And Georgie John bowling the second. That's well struck. That's going to be 4 runs. And well, they went up that hill many a time. Did Trakia to fetch the ball. And now it's the turn of the All-Stars. The first one a little bit short, and Zaid Sulat whacks that away. I'd like to see him finish well here today. I know that they've got some matches there tomorrow. They're playing here, Trakia there. I think this is their 8th match, is it? I'll just get that things updated. It might not have updated what I'm looking at here. They're playing, yeah, this is the 8th, so they'll play 2 tomorrow. And maybe we can have a look at what's happening tomorrow since we're talking about it. I know we started to look at it, and we're starting with the Sofia Stars would be in action with Trakia first up. That was the first match coming tomorrow. It's going to be another wide. So just going too far wide. So yeah, here it is. So Trakia play the first 2 tomorrow. Oh, that's going to be a killer for them, isn't it, after today? They take on this, and 2 of the best teams. And don't forget the Ravens. The Ravens are looking to have a massive finish. You've got 3 matches tomorrow. High in the air, catching chance. And it's Hashir underneath it, and he's dropped it. Oh, at the last moment, he never gets still. He never gets himself in the right position, and that ball ends up going behind him. Watch this. So he's still moving, still moving, still moving, still moving, and when you're still moving, it's very difficult to catch the ball. So Georgie John probably should have had the wicket there off Salat. Salat survives the Centurion off earlier. Gets dropped on 5. This one is going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. Nicely done there by the 12th, as Arjun, after almost being wiped out in the dugout, decided it's safer to be away from there, and he's walking along with the refreshments for the fielders. The refreshments that will be gratefully received in the heat of 34 degrees out there at the moment, and no wind. It is hot. It is baking. Oh, down the leg side, wide signal. Let's have a look at height on this as well. Be interesting to see the height this from Georgie John. Let's see if we can slow it down just a tad. Yeah, just under, I think. Just under the waist. And that's why the wide is given. And now this more. The umpire's having a look at each other here again. Got side on this? Let's have a look at this one. Walking back to his mark. He looks like he's pretty wounded. The umpires are happy with it. How many to come, he says. Here again. Yeah, just whacks him, doesn't it? Hurts him. But he says he's all right. Don't worry. He tries to get that Yorker in. I think you're better off being full than short. Ouch, that's fired back in. That hurts, John. Gives his fingers a shake. It was mostly Prague that was affected, in some areas outside the city. Vinny comes back and says. And yeah, Vinny's saying he thinks I'm talking about the 178 without loss. The MU Dons, now the Ravens against the Tuskers. Yep, you're right, I am. And that was, yeah, Simon Hussain who scored that classy century. You're right, Vinny. And it was a 170 or something, and I'm pretty sure that was the first time we were out here. In fact, I will also say, Vinny, you'll probably agree with me. The last few times that we've been here, I know, Vinny, you've not been here all the times, but I know you know the field really well. Every time we've come here, we've expected things to be as it was back in 2000. But for some reason, the runs have never really quite flowed the way they did in that series. Now, we thought maybe it could be with the bowling has got better, improved the fielding, or maybe just the pitch. But I think this is probably the first year where we're starting to see those sort of scores again. And it's funnily enough, happening once this pitch has been relayed. So the pitch has got a bit of bounce in it. And often bowlers and people feel that because it's more balanced, the bowlers will do better. But quite often the batters, well, they certainly do enjoy life out there as well, because the extra bounce means that the ball, as we've seen so many times, flies off the edges of the bat and goes for 6. You get the maximums, and especially with the vortex out there. And also the pull and hook shot comes into play, whereas when the ball stays a little bit lower, which the old track was doing last year, it there's a few shots that come out of the equation. So certainly going back to much healthier and higher scores. So here we go again. Vinny just saying, yeah, a little bit like when it happened in Spain. For that time, you just needed cash for everything that you needed. That's going to go a long way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Well, that one hits the roof and keeps on going. And it's going to be fetched. I think that's Joe Foster. That, well, he sprints out there. There's Joe. Just couldn't wait to get it out of the scorer's box, Joe Foster. He's out there pretty quick. So Waleed gets that one away. Second over, it's quite a long over this from Georgie John. Oh, swing and a miss. And of course, there's some issues here, I think, at the moment. And once again, apologies. Just getting those graphics sorted once again. So, yeah, here we go. It's just our graphics here have gone. My graphics have got stuck. I'm afraid to refresh. So get the feeling I'll lose everything. Hopefully it will just do it itself. It's another swing and a miss. It's worked. I'm all right. It's worked. Yeah. Georgie John went for 14 of that second over. Yeah, it's good bowling again. Don't have to just throw this away. The bowler's alert to it. So into the third over, and Jerin Hulls bowling very tidily, the left armour. He gets a good bit of movement, doesn't he? That's one thing also we've seen, I think, from all the bowlers. We have seen good swing. Not taking any singles here. This is a little strange, I have to say. So Waleed plays that, doesn't take the singles, almost like they've decided that if it's a single, if Waleed is... if Zaid Sulit's on strike and he hits the ball, it's only a single, the first ball of the over, they're not taking it. They want him to have most of the strike. And there, then, you see, same again. Well, he's played it. Doesn't take the single because he wants Zaid Sulit to go on strike. But the thing is, it's not working well because Zaid Sulit, if he does get on strike, is scoring just singles. He's on 6 or 5. And Waleed Khan is scoring well. So really, it should be the other way around. It should be Waleed that you want on strike. You just saw a quick score of where things were at this point. And 45 to 31. So not that many in it at the moment. About 14 runs. And both teams had yet to lose a wicket. So we've gone 13 overs without a wicket to fall. Paul Cameron is saying he's going on his caravan holiday tomorrow. Tell us more. Where are you travelling to? That's okay, the first one here from Devasi. Look at Devasi. I think Devasi, he spends most of his time just sorting out that hair. Look, isn't it tidy? Look at Devasi. It's got the ponytail. It's nice to see that the ponytail hasn't died of death. Devasi, the devil, 666 on his back. He's given us some classic moments. One of them could be going viral pretty soon. That's going to be 4 runs. Well hit by Zaid. So pretty well struck. And a few applause there from Salut as he plays this away. Nice. Holds his pose nice and steady as he thumps it. So Paul Kempin on a caravan holiday. Let us know where you're going. And yeah, and it would be great if you do and can stay in touch with us. I never got to catch up with Bradley and ask him what's happened to the duck banners that he was going to put around about Save the Derrick. Talking about save the dairy, you've got to save a fielder at the moment. As he's made it back up. I think he was stuck in there at the moment. He got the ball out, then he was stuck. And everybody left him there. He's clawed himself back out. Well done. I think that, who is that out there? Is that Elbin? Elbin was stuck for a moment. He's made it. He says, I'm free. कोई ना मेरा ना फिक्र करो मैं तो फंस गया सिगा आ गया मैं वापस ना कुछ खाना पीना मैंने मिला. Anyway, he's back. He's all right. Short. Doesn't really get hold of it. It's a miscue from Salat. He's missed out on this. Yeah, well. I tell you who's doing the most running around the ground at the moment is the water boy Arjun. And he does go to Albin. Albin needs a drink after finding that ball. Albin will probably wait for this one to be bowled by Devasi and have a nice chug of that ice cold water. Smashed. Going, gone. Gidna Sona. Shakalagia. And there's the crossbar challenge for you as well. As that smashes. This is quite crazy. The ball has smashed on top of the boundary fence where the Federation of Bulgarian Cricket banner is. It hits the top of the fence, crossbar challenge, and then flies over into the athletics track. So 6 runs, good hit. Well played away. Skegnes is where Paul is going. Well, do enjoy. Hope you get good weather. And I do hope you get good reception as well. So you can stay tuned to the cricket. That's worked away and it goes to the fielder. It's just going to be a single. Now, I did put a question out to the chat. I don't know if Vinny had a chance to have a go on it. And it was who was the first batter to score a double 100 in any one-day match in England. I'll tell you what, we've had a few questions in. I think it's time to do the reveal. And, well, this one gets through the keeper. It's just going to be a bye. In comes the throw. And it will get into the safe gloves. There's the bye being signalled. End of the 4th over. 44 without loss. So, in 1984, a complete mismatch at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire thumped Oxfordshire by 227 runs in a NatWest Trophy match. And Alvin Kalicharan, he blasted 206 and then took 6 for 32 with his gentle off-spin. He was the first double 100 in a one-day match in England. So there's the answer for you. He was a good batter, wasn't he, Alvin Kalicharan? He was a very good player. So the first man to hit a double 100 in a one-day match in England. And thank you, everybody that took part. In comes the next, the slow sort of full delivery from the bowler, just gets played down the ground. So it will be Elbin who, after fetching the ball and finding it, now doing the bowling. A good over that was from Devasi. Seems to be getting better all the time. Just the 13 coming from it. Here's Albin now bowling over number 5 with that rate sort of in the magical zone needed. And they are hitting boundaries. That's another 4. But if you look at the, if I give you a quick look at the over by over, 2 4s. They haven't gone more than 2 boundaries in an over. There was 2 in the first, went for 11. 2 in the second, went for 14. Just the 1 boundary, it was a 6. And the only runs in Jerin Hose's that over number 3. 6 came off it. 2 boundaries in over number 4, went for 13. And this one won't be a boundary. That's well fielded. The batters do take a single. And in this over so far, just the 1 boundary. So they're getting on average 2 boundaries. Edge over the keeper and into the the long grass or close to the fence there. Well, watch out for the nettles in there. There we go. 1, 2 bounces and in it goes, but at least it's a lot easier to find with that long grass being cut. So well done to the man who was probably annoying a few people with the strimmer this morning. I know that it was you could hear it in the coin tosses and things, but he's done a good job. He's made life a little bit easier for us. High in the air, catching opportunity. Fielder comes underneath it. It's Rafi who takes a very good catch. Well done from Rafi. Gets there, holds onto it. See, that's the way to do it. He's got the cap on. He's got the shades on. He's got the nice moustache. If Corey was here, Corey would be having a hard time from being held back to run over and give Rafi a big hug himself. But good catch taken. And that is the end of Walid Khan. 26 of 17 from the captain. And helps to put a 50-run partnership. So close to 250 runs for the fall of the first wicket in this match. And that would be the captain of Trakia to go. Goes for 26 of 17. Good catch held there by Rafi. And Albin Jacob picks up the wicket. And the next batter that comes out there is going to be Abbas Zahidi. We've seen Abbas opening up on a number of occasions. Seems to bat only one way. His biggest issue with Zahidi, he's got a very good eye. He thumps the ball, but he does like to give himself room. And the danger with that is sometimes if you show too much of your stumps, they get shattered. Good over there from Albin Jacob. Just a 10 coming from it. Picks up the wicket. Just a quick reminder for the last time today of our up-and-coming events. Bulgaria will come to an end. Well, the European Cricket Series will be on Sunday. Internationals continue after that. Shubu will be here to talk you through those. And I'll be in Belgium with Phil G. With Tina in Krefeld in Germany, Sweden, Hungary, the Budapest Cup, which starts on the 25th of July. And on the 28th of July, we'll be in England for the start of the European Cricket Series there at Rains Park. Played in the gap, 4 runs. Nice hit there from Zaid. So, Rafi, after taking the catch, gets given the ball. It's Akshay Arikuma. He knows that his All-Stars have a big game, a big couple of games tomorrow, don't they? Let's play down the ground, bobbling away. And it will get stopped. A win here, a good win here, gets them back into 4th spot. And, then tomorrow they play just the one. And they need to win that one. And hope that Plovdiv, hello to you. You've been pretty quiet out there, Plovdiv. I know Sufyan did say that the Plovdiv team are back to base and they are watching. Haven't heard from you for a moment, but Plovdiv, of course, results not going the way they want. What they want here, they want the opposition to get to the 133, because that is a point taken away from the All-Stars. They don't want All-Stars to get all the points here. If All-Stars pick up 4 points, they then, having played a game more than Plovdiv, they go 1 point ahead of them in that all-important 4th spot. Hits that down the ground, bobbles away from Zaidi, gets himself off the mark. So Plovdiv are hoping that we can see a barrage of big hits from Salut or somebody to get them to that 133, but it doesn't look likely, does it? Have a look at that. They need 73 of 25. They have to go at a pretty good pace, and over 17.5 to just get a point, and I can't see that happening. Fielder gets put back on the 45. That's a different fielding position. We haven't seen too many teams deploy that with the player on the boundary on the 45. So they've gone with him back there. They've got a square leg. So you've literally got the 4 on the leg side and just one player out on the off. That's that long off. Over comes to an end. It works pretty well. 4 off the first and then just 3 singles and 2 dots. The 7 coming off the over. 61 for 1. The All-Stars, I've got to say, they've they've had a good day here today. They started off with a win against MU Trachea in that first match. That was a match when Trachea, I think, they were really up for that one. When I spoke to them this morning, I spoke to David Patel. He got the players in. He told me that they got Fahad Saheed in the side. They were hoping he was going to give them the extra bowler that they needed, the extra strength. It didn't work out. All Stars got the win, and they got all 4 points as well. That's exactly what All Star needed. And gone wicket. And this isn't what Trachea need. It's a wicket, and that's the end of Sulat. That's a big wicket. And the ball disappears into the Grizzly territory as it goes. Well, that's where you've got to bowl, right at the top of the stumps, and that's exactly where Albin has put it. His first over was good. Albin bowls that good heavy ball, gets a good bit of pace going, so he cleans up the Centurion of earlier. Zaid Salat will go. And there it is again. Stumps. Well, the bail was knocked over. The stumps do a bit of a wobble, but stay there. So, yeah, going back to what I was talking about, the All-Stars. They got that win they needed. Then we knew it was going to be a tough match for them against the Spartans, but they knew what they needed from there. They wanted a point. And it wasn't made easy for them by the Spartans, but they did get their point, didn't they? By getting to 130 with that 166 chase. And that set them up for this match, and they haven't put a foot wrong. And if they do get 4, everything's gone more or less to plan for them. It gives them a fighting chance tomorrow. The last day of group matches. It's played out on the offside. So this is Param Gandhi, who's coming in at number 4. So Param gets off the mark, hands back to Abbas Zahidi. He's got to be careful here with Jacob, because Jacob will target the stumps, and if he does walk away from his stumps, he's going to be in trouble. Oh, he gets a little bit lucky. It's going to get away from the fielder. The man who was a pretty straight third tries to come across and stop this one, can't get there. A little bit of luck for Zahidi, so Albin does go for that Yorker length delivery. It probably worse on leg stick, actually. But an inside edge from Abbas takes that away. That's going to be 4 runs. A lot of talking here from the All-Stars about getting this field right. And yeah, I think they're putting a man right behind the wicket keeper now, proper backstop, and the third is in a catching position. And well, you can make as many changes as you want in the field, but nobody is going to get anywhere near that one. There's a good shot. Abbas Zaidi, he's got a good eye. You know this from some of the knocks he's had before. We've seen him opening, and he has been scoring at sometimes the 20s and the 30s for his side, and he's one of those that may not look like a batter, but he can score runs. There he goes again, lovely jubbly, boom. Shaka lag gaya, sahi smash, ke waah ke hanial ke grande. And that was Zahidi saying, you know what, I could have a bit of a highlight here for myself, why can't I? As he hits that one away as well, nice shot. Swinging hard and making contact. You saw him score 33 of 18 back on day 1 against the Spartans. Up in the air. Could be the end of him now, though. I don't think so. He lost the ball in the air, loses his balance, and he's backpedaling. And he sort of goes down and thumps his head, gives the apologies. Again, doesn't get himself in the right position, thinks he's there, and then has to go backwards, and that ball's over him. And comes down with a bit of a thud as well, does the fielder. That was Jerin Jose, so a bit of a chance, a bit of a life there from Zaidi in that over. Could have been a second wicket for Jacob, but it's not to be. We'll go magical. They take 2 as well. Good running. 81 for 2. 7 overs now completed. Okay. Now it's time to see just all those matches tomorrow. We'll talk about those a little bit later at the end of the day as well, as that one is going to go all the way. Yes, it is. Over the outstretched hand off the fielder. So Param Gandhi gets going as well. Gandhi had a good one over, didn't he, in when they were in the field. And now he gets that one away. Well, maybe he could have a little flourish as well. And this could serve him all well. Oh, well, second time lucky. Wicketkeeper is, and probably should have gone for it. Well, Butterfingers from Jerin Jose. कितना पता नहीं कदे बॉल फर नहीं हुंदा 2-3 वारी ट्राई किया अंदर आके बाहर निकल जाती है जिद्दां ना सवेरे सवेरे साबन हुंदा उदा ही लगदा मैनू Butterfingers गी हथ नूं लगी है पर नहीं होया जलेबियां खाया करो मुंडे जलेबियां खाया करो eat those jalebis that makes the hands sticky. That one gets away and he's being moved from that position now by the captain who's doing the bowling. That's a little bit fuller. That's well struck. And, well, a little bit of luck here actually from the fielder. Almost gets away from Rafi. But he does recover pretty well. Keeps it just a single. Oh, that's hit pretty well. I think this one is going to get through the hands of the fielder. Oh, yaar, मैं की कर देता मेरा catch सीगा आ रहा पता नहीं कितना निकल गया. And Hashir now lets another one go through him. So Param Gandhi gets another one. And just making a few errors here towards the end of the innings. So Gandhi gets another boundary. Hari Kumar can't believe that he hasn't picked up a wicket here. And this time it's Hashir who gets it wrong. Right, another chance. Who wants it? And not quite catchable on this occasion from Hashir. He would have loved to have made amends. Akshay Harikumar with the ball, creating opportunities, but his players kind of letting him down just a little bit, Akshay. That's one thing. I said that when the All-Stars were playing Spartans. That's part of the game. They just have to get better up. They're not taking all the chances that present themselves, and as a result of that, in those tight matches and those tough matches, that's where they lose out. So end of the over. Is it the end of the over? Yeah, end of the over. Finishes with a dot ball. 15 come off that one. And, quick look at the worms here. Never really in it. And then thing is here now, they've got 96 to their name. They've got to try and get 37 of 12 for a point. That's what they've got to try and do. And well, the All-Stars, they've put a few catches down. Both batters have been put down. Slow ball to start, and will be a wide. First ball here of Rafi. First over was a good one. Only went for 7, so an over like that will kill this game. Gets the dot ball through this time. A quicker delivery. Gandhi swinging hard. They have got the third back. They've got no sweeper on the offside. They've stuck with this field of the 3 on the leg, long off straight, and now third goes back. At one point they had the 45 on the leg side bat. That will be, well, if he hits it could be interesting. But he doesn't hit, he just holds on to it, which probably makes sense. Doesn't want to give any extra runs away. That's fired down the leg side. It's going to be a wide ball. A little bit of food talk. I talked about the moussaka out here, which is made with potatoes instead of the eggplant. Big one hoik from Zaid, misses out on this one. And yogurts, the yogurts are huge here, and commonly dished up with many Bulgarian meals. It's meant to be one of the most healthiest types. Oh, well, I don't think he really wants this. It's going to get to the boundary. Probably takes the fingers off the fielder with it. It's not an easy one, this, because of the height of this. It's about, you see the sun going down now with those long shadows, and not the easiest one to see, but it's another opportunity. It's also another boundary, so Zaidi gets dropped again. All right, now surely this will get taken. Yeah, it will. There's the catch to finally get the breakthrough. And Rafi picks up the wicket. The catch gets taken. Well, they seem to be dropping 3 before they hold on to one. But this time it has been held. Watch it here. It's a slower delivery, well bowled. And Abbasidi tries to give himself enough room to get it over the top of the field. He can't. It gets held. And that is the end of Zaidi. So he gives a few chances, gets a few lives. But now it's once again that ball number 13 that seems to be getting a lot of the batters out. Ilful for 24. And Jinu doesn't make a mistake taking the catch. Then Arafi picks up a wicket. New batter that comes out is Majid. And now this is where it starts to get difficult as well, because remember, we're talking about a team that is depleted, only 8. So once you're already probably into batters that haven't even had a bat. Remember, Tracky is the sort of team that have been scoring this sort of runs, 100, 120, and losing like 3 wickets. Catch, no. Oh, that's taken a bounce. That's got this away. Fielder's going to try and stop it, and does get there. And that was Jerin, who had the chance to take the catch earlier. And gets there, makes a stop. It's just going to be a couple. And, I wonder if they're just checking the boundary. I don't think there's no issue here at all. I don't know if you have it. Let's see it one more time if we do. And let's see a look. Come on, let me ball this one. Ball, says Rafi. No, I think we're okay. I think they're just checking something with the scorers. So last of the over. Gets played away. Fielder's got to make the stop. Does. Gets the ball casually back into the keeper. It will only be a single. So it's got to be something special. If they're going to get a point, they're going to need to get 27 off the over. You can't see it happening. Ali going to be back on strike. 106 for 3. Quick look at the bowlers. You can see the most expensive economy rate there has been 15. So even that is not gonna help you. The Akshay, the captain, to bowl it. Well bowled, dot ball. So coming up to the end of the day's play. I know that some folks need to do get away pretty early as soon as the match is done. As this is going to be a wide. Goes down on one knee, but not quite the way we normally describe the shot on one knee. As Majid Ali tries to blast his away on the offside. It's another dot ball. But yeah, for those of you that are getting away before we say our goodbyes, I want to say a very big thank you to everybody. It's been absolutely great having you with me today, and once again keeping me company as they will take the single. And well, Harikuma throws this to try and hit the stumps down. I think he's decided, well look, even if I miss, even if the ball does go to the boundary, it don't matter. I don't think they're going to get the point. So he throws, he launches this. Look at this. Absolutely launches it, but misses the target. If he hit, I think he would have had his man. Full toss, no ball, surely. I think it gets called. The fielder almost gets wiped out. Well, it would have to be the devil. I suppose we had to have a little bit of the devilish action. It was the devil of a delivery. And I don't know if you got the fielder trying to stop it. It's definitely a no ball. So that's going to be, yeah, a free hit to come. It gets whacked away. Well, the umpire's giving us no chance to have a look at it again. And okay, he tries to get a foot on this. And it's just going to be, yeah, it was given as 4, so 5. So, yeah, thank you to everybody for watching and your support today. Your interaction has been absolutely brilliant. And you're simply the best. And tomorrow, of course, we'll be doing it all over again with the last day of group matches. 5 more matches tomorrow. Big matches as well, important. Who's going to finish second? Who's going to finish fourth? Is all out there, and that one is probably going to be close to being out. Let's go out and have a look upstairs. It's the last ball of the innings, but is Ali going to be in or out here? I get the feeling that he's going to be just out. We're looking at this angle, then we'll have a look at his side on as well. Does he get the bat back in time? Let's have a look. It's Nitin Sunil. Oh, where does he take this ball? I reckon this could be a no ball. They might be going back here. Let's see where the gloves are. Ooh, it's pretty close. It's pretty close, but I think it's okay. The umpires have had a good look. Oh, he's only just okay. And let's see where this is now. The bat is coming down. It's in the air, but he just gets back, I believe. So it's just a matter of whether we have another wicket here or not. I don't think so. I think he does make it back. So handshakes all around. Yeah, he's going to be okay. He does survive. And we'll finish with the score of 113. So comprehensive victory for the All-Stars. The All-Stars, they do what they need to do. And they will be playing a very important game tomorrow. We'll talk about those a little bit later on, of course, when we take a look at the schedule of tomorrow. Some very big matches coming up. As we said before, it's all about who we know who's going to be finishing top. I think the third spot will also be secured. It will be either, of course, the Ravens or the Spartans. But who's going to finish fourth? And I think that's a battle between the All-Stars, who are there now and have 1 to play, and Plovdiv, who have 2 to play tomorrow. But none of those matches are going to be easy matches. The Sofia Stars, they are going to finish top. And they've got in fact, they're the only team, actually, I feel, who tomorrow have got the opportunity to take the day, if you like, in a relaxed and easy way. Because they can make some changes. They could really, if you wanted to, they could reverse the batting order around to give others a chance. Though I do feel that Prakash Mishra, he won't be too keen to be losing that 100% record. They haven't lost a match so far, winning 8 out of 8. And I think they're keen to keep that record intact tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes. But this one here, All-Stars, look, once again, one thing about the All-Stars is they've been competitive in a lot of games. You know, they got 2 wins here today, both against Trakia. They lost out to the Spartans. But if they can be just a little bit tidier with the way things go. By the way, here, I'm going to look at this. I think here, they're looking on that side. But I get the feeling, yeah, what we didn't see there is the batter at the other side who'd charge down the other end of the pitch. He gets himself run out. And that's Gandhi. So we were looking at the umpire at the striker's end. But Gandhi joined him. He was stranded there. So with the batter getting back, Ali, that means that Gandhi, who didn't run, gets himself run out. So they would lose 4 wickets there. But it's irrelevant to the way the result ends up here. Let's take a quick look at the scorecard. I suppose you got to say it's a good effort. If you look at that scorecard, 28, 26, 24 and 20. That's pretty decent for Trakia, bearing in mind the issues that they had. I think there might be a few issues getting that scorecard up. So the top scorer there was once again Zaid Sulut, who was a centurion earlier today. Remember, he's got 100 to his name. We saw 26 from Waleed, Abbas Zahidi scoring 24, 20 from Param Gandhi before he gets run out there at the other end. On the bowling front, though, he saw that 7 bowlers were used. It was 2 wickets there for Albin Jacob. He had a good game. 1 wicket there for Rapi, who's also coming into his own. And I liked also Georgie John and Midhun Devasi also putting a good spell in with the ball. So still a few issues with the scorecard there, and of course you can find them on the website a little bit later on. But of course it was a straightforward victory there from the All-Stars. So an opportunity for me to say our thank yous on the day, on what has been, again, a very good day of play. First of all, what I want to say is a big well done to all the players. It's not been easy for them in the heat. They've stuck it out there, and well done to them. Well done, of course, to not just the players on the field of play, but also to the 12 men for keeping those players hydrated by keeping the drinks coming in. So good work for them. Speaking of men that have been out there in the heat, well done to our umpires. Umpires were absolutely brilliant here today. It's hot out there. They're under a lot of pressure as well in some of those matches, and they dealt with that really well. So well done to the umpires. Well done to Tyrone Peters. And of course, look, that teamwork continues with the ECN crew. The concentration there is important from the scorers. They also have to work as a team, so well done to the ECN crew as well. And of course, the same could be said about Two Circles. Remember, to bring you the coverage that you have, we have a cameraman out there in the tower all the time, and is baking up there, I can tell you. And so well done to Marcus and Mark, who have been here on site today doing a fantastic job. But of course, last but not least, I have to say a very big thank you to all of you, wherever you've been watching around the globe. Thank you for all the interaction on the YouTube chat. It's been absolutely wonderful, and I've enjoyed watching some of your comments and interacting with you when I can. And I love the way that you come together, interact with each other, and just like a good community does. And I think that community and that chat works absolutely brilliantly. Thank you for keeping me company today as well. It's been absolutely marvellous. I'll be, well, with a partner tomorrow. Shubu will be here with me. He'll be calling Saturday and Sunday finals day. Then I will have to say goodbye to him and leave him to talk you through the international. So I'm looking forward to Shuban being here tomorrow. And before I go, I want to say thank you, of course, to the Federation of Cricket Bulgaria for looking after us one more time, providing us with some lovely lunches, and they're doing their best to keep us hydrated in the heat as well. So now it's time to have a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. And like I say, some very, very important matches. I've already said the likes of the Sofia Stars, they know that for them, they're already going to be finishing at the top of the standings. And they're not going to be too concerned with the way things go, though I do believe that good teams will try and keep that 100% record in time. But the Ravens, look, they take on track here. That should be straightforward. They're taking the All-Stars. That could be a tricky one. That's a big match for the All-Stars. They need to keep a win to stay in that fourth spot. Then the Ravens then also take on Plovdiv. And that could be the match there. If All-Stars get a win against the Ravens, then Plovdiv would have to beat the Ravens to finish in the top four. And the Ravens themselves, that could be a match that they want to win to finish in the top two. So it could be all changed tomorrow. That's coming up tomorrow. 5 matches, but now it's time for us to start to say our goodbyes from the beautiful ground here, the Vasil Levesky cricket ground. You can see some of the views around the ground, and also we saw some fantastic action out there in the middle. I can hear the music playing. So from me, it's goodbye, be good, be safe, be happy, be kind. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Roll the highlights. Esta mañana, mi familia.
Move my body. my body back and forth. Move 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 my body and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body. And forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.